Welcome to another exciting edition of the College Nation Radio Show. Folks, I got my water tonight. So I cough, I got my water here to drink. So don't worry about it. I'll be through this tonight as I deal with bronchitis. But, my message goes on. And folks, yeah, we're going to have a good show tonight. We got, as always, explosive topics, interesting discussions, and everything like that. So we're going to have a good show. And I tell you, when you have topics like is social media the reason for anti-black sentiment, it's going down tonight. You know it's going to get hot and heavy tonight. We're going to rumble with the collar rumble tonight. People will come up here and voice their opinions as we share all kinds of opinions on this platform. That's what it's for. People always ask me, well, you let everybody on your platform. I say, yeah, now is the time to do this because in a couple of years I will disappear from social media and I'll go in the dirt, what they call it. It means going underground or just going to the mattresses. Go in the cover to wait it all out. Yeah, I'll in 2 years I will disappear. I'll disappear from social media altogether. And everything I do after that will be in secret, through secret societies and stuff like that. I will not be on social media in 2 years. I think I've been on enough. I think my message is out there. I think I made my case, about what I want and what I want to do. Now it's up to people if they believe what in my mission to join me. As simple as that. Or not, then hey, look, and I'll move on and say, hey, look, it wasn't worth it. I gave it my best. But I'll tell you this, since I've been going to Liberia, there's a lot of changes have happened to that country. One is people will tell you, they told me I was directly responsible for the popularity of the number one club in Liberia, the Calibas. I posted on Facebook, started going around my clips on Facebook, and uh, and so it got popular. The tourism association, which I helped found, a Nigerian Tourism Society. There was no tourism board or tourism anything in the last administration and the current administration. I was a grassroots effort, right? That I helped spearhead, right? Now people say, "Carl, you tooting your own horn." No, I'm not tooting my own horn. I just have to tell it like it is, and so therefore, yeah. So the tour group we brought there is now, and I'm proud to say this, right? Now you got a large numbers of African Americans who are going beyond me, and they're bringing businesses. This new thing I just got now. I'll read this thing to you, right? I'm so proud of this. My group, and my people, BAO, Association of Liberia, and stuff like that. I'll read what Ross sent me. This letter, somebody who just joined us from Atlanta that's going to Liberia. Right? This is revolutionary, folks. This is unprecedented. Um, what did Ross say? Anyway, Ross, I don't know what we're trying to do. Anyway, check this out. Here it is. On this day 2 of a 4-day strategic mission, Director General Princess Eva Cooper has advanced the profile as a tourist, Liberia's profile as a tourist destination, and made the case for increased investment, and expanded cultural collaboration. The LNTA entered into a high impact strategic partnership with the Malta chapter of Small and Medium Enterprise Tourism Division through a strategic memorandum understanding. Don't know what that is, but it sounds big, does it, right? The LNTA further signed another MOU with Malta Institute of Tourism Studies with a 5-year strategic framework to guide the partnership. Look, we started. A major step forward for Liberia's tourism industry has been recorded as the Liberian National Tourism Authority (LNTA), led by Director Princess Eva Cooper, advanced the tourism and socioeconomic diplomacy with the Malta Tourism Authority. That's just as the governor of Malta. So Liberia is reaching out. On day 2 of the 4-day strategic, Eva Cooper has advanced. Has made a case for increased investment. Malta Tourism Authority, widely recognized for its extensive experience as a major operator in its domestic market economy, over $4 billion in total tourism expenditure, serve as both regulatory and promoter of Malta's tourism industry. It works. Its work expand markets, product development, quality assurance, training, and global engagement. So in other words, Liberia is going to have access to a lot of resources. The Malta Tourism Authority utilizes this budget to shift from volume-based growth to high-value sustainable tourism by investing in infrastructure upgrades, digital transformation, and marketing to attract higher spending visitors. Key expenditures focus on improving tourism product quality, diversifying demand, and managing environmental impact, including rehabilitation projects like in Bubuligba and Blue Lagoon. In line with this model, the Liberian Tourism Authority seeks to strengthen collaboration with government institutions and private sectors to support the growth of Liberia's tourism industry. As Liberia strengthens tourism framework, the Liberian Tourism Authority aims to, from Malta Tourism Authority, proven model to enhance regulatory and operational capacity. A key objective is to position uh, Liberian tourism as a development partner within Liberia's culture, tourism, creativity, in areas which MTN. Through these engagements, both institutions are working in partnership. So it's really good. That's really good. But one of the articles I wanted to talk about was this. Uh, try to call him. Try to call him today. Okay, here it is. Right. All right, here it is. This is the article I'm looking at. There's a group of people, I don't know, the African Americans from Atlanta. Today in Liberia, we just met with 12 young entrepreneurs in Monrovia under the Young Entrepreneurs Network, Liberia, to add to our global Black supply chain. In other words, basically, they come into Liberia with major Black supply chain, that operates several countries now in Liberia. Supply chain from our home healthcare nurses for our aging diaspora. See, things we do, and these are skills that Liberia needs. Home healthcare and stuff like that. To our aging diasporas coming over from the states to do agro processing and maintain flour and coconut snack mix, to handcrafted beads and purses, to leather boots for children, sandals, and for men. I was very impressed with their packaging, production capacity, workforce, and some of their homes and others in their own processing facility. If you have followed me from Atlanta to Ghana in 2019, year return, you know how I started my move to West Africa. Was business. I am still here. In other words, some of these Ghanaians are now making the transition. These African Americans that was in Ghana are now adding Liberia onto things. So Liberia and Ghana is about to go head to head with the attention from the diaspora, black people from America. So Liberia is becoming a major player in those who are going to the African continent. If you follow me, follow me in 2019, her business. I'm still here in Ghana and now expand and operate to other West African countries for cross-border trade and international investment for our people. The Liberian Investment Tour will be held in Monrovia. I wonder is that Bomani? I think Bomani's going to do that. I think this people connected with Brother Bomani. So we already did a Liberian Investment Tour. So I guess they're doing another one. They didn't ask me, so that's good. That's fine. That's fine. That's all good. Monrovia in February 2027 for Black History Month. Yeah, that's definitely sounds like Bomani. And we've added to our investment group, WhatsApp group, for exclusive first dibs on upcoming business West Africa. If you have a product ready to go to market or an idea you need help launching out, reach out to the Young Entrepreneurs Network, Liberia, and join over 300 youth businesses in the network. We look forward to connecting them to markets outside of Liberia in partnership with upcoming events in Liberia in December of 2026. We hope you join us on the farm or the boardroom, um, and connect our people globally to build legacy, one country at a time. So, folks, all you FBA people, y'all just really understand something. Y'all failed. Y'all failed. This is growing. It's growing. It's keeping growing. What's up, Dark Migo? And the FBA people are gonna be sad. They're running around. Look, every time I turn on anything on TikTok or anything like that, you got these FBA people in there. We're in all cap letters. We're not Africans. We're not Africans. Okay, you're not Africans. Okay, fine. We're talking about Africa. Anybody mentions Africa, well, here we go. These weirdo FBA people. We're not. It'll be the same ones. We're not Africans. We're not Africans. We're not Africans. Africans. Blah 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 blah. These people are insane. You're not gonna stop us doing what we're doing. So you guys can talk all you want. This is happening. It's gonna keep happening. Until one day we bring people like Four Righteous and Tandria here. Get the mamas over there, and they both of them like two big mamas and market ladies. They could be out there selling pineapples or something like that on the market. Tandria, you're coming. We're gonna bring your ass back. You're gonna be out there selling coconut and peanuts and stuff like that in the market or whatnot. You're gonna be like, you're gonna be an Oma. We call Oma. You're gonna be an Oma. That's the funny thing about Africa, right? It's like anybody past the age of like 45 is like an Oma. In America, 45, women's a hoochie mama. She's out there trying to be Meg Thee Stallion. In Africa, 45, you just came cool. You're an Oma now, and you get the role of an Oma. So it is what it is. So no, we didn't fail. It's growing, it's succeeding. We're not beyond. Like, I just read the tourism thing, and that was another business about. So, all angles, this is growing. It's growing. I know you guys wish we failed, but look, I probably think next year it'll probably be the last time I go to Liberia. Then it's time for me to move on to someplace else. I'm gonna go to Liberia one more time, and then move on to other countries, Angola, Namibia, Zambia, and really like that. If I was this successful, I started this off because look, before I came on the scene, nobody knew what Liberia was. So I have a good thing in bringing this energy to about Liberia. I was the one who did this. That's how you got Bromani involved and all these other people, high level people involved in Liberia now because of what I started, right? So I said, okay, I think my work is done, right? Liberia doesn't need me anymore, My work is done. Now it's time for me to move on and find out wherever else in Africa I could work, So I go to Liberia one more time, just give a nice send off or whatnot next year. I might go to Liberia next year for a few weeks, Or I might even go to that business conference, next February. Yeah, I think I might do that. I might go to that business conference next February, and that'll probably be it for me, Liberia, for the time being, because I got to get my shit situated. And Angola, these other countries like that, we got to get this nation building thing going, And so it is like this. So Tandria, I don't know what you FBA people are gonna do. I really don't know, because like I said, social media has the world hates black people right now. America hates black people right now. They see your type, Tandria, acting out on the place. There's one chick, right? She put her big, crusty, nasty feet on somebody's armrest, and it was on an airplane, and it was a flight attendant was going told her, "What the hell are you doing with your bare feet, nasty feet like that?" Then later they kicked off the plane, right? And what do you know? You see her, the wig fell off, and they always got that ridiculous. What is up with that? With you black women, so many black women, and y'all got they got the stocking cap on with the hair so jacked up and whatnot. Look, if your hair is jacked up like that, stay home somewhere. A woman loses her hair, man. That means you curse. That's why you act the way you do. She had a patch underneath that stocking cap. Was what is that, like patches and whatnot on her head, whatever. The hair's so goddamn jacked up and whatnot. You got a nasty ass wig on. You get into altercation, the wig comes off and whatnot. I'm like, what the hell, man? Like, I can't do nothing with that. You think we want to breed with that as a stocking? Yeah. What do you think we want to breed with that shit? Look, we talk about the Afghanistan. We want the best women, We don't want no hair, hat wearing hyenas. Get the hell out of here. With 5 kids, 10 baby daddies and shit. Like, get the hell out of here. So more likely, Chandria probably wouldn't be qualified anyway. We're gonna have a height and weight requirement. So she probably wouldn't be qualified anyway. So I don't know why she's here arguing. You don't have to worry about that. You're shooting blanks. No, the bottom line, I'm telling the truth. I'm hitting hard, right? I'm hitting hard. You can call me old man. Yeah. A man can be old all he wants. Men are men. We only get better with age. By the time you guys are 25, it's all downhill from there. Time you 25, time you 30, I got more hair on my nutsack than you got on your head. Y'all need to be real humble when you be looking chopped like that. All these chopped women walking around like they running shit, man. Get the fuck out of here. Not on this platform. If you can't come up here and show what you look like, I assume you're chopped. So it is with American tether to Africa. But bottom line, I ain't to tether Africa. I'm just a global person, and wherever there's opportunity, man, I don't give a shit where it's at. If you got opportunity in Mexico, I'm gonna be there. My people go to Mexico, I'll be there. My people go to Canada, I'll be there. My people go to Dubai, I'll be there. My people interested in goddamn fucking the Seychelles, I'll be there. I'll be anywhere where Black America is, and we're trying to make moves. That's how I am. So we're gonna have a good show tonight, folks. Is social media the reason? I try to reason with these low IQ white people, and I'll tell you something right now, right? When people ask me, well, Kala, be happy in America, that's what your Nack Beezy guy talks about, right? Look, I'm sorry. I cannot, in all good fairness, right? That's why I could never just move to Liberia with that, because I cannot fathom being governed by people I think I'm superior to. Same thing with America. I really do think these people, white Americans, are beneath me. I think they're freaking beneath me, right? How can you be so fucking stupid to think 45 million black people are out here killing, robbing, and all shit like that? They say, well, every day I see the same thing. That's the algorithm you're looking for. You keep clicking on negative stuff. That's what the algorithm's going to send you. Then you ask them, what do you see in real life? A lot of them probably live in West Bubblefuck where they don't see any black people at all. If the only time you see black people is on social media, right? And everybody knows the media, social media, 99% of everything you see is going to be negative, and you draw your conclusions. That's what I do. I say, look, everything I see is negative, right? I can see a place and then we go to that place, we're like, oh, this ain't so bad, real life, Yeah, it don't mean that there's not problems there and whatnot, but I don't make that my whole, oh man, what the hell is the black community, the problem, whatnot. And you got black people like the fucking Anton Daniels and all these colored clowns running around. What we's gonna do? We got to take some responsibility, nigga. What do you mean? I'm taking responsibility for my own goddamn life. The fuck I got to care about what some pookie or somebody on the street corner doing? That ain't my damn problem. Yeah, we gotta get out of this nonsense that when you got niggas fucking up, that's our problem to fucking solve it. Come in my face with that shit, I'll smack the taste out of your mouth. I'm only responsible for what I do. If I do something out of pocket, hold me responsible for what I do. Don't tell me about what this other nigga's doing. I think we got it twisted here. You got black people running around. Oh my God. The community's falling apart. Yeah. But you're the only one worried about it because the same fucking YNs and the Boquishas, they're out there having the time of their life. You out there in the corner, man, what are we going to do about the community? And the same people in that community, right? They ain't worried about it. If you ain't worried about it, the fuck I got to worry about it for? Like, let me give you an example. Right now, you got Negroes, a congressman. That's why I say I can never be a politician. If I got to pander to dumb niggas, I'll never get elected, right? I'll never do that. Walgreens decided to shut down in this one area because they just lost money. People come in, they don't even bother paying, whatnot, just clean shelves off. So after losing all the money, they decided to shut down. You got these protests out there saying, that's going to leave the community vulnerable. Now you got to walk miles and everything like that to go to a walk ball. You guys destroyed your own thing. Now you got black people out there. Oh man, Walgreens is racist. What I like it. Let me tell you something, right? If you don't understand anything I say, I don't give two shits about you. These Negroes that want to keep fucking up and whatnot for themselves, hey, that's on you. I don't care. Walgreens is a business. It has to make money. Right? I'm supposed to be out there with you protesting and all this kind of nonsense and everything like that. Talk about bring Walgreens back. This is racism and whatnot. I mean, some of the shit I be seeing, man. I'm like, like I said, the FBA people, you FBA types and whatnot. That's how the FBA is the low IQ part of Black America. They're a low IQ, low life part of Black America. These are the fucking people, like the 5 generations of sucking welfare, 5 generations of my daddy being in jail. I don't know who my daddy is, or I see my daddy one time, well, I say dudes like that. I see my father one time, whatnot, he was going out there. Last time I saw my father, he went out to get some milk and whatnot. Then I saw him years later on the corner. I said, Dad, and he ran. See, I have empathy for people who go through that, right? But that's not my life, So it is what it is. And then now they discovered a new word, tether. The biggest tether is a parasitic Black American. A Black American is the biggest tether in the world. Is a fucking parasite on white America. Because, like Tariq and all these FPA, y'all ain't going to take the white man from me. That's all it's all about. You afraid these Africans are going to get near the white man and take your shine away from you, Man, white people love us and whatnot. We've been here. They like our music and whatnot. They like us here. We're FBA. Y'all the biggest bootlickers and tethers there ever was. I got the evidence. You know, I got receipts, and I go way back. I go way back. I go way back. But that's what we'll talk about tonight, man. I'm gonna do my usual FBA bashing tonight. I think I'll give Africans a night off. I don't know. I might not. You got these Nigerians running around crazy. There's one crazy chick online talking about Nigerians rule the world, but not rule fucking what? How you gonna rule the world, man? Less than 5% of your population got electricity and shit. You rule the world. We produce all the doctors. Okay, all right. We have people dying in Nigeria of preventable diseases. Oh, we're the great doctors. We're great this, whatnot. What I realized with Nigerians, right? You know what they remind me of? Back when black people started getting a little bit of money, back like 50, 60, 70 years ago, when you like so poor and you finally get money, you like to show off. You like to put on what they call put on air. Now, so many generations of black America in the middle class, it's not even mentioned no more, right? You go to my house, and you'll see 3 Mercedes in the driveway and stuff like that. I don't go fucking bragging about it. I don't post that shit on Facebook saying what I have, my house, whatever like that, or what I'm doing and whatnot. It just what it is what it is. People find out and they say admire me. They don't. If they don't know, who cares? I don't feel like it's necessary to let everybody I know on my T-shirt that I own this, I own that, and whatnot. Like when people ask me, have I ever traveled to the African continent? Yeah, I did several times. Right? Oh, you did? I didn't know that. Well, I didn't think it was that fucking important. We got one person that man, he went on a cruise to Bahamas, man. He gonna make sure you know about it. This is why I went to Bahamas. Look at all these souvenirs and whatnot. Oh yeah, Nigeria ain't got no damn electricity. You know, Dynas is an enthusiast, right? Now, DK, what did the College Genesis always says about people who are enthusiasts, right? They exaggerate. Now, let me break it down to you again. A jewel from the College Genesis, right? Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. My good brother Dinus Amir is a Nigerian enthusiast. He's a Sierra Leone enthusiast. So he tends to exaggerate. Now, some people say, Carla, you're a Liberian enthusiast. Yeah, I am, but a little bit, right? But one thing I won't tell you is that if you go to Liberia tomorrow, you're going to be rich tomorrow. It's going to solve all your problems. No. I tell you it's a place to visit. But bring your black ass back to the States. It ain't there yet. That's what I'm saying. I ain't going to tell you that, oh, man, Nigeria is all this, blah, blah, blah. Sierra Leone, get your passport, all these passports. There's no, look, all these passports that they talk about in Africa are completely useless. You ain't going to get no benefit or no prestige having a Nigerian passport. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be like caught dead with one of those, man. Motherfuckers would be like, oh, you're really a Nigerian scamming and whatnot. Then the United States government will flag your American passport. You're stuck with a Nigerian passport. Then you're stuck overseas. That's what Trump and them's doing. If you use multiple passports, the federal government could basically report your passport as compromised. And when you go to use it, right, when you get ready to board a plane, oh, your passport, sir, I was ordered to confiscate this. That's people getting their passports confiscated. That's why when I go travel, I got a U.S. passport. I ain't got a third passport, second passport, nothing. You ain't getting me stuck out there. You got to be fucking kidding me. Carla, man, get a Liberian passport. Get the fuck out of here. Get the entire fuck out of here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't travel with none of these fucking African passports. God forbid if you get stuck with only those passports and you lose your American passport, you are fucked. You are really fucked. People don't want to hear nothing. You can't go to the embassy in Morocco and say, I'm really a U.S. citizen. They're going to look at your black ass like, hell no, you know? Hell no. Hell no. You be African, you know? You're one of these Africans. Like, that's what they do with Africans all the time. Africans always lying about their country of origin, you know? So look, some of y'all Negroes in America, you going over to my, you want to be African. You don't understand the reality of being an African in this world. It's not fun. It's not easy. You know, I had to learn that the hard way. It's not fun. It's not easy. You know. Yeah. Yeah. So bottom line, yeah, because it's a Nigerian passport. I don't care how they don't give a damn how much money you got in the bank and all that. It's a Nigerian passport. You don't fuck who you are. You know, we don't care what your name is, Aliko Dangote. You're a fucking Nigerian. You know, that's all the fuck the world looks at. You know, they don't want you. They don't want you. Most people don't want you in that country. Simple as that. You know, simple as that. Well, we're having a good show tonight, folks. We're gonna have a lot of things and whatnot. I've been talking about this Chud the Builder clown and whatnot. And every time I see Chud the Builder, why is he always beefing with somebody, some black guy that he's bigger than? You ever notice that? He's always beefing with somebody skinny and smaller than him, you know? So if something does drop off, he got the advantage because he's actually has size to him over that person, you know? So it is what it is. I'm saying to myself, you got people out there, listen to this and listen to this very carefully. Yesterday, there was an incident, I forgot what state it was, right? A 15-year-old kid gunned down his classmate. They were both in gangs in the neighborhood, right? The one dude bumped into the other dude, right? The dude apologized, and the dude said, I don't think you really apologize enough. So they agreed to meet after school for a fight. When they went to fight, the one pulled out his pew pew and blip, 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 dead, just like that. You know how easy it is. You could go out tonight, right now, go to the corner store. There will be somebody, there could be somebody there. They got the pew pew, right? They see you, you look at them the wrong way, and the next thing you know, I'm reading about you in the obituary. If you're black. But if you're Chud the Builder, I got people even like my good brother John telling me, oh, don't get upset, Kala. It's just words and whatnot. Man, look, man, come on. I don't want to hear that shit, It's the principle of the thing. It's about respect, you know? You don't let nobody come up to you and call you nigga and stuff like that and walk away from it. You don't do that. Because what you're doing is you're making it dangerous for the rest of us. Because what that's doing right now, this Chud to build his antics, is emboldening these people. Oh, let me see what I can get away with. I can rub a group of black guys say nigger, blah, blah, blah. And the bottom line is this, it's a mess. Because we don't have black men strong enough to check these dudes when it happens. If you get ran up on by a white boy doing that to you, threatening you and shit like that, if you don't handle that, you're doing a disservice to your community. But I'm so disappointed with the black youth of today. They're so freaking weak, man. I thought y'all was so gangster and shit like that. That's what I thought. I was like, damn. I had no idea so many of these young boys are soft like this, I'm like, damn, Yeah, so they always have, William Myers always having trouble with his passport, I mean, he traveled on Africa, showcase Africa, but, but he's always getting in trouble in Africa and whatnot, they get detained and all stuff like that, I don't know. I don't know anymore, I don't know anymore, That's why I say I stick with one or two countries, do something there, I am not a fucking Pan Africanist, I am not a Pan African. Only reason why I do Liberia is because Liberia was founded by African American men. So if something was founded by African American men, it's my duty to support that. No other reason. No other reason. I am not a fucking Pan Africanist. I could give a rat's ass about Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, any of these countries. They don't mean shit to me. What means something to me is my ancestors, slave descendants in America, what they was able to do. My history starts in America. Does it end in America? It starts in America. Sorry. I was always like, oh, we're all one people, we're all one Africa. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You know? Until I see otherwise, where I benefit from anything like that, I'm like, yo, look, I'll stick with what I know. I know my people here. I know them. I know what they want. I know what they want from me. I know what I want from them and everything like that, you know? So we could talk like that all night, you know? We have Lorraine Lucas, right? FBI raids her headquarters. It's an old lady. Now this lady should have kept her mouth shut. Some of these black women, they don't know when to shut up, you know? They be corrupt as all kinds of hell, bro, running off when they get in these positions of power. I knew that was a train wreck happen. I look at who she has around her. She's like Mama Big Bucks, whatnot, you know, in her congressional seat, whatever, you know. She's like Mama Big Bucks. And she got known a few years ago during the Summer of Love 2020 when they went to tear down a Confederate monument, which I agree they should have done it or not. But the city of Portsmouth, to me, had more pressing issues like crime and everything like that. But she was out in the forefront tearing down some Confederate monument and everything like that. You know, now the Trump administration got up on something. She got a lot of charges. She's an old lady. She's like in her 80s. So, geez, man, she get convicted. She's done. And then you got this one lady in Paris, Louisiana. This black lady that was the sheriff. They charged her for, remember that breakout that happened last year? Those 10 inmates escaped. Sure enough, as I always say, I always think I'm picking on black women. The black female staff there, her, and as far as the sheriff aided and abetted these escapees. What is it about criminals, thugs, and pookies in our community, right? That educated black women don't seem like they can get enough of. Why is that? Why is that? And then when people say, well, Kala, when you talk about the Afghanistan, why you always say there's no women going to be involved? That's exactly why. When you let women in, particularly single mothers and stuff like that, you might as well put the Pookie on prime, on high. You might as well turn whatever you're building over to Pookie. You might as well let Umar Johnson run it, you know? You might as well let these clowns run it. Because that's who's elevated when you give women power at anything you do. Anything we build got to be men. And if a woman wants to join, she has to be, what's the word I'm looking for? She has to be spoken for. I mean, she's married. We got to get back to that. We got to get back to morals and values. Because you notice that why a lot of these movements failed back in the days when you had a bunch of baby mamas, single mothers, everything that were given equal access to organizations and decision makers. Yeah, black power, down with the power, and you got 5 kids on welfare, and you up there giving advice and making things like that. I seen that, like, you know, we gotta do this. The community went, what the hell do you mean? I see this one. It was happened in 1996. There was a documentary, and I really feel bad for my sisters, right? That was when they first started talking about single motherhood. Like, there's a documentary out there, you can look for it, right? And they'll basically 1986. That's the year I graduated from high school. And I remember that when it came out, right? Because I felt, damn man, that was the first time I felt bad about my community, right? But they were like all these women that it was my age at the time had kids, right? Black girls had kids, right? And then the one girl's like, well, I didn't know my daddy. My mother didn't know her daddy. Whatnot. That was that side of Black America was reality, right? And then there's beautiful young girls. They'll ask them, "What do you want to see?" They was like, "Oh, I wish we could all come together. Our men and women come together, and the men can help us raise these kids together." And I said to myself, as an 18-year-old man, like, what do I want to raise somebody else's fucking kids for? But they kept pushing that. It's a village raise a child, right? And so I said, one of them said, I want to get a husband and do it like that, and teach my daughter to wait for marriage and whatnot. It was just the same old, same old. And I was like, damn, man, that's what we're in for. And I was right. And I was like, damn. Then as the 90s progressed, right, it got worse. My whole thing was I always wanted to marry somebody who did not have kids. That's just was my thing. But as I got older, by the time I'm 23, 24, the pickings were slim. After 30, it's damn near impossible. So I'm like, what the hell we do? My community's so screwed up. Then, after you're 30, you got to force to lower your standards. You got to take that single mom or not. Now, you got the single mamas running shit. We got dudes out there hollering at females, fighting over them, and they already got like 10 kids or whatnot. You know. So what you call Tandria, let's not go there. Let's not go there with this generation stuff. My generation was fine, for the most part, right? And the fuck shit started happening as my generation matured. But it's still up leading up to my generation, right? We still had home. Still, when I was coming up, we still had homes. I said there was a certain segment of our community that was doing that. Now that seems to be the norm. Because I was like, back then when I saw that documentary, I was like, dang, man, there's a lot of girls there, single mothers. That was unheard of in Black America. It really was. It was very rare, in our culture, right? Single mothers were very rare. Usually, if you had a kid or whatever like that, you would send them down south to be raised by aunt such and such, whatever like that. It was like a shame. And then it became a sport, so it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Woody Maya. Woody Maya. Woody Maya's a good kid, man, but I mean, he loves Africa. He loves Africa. That's what's Africa get its act together and whatnot. You know, which they can get together. And I realize now that every country in Africa got problems with infrastructure. Well, what West Africa. I'm willing to try out Southern Africa. I can't wait. I want to know what it's like to live in a majority black country, and they got highways, roadways, and basic infrastructure laid down. That's what you have in places like Namibia, Zambia. Let's be honest with ourselves. All these places got infrastructure because there's white settlement. That's the sad part about all that, right? Now, the only country I would say that don't got white settlement is pretty modern is probably Rwanda. But people tell me outside of Kigali, which was once really white, in Belgium, right? Rwanda is very underdeveloped too. You can't win anywhere, in Africa. You can't win anywhere. Kenya, they tell me Kenya got issues and everything, and you got a lot of whites Indians. Maybe we just have to get to the point where there's never going to be such thing as an Afghanistan. Maybe multiracial societies are the only way Africa can progress. I don't know. If that's the case, then what's the point of going to Africa? We might as well stay in America, right? If we gotta live in a place where we gotta have whites and Asian people here, there we gotta stay. Might as well stay in America. But those Africans, they don't understand why we want black cycles. We want to prove to ourselves that we could govern and build something nice without white people. You know, we need that affirmation. You know, that's very important to Black America to see that. So when we go to Africa and we see white people, large numbers of whites around, right, and then we see them in key positions, that does something to us, right? It's almost like the white man reaching over to Africa saying, "Oh, you try to escape me? You ain't getting away from me." You know, So it is what it is, folks. So it is what it is. But we got a good show tonight, folks. When you got topics like in social media, the reason for anti-black sentiment, yes, it is. Social media is definitely the reason for anti-black sentiment. And I'm saying to myself, you know, white judge said, "Yeah, I know. You might if you got a white judge such as a Malema, you got white people building their own communities down there." And like I said, I don't know a whole lot, right? But when I see a black country and you got white people in key powers and everything like that, locking up one of your top persons and whatnot, something is definitely not right, quite right. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Then there's a guy, Zongo sent me a guy. I remember seeing this a couple of years ago during the year return. Right, some Lebanese guy was basically saying, "Does Ghana know what in Africa know what to get to by inviting these Black Americans to Africa?" Like, look, first of all, this is why I look at it. That's why I go to Liberia. I dare anybody tell me, oh, about Liberia, right? Because I'll smack the Liberian and the Lebanese. I'll smack the taste out of both their mouth. That's the way when I go to Liberia, I own the place. That's why I look at it. My ancestors built this place. Shut the hell up. You don't have to be here, and you take your native Liberians. They don't have to be here either. That's why I am where I'm in Liberia. You know. But this guy just going off, and then Zongo say, "You read the comment section." Oh yeah, the comment section was a bunch of black people saying, "Yeah, those Black Americans are entitled and whatnot. They're gonna come to Ghana and rule and Liberia 2.0 and all stuff like this." And I'm saying to myself, uh, you got black people who are African descent invited to a black country, Ghana, right? And the fact that somebody can be so disrespectful and get in there, and I can see if he was talking to his fellow Lebanese, right? He's talking to black folks in Africa. He said, warning black folks in Africa about black people in America. This is insane. And you got the Africans down there. Yeah, you're my brother. You're right, and everything like that. That's why I said, you know, who asked me, Carl, do you like Africans? I don't know. Sometimes I don't. I don't. I think Africans are stupid. They're stupid. Nice people, but they're fucking stupid. You had a white guy telling you to distrust another black man from America, and you sitting there going along with it. So it is what it is. Yeah, how do you get Africans to survive, to be race conscious? For example, DK, and we just came to the conclusion, DK, you may not like this, right? What's going on in the Sahel right now, folks? Listen to this. I've concluded, right, after my study and everything like that, because I did not know what's going on in Sahel. On the mainstream media, you hear one thing, And then when you go onto the Steam panel of Search for Huru and his panel of experts or whatever, you get another source. You don't know what's going on. I concluded what's going on in the Sahel right now is a separatist movement, and it's also a race war. They're not jihadi militants just being jihadi witness, like that. You know what I'm saying? This is a race war. The Tuaregs and the Berbers and all that identify now as Arabs, Muslims, everything, and non-black. They want a caliphate. You know what a caliphate is? Caliphate will be a non-black run Islamic area linked to the Islamic world. That's a caliphate. They don't want black African rule. Why don't people understand what's going on? This is a fucking race war, right? It has nothing to do with Islam, whatever like that, because both sides are Muslims. But the African is so stubborn in his mind, he does not think race exists. And that's what the problem is. So I just couldn't understand, and that complicates everything, right? I don't know if I could go along with this the AES right now. No, I don't think the AES really gets it because they never talk about this. They say things like as insurgents. This is not an insurgency. This is a separatist movement. Big difference. Yeah, of course. It's a separatist movement. That's not an insurgency. Insurgency is something that is homegrown between two rival factions in a country. This is a separatist movement that does not recognize the legitimate authority of the people in power. That's a separatist movement. A separatist movement is way dangerous because it has some air of legitimacy to it. You know what a separatist movement, GK, was? The South Sudan. Look what happened in South Sudan. That was a separatist movement. That wasn't insurgency. They had territories that they were trying to seize and become independent. That's based on race or whatever like that. They didn't care about anything else. There was a separatist movement. The South Sudan was a separatist movement. This right in the hand of Sudan and the Sahel are separatist movements. And you got black Africans going along with it and stuff like that, whatever, as a thing, you join them, whatever like that. But for the most part, the Arabs and all those other people feel that they can build their own Islamic world outside of it, Well, yeah, I know. They never talk about Mauritania, They never talk about Mauritania. I'd be like, yo, look, they could easily go to Mauritania and take that over, but they're not going to do it, So I don't know what it is. I have no idea why Africans are the way they are. I don't know. I just don't know. If I was in charge of Burkina Faso, what's that right next to Mali's right next to thing, I would have been bum rushed Mauritania and took that shit over. I would have been took that shit over, I would have been like, so let's go take this shit, They still got chattel slavery in Mauritania. Black chattel slavery, the Harrisons, in Mauritania, Yeah, that's the African mind. They're terrified of the white Berbers and the Arabs, That's the African mind, But the African, he'll fight you in a minute, They do Africa with Africans and on Dynasty Channel. They do always CD. They always got some smoke for somebody black, They ain't got nothing to say about no white people, It is what it is. Afrodamus' people are the Haritans, the Sonike. They were slaves. I'm a Sonike warrior. No, nigga, you're a slave. You step your black ass in Mauritania and see what happens to you, Aphrodite. You know, you're a slave. You know, you step on their soil. Yeah, I want to listen to the proud Sonike warrior and whatnot, man. Everybody in Africa, come to Africa on this platform got some sort of imaginary pedigree, you know. I'm a proud Sonike warrior and whatnot, you know. You know, I was owned by such and such and I was a slave. But when I come to America, I can tell the Black American I'm a proud Sonike warrior. Yeah, you know. That's what we do in the show, folks. We tell it like it is. You know, we spare nobody's feelings. We spare no feelings whatsoever. I can't spare people's feelings, you know, because we got too much going on that we got to get to the truth. You know, the truth will set you free. You know what's going on, Afro Theory. The truth shall set you free. You know, when you know the truth, you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. You know, so we're gonna talk about that tonight. A lot of stuff. You know, AS is the only group of Africans there. Yeah, but the bottom line, what they need to do is frame what the like. What I would now, what I would say is this, DK. The only alternative to a separatist movement is, unfortunately, is genocide. Is the AES willing to go to the level of like a Khmer Rouge, you know, and massacre millions of people, you know, systematically? Will they do that? You know, where they line up bodies, have millions of bodies in mass graves, or are they ready to have mass graves and stuff like that? If they're not really do that, they need to sit down, negotiate a settlement, and let these people have their own territory. That's only two options you got. Either you kill these people systemically and systematically and mass murder, right? Genocide, right? Or you just separate from them, give them their own territory, and that'll be the end of it. You know, West Africans got to make a choice. AES has to make a choice, you know? Think you're going to beat them and whatnot, you know? You know, it is. Yeah, well, I hope it's not too late because I keep seeing them making advances back and forth, whatnot. That's not a good look, man. Not a good look, man. Not a good look. What's going on in Mali is not really a good look, you know? But you got to come up with something that's going to end this thing. Because you can't keep dragging this on the way it is right now, you know? It is what it is. See, I would stop calling them terrorists. I would call them separatists, right? And then you call them separatists, you say, okay, this is what they want, right? And then if you link them to the caliphate, say they want to create a caliphate, right? Then that'll make the West look hypocritical because the West says it wants to stop the Islamic caliphate in Iraq, Syria, and all those other places. But why are they supporting the caliphate in the Sahel? And something's not adding up, you know? That's why you got to at least link these people with the caliphate. So this is a separatist movement, you know, separatist movement. And this is more than just, you know, people rumbling for the. This is a separatist movement, you know? So, but what's the end game, DK? Do they want a nation state? Do they want territory? I think that is the end game. They're separatists. They want an independent state. So you got to look at that point of view. How do you solve the problem from that point of view? If somebody wants a nation state, then, you know, you have to, you know, according to Geneva, you have to start talking to them, negotiating. You know, Well, I don't know if they want to take. That's what they say, take over Mali, but that's not feasible. You know, what I think they want is that northern part of Mali on the Algerian border, which ethnically were always Berbers and people of North African descent. And I don't think they like being governed. The modern territories of Mali, I told you, it's DK, were created by the French. You know, without any consideration. You know, so I don't think they like that. You know, so that's why I think these separatist movements exist. You know. You know, so it is what it is. Yeah, but what I'm saying is this: although they're admixed population, I look at these guys, right? They basically, in their mind, they see themselves as Berbers and Arabs. I heard some of them talk before. They really look down upon Black Africans. They consider themselves something different, like the Janjaweed in Sudan. These people are dangerous, right? Because they're caught between two worlds. And most likely they tend to identify with the Tuaregs and all these other people identify with the Arab world, the white world. Even though they're darker than most of us, they consider themselves, they don't consider themselves Black Africans, you know? Yeah, but it doesn't matter if they're not the majority, right? They feel like they have the right to rule. I don't know, like I said, we gotta look that up. You know, they have the right to rule, because they feel like, although they should dominate that area. That's the way they feel about it. I don't agree with them, but I'm trying. I'm trying to get to a solution here. Trying to get to a solution because what we're doing right now is not working. I don't know. So in other words, you're gonna spend the next 30 years. Right now, I don't see any end in sight. So another 30 years, right? You're gonna be fighting major wars, destruction and whatnot. That's why when somebody sends me a goddamn picture of Burkina Faso's electric vehicle, I'm like, how the hell, what's that going to do? Where's the hell have an electric vehicle if people ain't going to be alive to drive it? So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Let's see. Black people need to stop being afraid of armed conflict. What it is black people are afraid of armed conflict. They're afraid of dying, man. You know. Let's see. So it is what it is. Black people ain't afraid of armed conflict. They're afraid of armed conflict with white and other people. Black people will armed conflict your ass in a minute. It comes to other black people. Oh yeah, they'll kill you in a minute. That ain't no damn problem. What they don't like is being told that somebody that looks white or non-African got to be the target. They'll go through all their way to fucking make sure they don't have what people have. You know. Let's see. So black people will kill each other in a damn heartbeat. I would like to see black people be scared actually of armed conflict when it comes to other black people. Shit. Because other black people, black people pull out the bliggity and pew pew with you in a minute. Well, the thing is, though, in American Liberians, hindsight in history even might be repeating itself in Liberia, right? Uh, the problem in Liberia is, and you know something, I'm gonna take pride in something right now. I told you my contributions to Liberia at the top of the show, right? Um, when I was there, I told my guy Ross, if you talk to anybody, government officials, I said, what you need to do is, I said, what are you guys doing? I said, you guys, the government of Liberia has no social media presence. And I said, yo, your little group, WhatsApp group, is not doing it. The government has to be out on front and controlling the narrative. So now Liberia is launching to hire and train content creators on TikTok and Facebook. I hope it's not too late. Too late. I said, what the hell were they waiting for? That was a suggestion I gave, and I guess they're implementing it now. I said, you don't let these people that want to destroy the country, they're online lying. I see them all the time. You could have all this progress in the country, right? But they're online saying all this nonsense about, oh, Bokar stealing and like this. And, oh, look at this, look at that, and whatnot, And that's going out to thousands of people. I said, you guys got to be on top of this. First, they'll argue me about this. I said, look, it's all about misinformation. I said, say what you want about Donald Trump, right? But Donald Trump watches everything. He's on True Social. He's on Twitter, X. Constantly getting his message out there. He has handlers, right? That report to him of something that they see on social media and whatnot that he has a handle on. This guy, Bokar, don't know what's going on. His image is trash among the Liberian people. It's unfair. He's doing a remarkable job. But he's not doing messaging. That was the same thing that happened with Tolbert. Tolbert had this rally time project, right? Liberia was prospered in the 70s, right? But you had people out there selling a false narrative. The Congo people have all the money and blah, 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 blah. And what do you think always sticks? Negativity. And the result of that was the rice riots of 79 and the coup of 1980. The same thing could happen right now in Liberia. That's why I'm taking a step back. I'm saying you guys are setting yourself up for a coup or something worse. Because you let these people, these politicians and all these other people say the most egregious thing and not aggressively addressing them. Not having your own content creators and journalists out there. And I ain't talking about just regular journalists. I'm talking about people who are really vicious. Where would the Republican Party be without someone like Charlie Kirk or Turning Point USA? Without Rumble and Parler and all these platforms? What about things like the Hoover Institute? All these institutions they have pushing the right-wing agenda. And I told Liberia, y'all need to do that. You can't just sit back and be like, oh, well, we're just going to run the government and do the right thing. I don't care. Nobody cares about that. You got to get that propaganda machine going, or you will be in trouble. You're going to be just like the American Liberians. They had the True Whig Party is what built Liberia. Is what built fucking modern Africa. People don't even know that. They created the OAU, all these things. But because they don't have a messaging, no one knew about it. How is it that these people came from America, established a Pan-African country that helped rest Africa liberate, but we're left with this idea that African-American slave descendants came to Liberia and oppressed the natives? Because there was no alternative viewpoint saying what was going on. You had no journalists in the country. You had no writers or thinkers in the country. So it is what it is. As I said, I can't be involved with people that would be stupid, Let's see the same thing freaking happening all over again. You're going to let a bunch of people... Look, people are more likely to believe negativity. They are. Right now, Liberia is going through a crisis with LEC, the electricity thing, right? But people are going to politicize it. Now you got the Mount Coffee Dam, right? That's up and running, right? But the Coffee Dam is only good during rainy season. With electricity, and people are like, we don't electricity keep going out. So people put things in proper context. Liberia is a poor country recovering from a war, infrastructure destroyed, everything. And so, therefore, yeah, LEC is going to be out once in a while. But people don't do that. What they hear on the media is the corrupt Congo people and Boca in power trying to starve the people out because they're mean. They withhold. I've heard somebody say they're withholding electricity to try to starve the people. And you got people in the comment section saying, that's right. That's why we're going to put Ware back in power. And I said to myself, look, in all good faith, I can't be around people like this. I'll be honest with you. When you're at that level of ignorance and whatnot, volatile, toxic, ignorant, I can't be around you. So I just stepped back from African politics altogether. Because people want to be ignorant, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. And put a link in the chat, folks. You want to call in, talk about anything, any topic tonight. What do you talk about? You don't necessarily be the topic. If you want something to say, you have something that's on your mind, you know, you could tell me, something I meant to put. So if you want to come in, call in, see how it's going tonight, say hello, whatever, what's going on, what thing. I want to know what happened in Oklahoma, Arcadia Lake, Oklahoma. It says 22 people shot, one person died. They don't tell you anything in the news anymore. I'm on edge. Is a shooter black? Or what? Does anybody know about this case? Was it a black party? It probably is. I mean, because you don't see white people gathering in large numbers and whatnot. So two people had an argument, and next thing you know, guns coming out and people getting shot. That's America for you, 2026. That's what you got to be proud of. You know, that's what you got. That's what you got to be proud of. A dangerous ass country where everyone's going fucking insane. Really, people are literally going insane in this country. And I'm the type. I'm sorry. I don't accept it. I live with it every day, but don't tell me I gotta love this shit. You have a party and 22 people shot over an argument. No other place in the world does this shit happen like this. There's something wrong with American culture. And it's getting worse. There's something wrong. There's something there. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. I just think, be honest with you, right? America's problems started in its origins, started in its origin. You could tell how something's going to come out by the way it starts. You cannot have a civilization, right? As bold as it was, 1776. This, that, the other thing. Then you realize when I was growing up, I was saying this the other night. I was saying this on a conference call last night, right? They was asking me, how did I get radicalized, right? How did I get radicalized? And I'm going to do a show on the 4th of July about my history as far as like my going from being a patriot as a child to being a radical black nationalist. How did I get to this point? Didn't happen overnight, you know. It was a gradual procession. Things I saw, and you know what's the sad part about it was? I was basically radicalized, not by people. I was not radicalized by people like Malcolm X. I was not radicalized by the Nation of Islam. I was not radicalized by the Black Panther Party and stuff like that. My radicalization came from just simply reading and studying other histories in the world, and also uh, other people's point of view about America. One of the countries I've studied really closely was Japan. I know Japanese history very well, right? And then when I studied Japan, I started seeing things from the Japanese point of view, what they thought. You know, why did they act the way they did? Why did they bomb Pearl Harbor? Why did they go to war with the United States? And then when I heard some of their arguments from their point of view, you know, right or wrong, I said, okay, America's point of view. Because before that, you're like, oh, America was a great country. Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. We won and whatnot. Democracy. Then I realized that's what America told me. And then when I studied other parts, they like Japan, China, America was part of the carving of China during the was the open door policy, which created warlords and everything. America was also involved in the opium trade, right? The opium trade. American financial institutions financed the opium trade to the Far East. So we start learning all this, and then we look at people's point of view that yeah, they see, oh man, our people are addicted to opium. Where's it coming from? Well, you got an American businessman there, and he's basically with his British counterparts, and they introduce the Chinese to opium. I'm saying to myself, is that supposed to be my countrymen? And I began to be ashamed of being American, and rightfully so. You know, and I looked at, you know, other things I was looking looked at that disturbed me, you know, how America took Hawaii, you know, and then I learned the Hawaiian stuff. Before that, you know, anything America did was all right with me. Oh yeah, I used to use terms like the fucking red man, the engine, and all stuff like that. Blah blah blah. Yeah, we got to civilize the engines and all stuff like that. You know, I even felt sort of way about black people. Like, oh yeah, well, nigga, like that. That's what America does. It even turns you against your own race. Then when you start reading your own people, right? You start reading their point of view and whatnot, you know? Because before, you know, when I was a patriot in America, I blamed everything wrong in Black America on our own people. I believe that we were lazy. But then it dawned on me, right, at a young age, right? And that was my faith. God does not make mistakes when he creates man or he creates anything else. A country that rejects and oppresses a man and judges a man by his race is not a good country. That's not a good society. That's a wicked society. And then I've been like that all my life. I said, yeah, you know something? America's a wicked society because I began to love myself and my people, knowing we got problems and whatnot. But I fundamentally realized it's not friggin' uh it's not anything wrong with us. God didn't make any birth defects when he created us. There's something wrong with the power structure and the system that we live under. That's what I like this, you know? You know? So it is what it is. And maybe Foster got some information. Foster, what's going on? You know about the information in Oklahoma?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I just kind of got on. I
All
was
right.
listening. I tried to go to the beginning, and then I seen you drop the link, so I just came back to the end.
Right. So I don't know what's going on. What do you think? Do you think it's like madness in this country? 23 people shot at a party.
Damn, no, I didn't see that. Black folks.
I have no idea. They're covering it up. They won't show us.
No, but what I'm saying, what was the event? Who got? Oh, they're not
It
saying who
was
got shot.
a place, Arcadia Lake, Oklahoma.
Hmm. And they
There
didn't
was
say
a
what
party
type of
out,
event.
but, with a large gathering of people, a few hundred people, and next thing you know, a fight broke out, and next thing guns came out.
Sound like black people.
Yeah, I know. Don't see the fact that we say that. Isn't that sad? Isn't that sad?
Yeah, it could be anybody though. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know
Yeah,
nothing
but
about them.
and I know, we
No,
know.
I was looking for you to say that it was like a mass shooting, like some one of these
Well, they
white boy
called it a
mass
mass
shooters.
shooting.
It
The
is a
one
mass
person
shooting, but
fired.
yeah, it is a mass shooting. But what I'm saying is, like some white boy shooting up the school type of stuff.
Yeah, that's what we were hoping, right? We were hoping, so we got ammunition against the white boy. But when they said it was a party, I was like, oh Lord. So they said it was a party, I was like, oh Lord, Negroes, you know,
Yeah, yeah,
our people, man, like that. They said when they said it was a fight, I said, oh Lord.
that's what I'm saying, man. I got a 17-year-old daughter, man. She about to go out into college next, in a little
You heard
bit.
about that girl that got killed a stray bullet in South Carolina last year, right?
Nah, I ain't hear about that.
Oh yeah, she was at a homecoming. Look at University of South Carolina homecoming. Black girl got killed by a stray bullet.
No, that's what I be telling her, man. Mind your damn business. I don't know what happened to that girl, but you can
Oh
catch a
no, she was
stray.
out with her friend. She was out with her friends, whatnot.
No, I know,
And
but I'm saying you could catch a stray. Like, say for instance, you see a fight starting to form up or something, and you
yeah, you
want to
get
be the
out of there.
person to go watch. You never
When
know
I
what
when
can
I
happen to
when
you.
I did club security, right? I always warn people, never stay to the absolute end.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, like some people I knew when I knew the club was about to end in 10 minutes, I would gather everybody I knew, right, and say, "Yo, it's time to leave. It's time
Mm,
for you to go."
mm,
And I said, "It's time for you to go." Why? It's time. Look, it's time for you to go. I'm having a good time. I don't give a fuck. Those are females.
mm.
You can't look. Get your ass up and get the hell out of here. Because sometimes I know that we got to take some dudes down or something like that, and dudes come, they go to cars and they pull out their gats or whatever like that. We know. So we try to get as many people out of the place as possible.
Mm. Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Nah, that's reasonable.
So that's what I do. Philly Yard says, "Call an elder to tell you don't criticize because you are enjoying the spoils. The spoils of what of America? I don't care. Bottom line is this: we can enjoy all that too, but part of what gets me is Mufasa. Does anybody ever tell white people to be quiet and stop criticizing?
Nope. No, it's only us.
It's only us. It's only us that
Yeah.
tells this
Stop
should.
complaining. Ah, yeah.
Nobody
Stop all the
complains.
complaining.
Nobody complains more than the fucking white man. America.
Nah, but it's never complaining when they do it. Cause
They, com-
I'm like
they
that
just
for
being
me.
they just
I
being
just
patriotic Americans.
Yeah, it's always some positive word. For us, it's always complaining or whatever, whatever. That's why I said I just want to take them same people and just find their foot and just stand on it with all my weight. And when
Right.
they say, "Hey, man, get off me! Stop complaining! Stop complaining! Stop
Yeah.
complaining!" Just put my hands around your throat. Stop complaining! Stop complaining! That's basically what they doing to us.
Soccer playing. Soccer playing. Stop
Yeah,
complaining.
yeah.
I'm
Stop
always
complaining.
complaining about something.
Pull
Or the,
yourself up by your
the
bootstraps
latest
while I
one
choke the
is
life out of you.
the latest one is they choke. They trigger you and provoke you, and then you react. They say you're chipping out. You got black people walk around. Oh, I don't want to chip out. Well, I said, look, I think we should have a national chip out day. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
the bottom line is this: you don't get to react, tell how somebody responds to you, right? That's called tone policing.
Yep.
You could control somebody by tone policing. You know how you do it? When somebody gets upset and they sound loud and emotional, you say, "Oh, see, you're raising a voice. You're getting irate. You're emotional." Then when people take it down a little bit, you're controlling their tone. That's called tone policing.
Yeah. They do it all the time. It's also another way of saying it is gaslighting.
Yeah,
Because anger is a reasonable response to being
yeah.
done wrong.
Look,
You know what I'm saying?
anger, love, hatred. All that stuff like that are human emotions. You
Yep.
know, you could be over emotional in love. That's just as bad as being emotional and anger or whatnot. It's about controlling it. But you got people out there like, oh my God, a black man got angry, or a black woman got angry, man. She got a bad attitude.
Mm, mm.
And
Matt
that's
Neasy said, guarantee it wasn't a black woman that shot that party up. I guarantee you it was over a black woman.
it probably was. You know, Let me get Afro theory on
Hey, Carla. Hi,
what's going on.
Mufasa.
What's going
Hey, what's
on?
going on?
I found the information. I found an article about the shooting,
All right, what
and it's a
happened?
lot of information about it. But it was a man. It was black people,
Oh,
black Americans,
oh no, no,
and it was
no kidding.
it was a man who did it. He killed a woman, and he shot 23 other people. His bail is at $1 million.
So why
How
did
does
he
he shoot
shoot the black
23
woman?
people?
Did they know each other?
No, I didn't see it in the article that I read, but I'm looking up more information, so I'll relay it to you.
Right.
How does one person shoot 23 people? What the hell did he have? An M60?
Yeah, that's a good question. They reload, they just shooting everybody and whatnot. I mean, goddamn,
It's hard to shoot. It's hard to shoot 23 people.
Yeah. But I heard it was a shootout. And people got
That's
hit
what
in
I'm
the
saying. It
I-
probably not. It probably ain't no one person. If
yeah, it's
23
probably more
people
than
got
one
shot.
person, shooting, people back at
Bro,
each
it's
other.
not even a lot of bullets that got 23 bullets in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If 23 people shot, it has to be at least 60 rounds that went out.
Right. Yep.
That's a few people shooting.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not no one person shooting. That's like a
I know
platoon.
they got them switches and all that on these guns now.
Yeah.
So
But why would you be at a party with switches, and stuff like this is
they got
insane.
switches everywhere. Shit.
Yeah, well, how come they know where's the switches at when Chud the builder rolls up, Where's that,
They've been waiting on you, man. They've been saying they thought Kylo was gonna handle it and put the
No,
work
man,
in.
that's for the young boys, I tell you one
Here
thing.
we go.
If it's,
Everybody else saying that same thing. They saying this for somebody else to
well, the
do.
bottom line is this. Hold up. My point I'm trying to make is this with him. You don't go up to him and do that, right? But if you're just minding your business and he approaches you, that's a different story,
Nah, why wouldn't you go up? Because here's the thing, Kyla. So I just finished work or whatever. I got a pocket knife on me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's got bear spray and a pistol or whatever kind of gun. So I'm like outgunned. So say he came doing that, and then he's holding bear spray with his finger on the trigger of a gun.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you're not like equipped to deal
No,
with
so
it.
no. Let's just put the scenario up, right? You're walking down the street. You tell me you initiate the conversation.
I wouldn't know, but I'm saying if I wanted to do something to him, and I'm saying not saying I would, but I'm saying you should go prepared.
Oh yeah. I agree with that too, right? But what I'm not gonna do is, hey, let's Chud the builder over here. Let me go. I'm not gonna do that, And
I seen a
then
video of some kids peeing on his car and playing monkey in the middle with his the hitch on his truck the other day.
he was
Wow.
I don't know what.
Tyler,
Yeah, I
I
was like,
found more
okay.
information. So it was a young man. The suspect is accused of firing shots at a lake party, and where at least one person died and 22 others sustained firearm related injuries, including gunshot wounds, graze wounds, and shrapnel injuries. The shooting happened after a fight broke out following a gang related argument. And witness described the gunfire as automatic, possibly from a Glock with a switch. The police executed a search warrant during which a rifle light 40 and 7.62 caliber ammunition were located at his home, and it matched the same brand of ammunition uh, of several of the cartridge casings that they recovered at the crime scene.
Wow.
Man, that's a big
Now,
gun.
what I would say like this, right? Have we learned anything about? I hate to say this, right? Large black gatherings. Do you think is it reasonable to be like, if you're gonna have a large black gathering, you got to have special police there, metal detectors, get into venue areas and stuff like that? Is that too much to ask for?
No, it's a sad reality of our Black American culture
Well,
right now.
you got black people like that. No, they don't do that with the white people. Well, this is what I hate about a lot of our people, right? They'll say, no one ever talks about black issues. No one addressed the problem in the black community, right? And then when you say, you know something, we got a problem with crime like that. Let's deal with that right there. No, man, why are you make us to face it? Because we are, you know. But so when people do address the issue, they say, "Oh man," like when Donald Trump said that the Mexicans are illegal aliens are taking black jobs, right?
Yeah.
You want to be black all the time, but when it comes down to it, when somebody points it out, right? You're like, oh, I'm not black. What's a black job now? What's a black job? You know what a black job is, nigga. The post office, sanitation department, teachers aid, things like black people do for the most part. For the most part.
Yeah. No, 100%.
What?
And then no, just on that thing, if he was shooting 7.62s, you can actually shoot a lot of people with that because those will go through and through. If he had like full metal jackets, you could hit a couple people with one shot. You know what I'm saying?
So he had a fully automatic
switch,
pistol switch.
Well, they said that, but then she said they pull casings for rifle casings. So someone reported. It sounded like from what she said, someone reported that they might have heard a fully automatic Glock, like a Glock with a switch on it.
The police. It said that the police executed a search warrant during which a rifle light, 40 and a 7.62 caliber ammunition were located, and the brand of the 7.62 ammunition, it matched the same brand of ammunition at the crime scene.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they pulling 7.62s out the wall. Exactly. I'm saying so if they pull 7.62 ammunition out the wall, then that means he was shooting that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the
Glock maybe. The Glock is a maybe.
Was it gang related or was over a female?
They said gang related.
The shooting happened after a fight broke out following a gang related argument. Yep, so it was gang related.
What do females have to do with it?
That's something that you mentioned and that you were trying to point the blame on.
No, a female was shot. A female was shot.
Somebody said a female was shot,
Yeah, female was shot.
She was killed. The female was the victim.
Being anti-woman, but I heard a female.
No, I was the anti-woman one. I said it was.
Okay.
I said it was. That's not really anti-woman. I said it was probably over a woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said usually over a woman. Yeah, that's how it usually is.
Even gang related, a lot of that stuff still be over a woman.
But why you guys even bringing that up when that information has not been disclosed? It was just that it was gang related. So why even bring up that it could be?
Because we heard it was a party fight,
Yeah, because we're black and we know what time it is.
I heard,
Okay.
Come on, we black. We know what it is, man. Come on, you ain't never been at no party that got shot up.
But it's also, but no. Let's not. Okay. We black and we know what it is, but it's also black men are very sensitive about their ego. Not all weak black men who fight over their ego as well, and it don't even be about a woman. It could be you looked at them wrong, you stepped on their shoes. Ain't no telling, so we don't know exactly.
It is, but that might be a fight. Usually the guns is going to be over. What I mean, it'll require more emotion. Like if somebody's shooting up 23 people. It could be more higher emotion, but you're correct. It could be that, and then when they say gang related, it depends because you may call it what you call gang related. I might call that guy shot my cousin. You feel me?
Right. That's true. But also, like emotion is not always involving a woman. With the men, a lot of the men nowadays, they just don't know how to control their emotions, and they resort to shooting.
Also, a lot of females too. That go out there and I worked in clubs, right? And some of the females, they worse than the guys. Because sometimes you could, when there's something popping off, you can get to the guy and say, hey, look, we're like that. But what happens is this. Soon as you calm that guy down, right? The females will say, oh, you a bitch. You let him talk to you like that, blah, 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 blah. And that's what amps a lot of it up. We know,
Yep, or be
Oh,
messing with
oh,
two different dudes, stoking up stuff just to get the attention of the situation.
Right.
But I'll say this: you're right that it's not that, but it even when it's not directly over a female, a lot of times it's indirect. Because I'm in the club trying to look like the big man and this and that, and you showing me up, trying to act like you better than me, and I want to look good in front of all the people, all the girls, all this. You know what I'm saying? It's even when it's not directly, it's indirectly. In a lot of cases.
Yeah.
If it's not a blood feud, it's usually women.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. And when that just adds to it. Not saying the women's wrong, but that's
No,
just
that's not the woman's fault. You know what I'm
not the
saying?
women's fault. But
No,
you
no.
know, it
Sometimes it's the woman's fault, but not in this situation. Usually, this is
right.
like unless like a chick creeping with two dudes. But even in that case, it's still the dude's fault. If a
Yeah.
chick is messing with two dudes and causing drama, you're supposed to see that. You're not supposed to throw your life away over that. So no
Yeah.
matter
Carla, what
what,
what do you mean? What do you mean by saying like, Diners is a Nigerian? What does that mean? Like, what
Oh,
does
what
that
I'm
mean? Can
saying.
you expand on that?
Hold up, Zango. Zango. The college genesis always says exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. Zango, you're a student of the college genesis, right? You know? Now, when somebody is an enthusiast, they tend to produce a bastard child called exaggeration. You know, if you're somebody says like Lewis, right? He
Uh-huh.
obviously is a Ghanaian enthusiast, right? You know, you know, because he exaggerates. Well, that's why I said you gotta be careful because when people like I'm clear about everything when I say about Liberia. I tell people
Are you
no.
sure, Carla? Are you not an enthusiast yourself, Carla?
Yeah, look, but I tell people all the time, Liberia's a good place to visit, right? Go there,
Uh-huh.
stay, whatnot. But I'm not gonna be like Dynas and tell you, yeah, man, if you go to like Nigeria, you could be rich and that Lagos has more money than New York City. Shit like that, he says. And I'm like, you know,
Dinus ain't never said that, bro. He
yo,
said that.
Mufasa, you was gone for a while. He said that
but
about
I haven't watched Dinus show in years.
yeah, I know, but he said that, right? He
but
said that
Mufasa has been there before. Mufasa, is
yeah,
that
but he
true
no,
though?
he said, you know what Diane said, and Diane's my good friend, my brother. He actually said, uh, if you have a corporate job in New York
Hmm.
City, you could quit that and become a hawker on Victoria Island
He
Highway,
didn't
whatever
say
like that,
Dinus.
and make more
Colin,
money.
Colin.
He
Carla,
Dinus
are
actually
don't
you
say
said
that.
that shit.
exaggerating, Carla? Are you
I would admit, bro,
exaggerating?
like you crazy, man. You know, he said it was
I don't
white
know, man.
lies too.
You be taking a lot of shots at my boy Dinus, man. I
Yo,
gotta
Diane's my boy. I talk to him every week, man.
I can't tell, man. I can't
Look,
tell.
look. Dynas knows. Everybody knows. Nobody's off limits with me. Really. And this movement right here that I'm trying to build, I got no friends. I got to be like that. You
I
know,
hear you.
if I think you're bullshitting and you're saying shit, what not to my people, I'm gonna say
Mhm.
something. And they're gonna be like, "Oh well, that's my boy." So people know you're gonna get an honest assessment college. And I love Dynas. I love all you brothers, right?
Carla,
If you
what
shot
about this guy, Afro Think Tank?
See, well, Afro Think Tank, me and him had some beef, whatever like that. My thing with him is like, all right, right. He's a Nigerian enthusiast too, right? But
Mhm.
he got that military retirement check. You know,
Oh, really? Oh, he was in the military?
yeah, Marines.
Really? I
He
didn't know
retired, yeah.
that.
So he got that retirement check, money,
Damn,
whatever
he's
like
lying
that
to
coming
people.
through,
Like,
right?
so he got money coming in his
That's
account.
that makes
Listen,
all
that's
the difference. But you can spend
that's
large periods of times in Africa and even live there and whatnot, you know. There's somebody getting out of it, quitting their job and going over there trying to make it. I'm dead
Oh
set against
man, they gotta
any
be honest
like that.
sometimes. These people gotta be honest. They can't just lie to
he's
people.
been honest. He ain't lie. He ain't lie.
Oh, I didn't know that
Nah,
until
But
now.
hold on,
he's
but
open
I think
about
he
that.
has to be clear because the impression is that and I know he does. He talks about his life and everything like that. But you know, this okay, you over there, you're doing a catfish or that. Well, it's been years now. I have not seen any commercial success. You know, I have not seen him say, "Look, this is what we sold. This is what we made." I have yet to see anybody do a successful, except for Great African. The only person I haven't seen up close do a successful business in Africa. Now it's all right to invest in
I mean,
Africa.
Mufasa had his success when he went to Nigeria too, right? Mufasa.
Yo, I ain't make no money though. I was in Nigeria. Shit, I ain't make no damn money.
If Mufasa being
I
honest,
was spending money. Yeah, I was
yeah,
spending money.
you spend money in Africa. Now, if you want to go to Africa and spend tens of thousands of dollars, hey man, it's right there for you.
Yeah,
You
that's all
go.
you gonna get.
Mufasa, do you think as an African American you can live in African peace without the
I could live in America
community?
in
Kyle,
peace.
let me ask him the question. Without a community exerting too much force on you that you gotta like help everybody other than just yourself or your immediate family.
Yeah, you could do it. Yeah, you could do it. I mean, ain't that what Jonathan's doing?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, Jonathan is doing it. You could do it. It's just really the question is how you gonna eat, bro. How you gonna make money? That's the question.
That's a question. That's
Everybody I've seen over there, either they're making money somehow. Money is flowing from the U.S. to their pocket.
and that's the
I don't know.
only way I see
Yeah,
people making money.
no other way.
You
They
know,
got some
Look,
type of check. Like there was a lady I knew. She had her mom there, and they using like her mom's check and stuff like that. And then different stuff. You got kids. You got dudes supporting you, or you might have child
mhm.
support check. You need some type of passive income to be over there. Or you could run a business where you're making money from the West. You feel what I'm
also
saying?
another thing about that is this, right? People always say, and I always say this, and people hate me when I say this. They're gonna run me out of the movement, right? I really feel with that giant continent over there, right? Black people in America, why isn't Africa like Asia? You know how many Asian kids, Mufasa, I know that can go from San Francisco to Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, South Korea,
Mhm.
Hong Kong, Macau, and whatnot, and get a top job. Beijing, China, and whatnot. Why is it that when it comes to Africa, always people always say there ain't no jobs in Africa. You gotta go do yourself, whatnot. I don't
Ain't
know
no
that.
damn jobs because it ain't no jobs.
Kyla, ain't no
But
damn
why? But
jobs.
why
Ain't no
isn't? Why
damn
aren't there
jobs,
no
Kyla.
jobs?
Ain't no damn jobs,
Ain't
Kyla.
no jobs, man.
See,
Kyla,
I'm tired.
Kyla, can I be honest
I
with
am
you?
tired of hearing that.
Kyla,
You
can I
know?
be honest with you? Right, look, because a lot of times people go with a mindset, that, oh man, they run away from America, but actually, if you go there and then you probably there's a possibility if you're a real like a professional, there's a possibility you might be even employed by some of like this white American big corporations in Africa. But I guess people just don't want to act that
Okay,
way.
where are
People
these
just
white
want.
Americans? Look, Zongo, let me say this, right?
Hmm.
I say with all due respect, right? The average white American corporation got the whole entire globe.
Yes, I know.
I learned this. Look, I learned this in Angola, right? They reason why Angolans want black Americans there, right? Because they want to. I said, well, y'all got all this resource and whatnot. He said, yeah, but we have no capital. He goes, I go, y'all got this. He goes, you know how easy it is when they come over here and they say, oh, I want to get the diamonds. I want to get in this, right? And then you say, well, this is what we want. Stuff that we always talk about, skills transfer,
Hmm.
parity, whatever like that. You know what they do? Oh, we're going to take our thing to a country that's going to give us what we want. The people who got money to invest, they got their pick of the crop, not just Africa. They got South America, all these places like that. They got natural resources and whatnot.
Yeah.
They can set up shop. So Africa is competing for what they call the capital and money flow in the
Hmm.
world. And so,
Yeah.
how do we steer the money investment there? That's the big question. How do we steer it there so we benefit? That's going to be the big question.
Carla, look, there's this American oil company, right? That even to get an interview over there, right? You gotta write in exams, you gotta go to another stage, and then you got a lot of people just you gotta go through series of interview stages just to secure that job. But in America, when I came for the interview in America, it's just that easy, man. They make it very complicated on the continent, but in America, it's easy. And then also, if you're in America and you get a job, there's a high chance
And
if they
also,
wait, Carl, let me finish quick. There's a high chance if they station you in one of the countries, maybe in Africa, you might be the ones heading those, employees on the continent.
also remember something in Africa, Zongo, right? An office job, right, or any sort of job, professional job, is coveted, right? And every African, right, in Africa, particularly Liberia, right, believes they're entitled to it, whether they're qualified or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm telling the truth. They basically feel like they're qualified because it's their turn, it's their country, whatever, like that. Whether they're qualified or not, you could be qualified for a job, be a project manager, and you see why do you think you got so many unfinished projects in Africa?
Well, they got too much. It's all cronyism. It's all cronyism and
Right. That's
nepotism.
what it is.
Yeah,
Wait, wait,
they don't
expand on
believe
that,
in like.
Mufasa. Expand on that, Mufasa.
No, I'm saying everything there. The culture is different. Like America, it took me traveling the world because there's a lot of American propaganda, but there's a lot of stuff that's true. It took me
Mm-hmm.
traveling the world to understand that we actually do have a different mindset around business. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Like, so we look at things like the smartest, the strongest person should get the job.
It's
But in
merit. It's
Africa,
merit based.
it's merit based. In Africa, it's all based on who you know. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Who you know, who's your family, who's this, who's at your
Hey, yo,
church.
you're
Hey, but
qualified.
Mufasa, you
You're
don't think
qualified.
America
Yeah.
don't have stuff like that over here, Mufasa?
Compared
No,
to
no.
everywhere else I've
America,
been, no.
America would not look. Let
Yeah,
me tell you something, Sango. Let me say
American
this,
do
right?
that, but not to that in Africa. Yeah, that's true.
Hold on, let
But
me see
I
this,
would say
right?
this though. I would say this, Mufasa. I think one thing that America, I respect America. It don't matter where you come from. If America sees that you are good, they're gonna bring you to their country and let you flourish.
Yeah, it's like it's not a lot of places that can say that.
Yeah, they don't do that in other countries. No, never. It's not gonna happen.
And also,
That's
what you call it?
that's
It's
true.
like this. When you have when someone in American society is a gatekeeper, right?
Hmm.
He looks and interviews somebody, right? And especially with things like college admissions and people getting coveted things like a scholarship, stuff like that. The person who make that decision knows he can't take that back. Everything that he went to school for and believes in is going to be in that decision. Probably the most important decision he's going to make in his life. Does this kid deserve a Rhodes Scholarship? Does this kid deserve a chance at a internship to
Hmm.
work on this company right here, which is going to lead to him being recognized and everything like that? That's how Barack Obama got on. Somebody saw something in him as a young man, right, to get him to the next level.
Yeah, definitely,
You
of
know?
course.
But that's how it works in America.
When I mean America will give you a chance for being an exception, I don't mean like just go to college and have a P. No, I mean
So you have to
people
be
that can really create businesses and employ
the
thousands of people.
people who are
People that can really
gatekeepers
make real
almost
impact,
really
at a
good at.
national level. That's what I
Listen,
mean.
let
Not
me tell you something.
some
The
kind of
reason why you got a
professional
Barack
job, like
Obama,
just to get a job. I
hold
mean, they know like if you got a degree, you can't even be trained at a job site. So that's not like
the degree
exceptional
in America don't mean shit.
to America. But if you
Hey,
can
Zongo,
really do something
Zongo,
like
Zongo,
remarkably great,
Zongo. You on
America,
mute?
they don't mind bring you from your country to this place,
Zongo, I
man, and
think
let
you're
you
on
make
mute.
more
Zongo,
money than from
Zongo,
your country of origin.
Zongo.
That's one thing.
Zongo, you on mute, man? I'm talking. You keep going. What's
Tyler, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, man.
I, I, I don't think Kala can. I don't think Zongo can hear Kala.
Oh
Okay.
man,
Can you
I
hear me
guess I
now,
have to
Yeah,
Zongo?
go back
I don't
again.
think he can hear you. You can hear me, Zongo. Zongo, do you hear me?
Zongo, you gotta call back in. Zongo, call back in.
Can you still hear me, Kala?
I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, for sure.
But anyway, what I'm saying is the way merit is in America, right? There's a reason why you have Ted Cruz. You have
Yo,
uh,
my bad. I guess I was speaking color and I couldn't hear you guys talk.
that's all. That's going cool. The reason why you have a Ted Cruz, a Barack Obama, because these men, somebody recognized 30 years ago that these men are exceptional, and everything they push them along the way, right? Their speeches, your letters, your dissertations are very important on how you think. That's why a legitimate criticism was we didn't know nothing about Barack Obama's record in Colombia. What he said. That's very important if you want to put somebody in the presidency. What was his speeches? What was his thoughts? All that stuff matters. But somebody basically had enough faith in Obama because he was the president of Harvard Law Review. So people assume, okay, he made this far, he must be doing something. But before Harvard, what was he doing? What was his views in Columbia? So, but that's how America is. America is very strict on merit. Someone's always writing letters about you. You're submitting letters. You're convincing people of your character, your views, and stuff like that. Even when it comes to business, right? What's your business model? What do you believe in? Do you believe in supply side economics? Do you believe in this? All that's going to determine whether you become a CEO or not. Anybody in America, you don't just know somebody likes you, Zongo, and you're going to get a top executive job. It don't work like that in America. There's billions and billions of dollars on the line. People's savings, everything like that could go wrong by putting the wrong person in there. The companies do all that and still end up going broke, right? But for the most part, America is the largest economy in the world. So something about American society must really work. You know what I'm saying? So let me get Lewis on. Lewis, go ahead, bro.
Hello there, Carla.
What's going on?
Yeah, is
Zongo an enthusiast.
Yeah, has Zongo dropped off?
He's already dropped off. He probably come back on.
Yeah, he's a
Zongo Bongo, come back on.
I've been told that America is a meritocracy, as they say.
Yes, it's a meritocracy here.
Yeah, if you get their own merit. Dr. T. Mensa mentioned that in a famous interview down in Ghana. They asked him, why do you go to Britain instead of why do you stay in France? He said, America is based on your ability. So because of that, he chose America and he done the right thing at the time. But I was going to ask Zongo if it's completely based on meritocracy, why comes he ain't got nowhere?
Well, Zongo says he got a good job in America. That's what he says.
Yeah, he's a satisfied Negro. That's what he is. But,
the main thing is to not satisfied, but we all want the revolution. We all want these things like the revolution and all that. Okay, here comes Zongo. Yeah. But the thing is, reality. Reality is this. Everybody would like to be a top executive. Yeah. Like, I would love to be able to be a part of some Fortune 500 company that operates in 20 African countries, and I'm living in this country 1 year, and I'm flying this country next year. That's what I envision.
It's great, but if I could just give it a little knockback, the thing is, America says a meritocracy. It's a meritocracy if you're working for American corporation.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because they've made the world. America has made the world so unsecure. I mean, look at the Americas, from South America to North America. If you don't do what America wants, they're taking you out. Yeah.
Well, it's not that simple, but if you borrow their money, the Rothschild banks and whatnot, the IMF, World Bank, whatnot, you got a total line, so they want their money back.
Well, no, that one that's different. What I'm talking about is that they've overthrown every government that has ever.
Yeah, but Louis, you're talking about more of like externalities between nation states. What are we talking about? Internal.
There might be more freedom in that sense, but it's still the same system that's here in the UK still operating there. It's just that there's more freedom for the ordinary man. Because they don't have a royal family as such. That was done away with after the American Revolution. So there's a bit more freedom from the ordinary person. But 1%, Carla, controls 90% of the wealth.
Yeah, that's anywhere in the world.
Yeah. I mean,
what they do is the 1% control.
Yeah, but Louis, isn't it the same thing in most countries?
Not to that extent.
Louis, let's be honest, man.
No. Listen. What's his name? Winston Churchill. He said after the Second World War, he knew his country was on the ground. He said if he was a young man, he would have been going to America. That's how much praise he had for America. Because mind you, America saved his ass. Yeah. But what I'm saying, I think the meritocracy that you're talking about is a good thing, right?
But I think it only goes so far. Because if it wasn't going so far, black people wouldn't still be at the bottom. We won't be complaining as much. If you get where I'm coming from, Carla.
Well, the problem is this. The problem with America is this. America, the die was cast long time ago, right?
Yo, I guess look, Louis,
Mhm.
there's a lot of people that might not get they might not even thrive in their countries of origin because of the structure of the system in
Mhm.
that country, but they can come to America and they would thrive. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So that
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
tells you that there's something wrong structurally within the country of origin that that particular person comes from. You know?
Yeah, listen, hear me out. There's a lot of people who are successful in their own countries. But if you really look at what these countries are working with compared to what America and Britain are working with, I mean, just look at the GDPs, what they're working with. You know, what I would love to do one day, right? If I ever get a chance, I'd like to take an American administrator like Obama, okay? Put him in charge of a country like Ghana or any other, even a really poor country.
You got
Just
faith. You got faith in the
reality show. Yeah. And then we're gonna see how things really work. When you have to work with such a small budget that literally don't even exist, you go put it at your ass. You know, that's when we really will see. But until then, I understand what you're saying. I get you. If I believe if I was in America, I would have my capital a long time ago and go back to Ghana and start the business a long time ago. Because the attitude of the Americans. And it's a big market. You know, I probably would have succeeded in my other businesses there.
Yeah, but Louis, look.
Mhm.
Some like let's say in the case of
Oh, hello,
Ghana, for
hello, my
instance.
man, not me. My man, not me. We're gonna have a good conversation there.
Yeah,
Salute, salute,
yo,
brother.
Knock, yo, what's
Yeah.
good, Knock, man? It's been a while. Oh, Knock, man, I like that. I like that show with kind of last time with the black man and black man. that
That was
was
funny.
a good rebuttal
Which,
against
Thank
Kyle.
you, brother. I appreciate it. Just like that shooting in Oklahoma was done by a black man, not a black woman. But salute to my brothers.
Mhm.
Salute to you, Knock Neezy. Yeah, I mean, Louis, we just gotta give this not to exempt America of their own like challenges, right? But there are a lot of people that were nothing in their country of origin.
Yeah,
Had they been living over there, but when they came to America because they followed the rules of America,
yeah.
they got somewhere. You know,
Of course,
you
because
can't knock that
America
shit off.
is the biggest economy. They've got the advantage of all the world. They're the biggest dog in the world. They are Mystery Babylon. So they're gonna have more advantage. Whichever advantage you're gonna have in any country is gonna be triple when you get to America. Why do you think they're able to sell the dream to Africans, Europeans? They sell the dream. This is why they won the race war. This is why they are on the top. Esau, we refer to them. Those of us in the Black Israelite persuasion. We know
Look, they
why they
operate
are
like
where
a
they
whole
are.
different concept. Like you can be nobody come from a different country, come to and they like you might be like they might give you similar rights like citizens, man. It's not the same in other countries, man. You don't get the
Yeah,
same.
but that's because they've got
Oh,
that big advantage over everybody else.
oh, come on, man, Luis.
Yes,
Let's
they
not,
have.
man. Come
Yes,
on.
it is. They've held back other countries, making sure they stay poor and they stay rich, so they could look down and say, "Do what we tell you." That's the same old. Come on, man.
now,
You know,
Look, we're talking about the system in
you think,
place.
hold
Forget
on, you
about
think some of these countries bear the responsibility for their poverty? Like, let me give you an example. What I'm talking about.
mhm,
I've studied something, right?
mhm.
The reason why Africans, in particular Africa, because Asia is different because they woke up before, right?
No, no, no,
This is
no,
why
no.
Africans still in 2026. Why are we still thinking that a European company coming to Africa exporting lithium like Zimbabwe, right? I was angry. I heard about this the other day. Oh, somebody said the West is angry because China is getting all the lithium out of freaking Zimbabwe. I'm like, how is that a fucking win? 2026, and you're still letting a freaking foreign company. Not only are you not exporting them for the manufacturing, they're coming to your country and dragging it out of the ground.
No, 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 no. The deal with Zimbabwe is quite a good one. Certain percentage
How is that a
is
good one?
exported.
See, you
The
want to do what I mean
certain,
by the mentality?
right? No,
Hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on,
Listen.
hold on, hold on. Why isn't that the lithium? How come it's not basically stockpiled as a rare earth mineral in
because
Zimbabwe
the-
and China build their factory and
they,
their
they, they're
finished
working
product
on
in
it.
Zimbabwe?
They're working on it. I'll tell you why.
Oh,
Because
come on, Lewis.
it comes down to, once again,
Just like hold on. They were supposed to
so
do
hang on,
that
let
with
me
the
just
tobacco.
make the
Let
Never
him
point.
did.
finish, brother. Let him
Let me
finish,
just make the point.
please.
You have to remember the GDP, especially in Zimbabwe, has been suffering so long because they're one of the strongest nations that fought against white supremacy. They've been struggling for so long. Now they're coming out due to help from the Far East because they weren't allowed to trade with the West. Due to help from China, they've got an obligation to China to give them a little bit of something. But the policies that they've drawn up, certain percentage of the lithium has to remain in Zimbabwe for production of batteries and so on. I know this because Magangwa was in Ghana about 3 weeks ago, and they were discussing this. Okay, you got to give them a bit of credit. It's a give and take. You can't just say, right, I'm just going to stop all raw materials going at certain because you need foreign exchange.
Oh, look, I get that. What I'm saying is,
Mhm.
but why are we as a race, right? We can say, okay, this is a start. Well, we understand the picker. I get that, right? But why are we claiming victory like
I tell you why it's a victory because once upon a time we didn't have any control of it. We had to, especially Zimbabwe, they had to fight a physical war to be able to get rid of Rhodesia, to have Mugabe in power and his party, so that they can actually start having a nation that can do this stuff. You forget that they didn't have control of the country; they had to fight physically to get their land back. Yeah, so when you're coming from, and this is 1980, we're not. This is recent.
Yeah, but come on, man.
When
Look,
what do you mean? Come on, man. What there to come on back about? What
Louis,
do
let
you
me
understand about
look, Louis, look. The reality on the ground
Uh-huh.
is okay. We do have the resources, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of the countries are, we don't have that manufacturing. I mean, like
Yeah,
music can
because we
attest to that.
have,
Oh,
we
can
have
you allow me to finish?
because we haven't
Can
been
you allow me
allowed
to
to
finish,
do this.
please? I mean, like PZ works in oil and gas. Like a lot of these countries do not
Right,
have the manufacturing capacity, right?
right,
And in
right.
addition to that, they don't have access to the capital to be able to employ like the people with the requisite skills or the professionals that
It's
can
not
be able
even
to
that.
help.
They were truncated. All their ambitions after independence was truncated. They were set upon. Yeah. That's why their leaders that could do that were overthrown.
Yeah,
Mugabe had
but
to fight for his
I'm
life.
saying it's not a because I mean look at Ghana for instance, right? Ghana has oil, right?
Yeah.
And currently the oil that is being produced is in the southwestern part of Ghana. There's oil in the
Hold
south
on.
of Ghana.
Hold
Well, let me
on.
finish. Can you allow me
Right.
to
Hold
finish?
on. Right.
Can you allow me to finish?
I know
There's
what
oil.
you're gonna say.
What do
Right.
you mean?
I
What am I
hear you.
gonna say?
Right. Because the oil that we discovered, the one on in the sea,
Like, can you
I
allow
mean, I
me to
think we
finish,
tell about
please?
it costs so much money to produce one of these barrels of oil. It's not like the one in Saudi Arabia. It only costs about $50 to produce one or $35.
But I'm
This
not
costs
done
about
yet. Can you allow me to
150.
finish though?
Right. The one that we're gonna have that's gonna make a difference, the one that's coming now, that's onshore, the one that's on land, the one that by the water river. Now we're gonna make the proper money. The one
The Voltaigne
it
Basin, yeah.
costs us too much. Yeah, it costs us too much money to dig that, and we don't have the expertise. And the foreign countries are just ripping us off. But the one onshore, it only costs about £400,000 to have one of those ducking machines going in and out. The one you got in Texas, we need a couple of them, and that's it. We're up and running. So just be patient; it will come.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So all like the point I was saying is that the manufacturing capacity and
Mhm.
the capital, because you got to employ people with the skills, like
Yeah.
people that have
Well,
like
listen,
someone like
I'm
Louis,
sitting here as a
Louis, I'll let you
professional
talk. Can you allow
man.
me to talk to? Come on, Louis.
Yeah, because I know where you're gonna get to. Storage jumping. I'm at work, so I've got to be quick with my point. I'm standing here as a professional man who's had this profession for the last 35 years, okay, who's had to struggle and save every penny to get the capital to go back home. And I'm hitting 57. Because of the lack of access to capital, this is what happens. I'm not begging my family members, fuck them, right? But the Ghana Commercial Bank ain't gonna give me the capital. So I've had to wait here, and I will end up going gray hair waiting. But I have to, this is part of it. I can't give up. So when I go back, I could make furniture and add it to my country. But because my country don't have big capital, I can't go to the bank and borrow money. It costs too much, 25%.
Yeah, but you can always think outside the box, man. You can always borrow from even
From
the
who?
public.
Who you gonna borrow it from? In
I mean,
England?
the public, man, they can contribute money.
Well,
You
get
can't.
the hell out of here. No public gonna
Oh
contribute.
man, come on, man. But you
Oh,
can't.
come on,
If
get me here, bro.
you can't rely on traditional system.
Well, that's the way.
Ethiopia. Wait, can
That's
you allow
how
me to
I've done it.
finish? Ethiopia took capital from their citizens to build that biggest dam that they got.
You Ghanaians are not Ethiopians. You
Oh,
Zongo
okay.
people,
So,
you Zongo people wouldn't invest one
oh
penny
my
within a
God,
shanty
man.
man.
Hey,
You call him a
Nakmi's
slave
good. I
driver,
let
you
Nakmi's
would
talk,
not
man.
come
Come
off
on,
it,
I'm
bro.
tired of you, man.
Yeah, you Zongos are the problem.
Because you just want to.
Oh shit!
Am I telling a lie? I'm not telling a lie. You don't
Nakmi's
even want to
good.
vote
Good.
for Nana, and he built the first railway free motorway in your neck of the woods in the north. You wouldn't
What
even
you
vote.
say?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is that we still have that mentality, right? That I'll refer to as backward mentality, not the nationalism mentality that's holding us back. For instance, the people in the north don't vote for Ashantis, even though we've got the best
Man, why
leadership.
you want to make it about politics, man? Come on, we're talking
Because
about business right
that's
now.
what it comes down to, bro. You
What do
guys
you
are
mean?
over holding us
Man,
back.
shut up, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
you only vote for NDC. Let's be honest, right?
look, I've only voted once in my entire life ever since like
Yeah,
Ghana. For the most part, I've
for
stayed outside the
NDC, for
country.
NDC.
Yeah, of course I have to vote for NDC. So what? Like, yeah, I voted
Anyway,
for them.
I don't mean to cut you, but listen, let's not be too harsh on ourselves. Now, the next stage, the moves the African countries been making, signing deals that they've been signing, rejecting Americans' offer of a deal to give you medical information. Listen, they're now doing the proper deals now. I'm not sure about Burkina, but Ghana at the moment, because the local people now got their eye on the government, they're now under pressure. Things are going to get right now. They've got to, because people are looking at data and figures. And if you don't improve the data and the figures, you're going to be in trouble. We've got the nuclear power coming on board. America is breakthrough. Okay, so within 2.5 years, we're going to have that. We've got the oil at the water region coming on. It's not the deep sea one, so we can dig that one out ourselves. Now we're going to see. So long as we don't let corruption come back, now we're going to see. Look what they're doing with
even the oil surge actually, because it's a vote because of Voltan Basin. It's not just all out of water. It expands from the
up
south.
to the north. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you
all the way
guys
to the
in the north are
north
going to
because
get some money.
because they just went recently to around I think Savannah region to do some they're currently undergoing some
they've done the
seismic
research. They've done all the research.
yeah, they are doing like seismic exploration over there like currently.
So soon we might have not Measy coming to Ghana after. It will be a
yeah,
problem.
man, Nakmi's man, this is the time, man. Hey, Nakmi's man,
oil.
hey. It looks like, man, the future, man, the oil and gas, man.
Listen, it's gonna be booming, right? And do you know that when Nkrumah flooded the water region area, he flooded the whole forest. And you know the timber has been underneath the water for about 60 years and it's hard. And it's just the type of timber I'm looking for. So I'll be going down there to do my shopping for my timber. I might even put my workshop near there. So there's a lot of stuff coming on board. We've got apart from petroleum, the gold now. Ghana is taking hold of all the gold mines. There's about 4 main gold mines. Okay, Muhammad's brother's got one. We know how he got it. Corruption, when there's always corruption. Yeah, that's true. If
Hey,
Nanado's family, had
Louis,
put their head up and said we're gonna get a whole gold mine,
Louis, can you let Nakmi's to give his
I have a question about that gold. Did they get Galamsey under control there?
Yes. The Galamsey, they brought it under control under what they call the Gold Board organization, which is basically the Ghana government will give you the spot price in England for the gold that you bring to the Ghana Commercial Bank. So whatever the spot price at the time you sell it to Ghana, they will give it to you, but in cedis. They won't give it to you in US or UK money. So it stops people smuggling, and it's made a big difference. I mean, we've ended up with about, I think, 8 billion or so within the last year. So money, so that's one way of stopping it, and other countries are copying it. And now, the last commercial gold mine that came up for renewal, they didn't renew it. They gave it to a private Ghanaian company that's now digging the gold, and they're selling the gold to Ghana Commercial Bank. So the CD is going to be more strengthened. So now, the other 3 gold mines, I'm proposing, and other Ghanaians are screaming, we should not give it to any foreigners. It should be ours. And then we got one in the north coming on board. That's a commercial one from scratch.
Yeah, I know of that.
The Ghana government now has to make a bold decision and completely go it alone and dig the gold, the deep surface mining, dig it ourselves, because the Ghanaians been working on it for years. We've got no other choice. We can't fail. How can we fail unless we're stupid?
Yeah, but look, but let me just make a point. Nakweez, you know, when I say galamsey, actually, what actually means is that the locals, right, actually,
what it is.
mining the gold, and
Thank you, brother.
actually,
He's acting like I don't know what galamsey is. Like, come on, bro.
yeah, but Nakweez, I guess the point
That's
I'm
the
trying to say
problem
is
with these
that,
Congos. You know, they're so arrogant.
oh no, but Nakweez, that's not what I mean. But I guess the point I'm saying,
I know.
the media trying to like demonize them. I mean, I think the best thing they can do is that it's just like when I came to America, right? One thing that I know, they're like, damn, like the very people that they're bastardizing in Ghana, as the Galam says, in America, the government empowered those people, and over time they became like multi-million like dollar companies, right? So maybe these people, they have that tenacity to do something. They just don't know like to follow environmental regulations to get things done the right way. All you gotta do is just train them, you know, instead of they trying to demonize them, that this and that. And surprisingly enough, they're the ones that even contribute significant portion of the gold production in the country. Over 60% comes from them, actually.
Oh, well, that's a lot. That
Well,
is.
listen, now
Yes, not busy. 60% of the
it
gold
is.
production annually comes from them,
Yeah, but hopefully that's going to change,
not the
because what it
formalized
is,
companies.
the Ghana government, but the Ghana government, I don't know why those idiots. You give a gold mine to a company for 30 years. You tell me that ain't corruption? All those signed away our gold right 30 years, what we could have them shot. That's treason.
Look, it doesn't
They
matter
were
whether
giving us
like
10% and taking the rest of it.
look, if you give the
sick?
job, if you give the job to the locals, right, at least the money stays within the country. That is the money that
But the only thing they
remains in
do
the
damage,
country.
they fucking fuck up the water.
Yeah, but if you give this in the name of like foreign exchange, you give concessions to these foreign companies, they give you the government like 5% royalties or 10% royalties. Huge chunk of the money, they take it back to their respective countries, you know. So it's Ghana's not bad. The very people that people complain about, like they're bashing, they are the ones that actually produce the real wealth for the country. You know, they have to sanctize, what's the right term? Like sanitize the system and just teach them the right way to do things. You know, and over time they're gonna improve.
The damn politicians were taking the money. That's why those were they're taking money back in their accounts. That's why money gets stolen. Okay, through dirty deals. You get someone to come and tell you, take 10% of the lithium is a good deal, it's the best in the world. Yeah, it might be the best, it's not good enough. Okay, these are the same bastards who come and smile, I'm NDC, I'm NPP, and these fuckers are taking money backhand. You find they got share company and treating cheap. This is the problem we've had in Africa. That's why we need more rulings to come in, not military power, but to be in the background and take out some of these fuckers.
Man, Louis, man, when your government was enjoying it, you didn't say nothing. Be quiet over there, bro. Anybody
listen, you fucking NDC, listen, you NDC the worst. The most corrupt there is the
look, I'm not an NDC
we know how he's rich in politics. Okay, so he ain't fooling no one. He's got a chance to redeem himself, and he got to do build infrastructure. Okay, get our CDs out. Okay, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. From gold alone, we should be up there. Let alone the lithium, the nickel that we got is unbelievable. We've got the manganese coming on board. We're gonna have steel factories. Everything. Ghana, 15, 20 years is the golden years for Ghana. If we fuck it up,
I have a question for both of you.
Whoever comes in again, whoever comes in again, become the military, I'm gonna be behind the fucker. I'll probably be organizing. You know, so
let me ask you guys something.
In front of us.
The Africans that emigrated abroad, Um, and
Hmm.
what's the difference in your drive as an African coming to America or going to England that will allow you to be successful in a society that some of my people can't? I mean, is it that some of you don't go with that, ooh, bloom and gloom? I can't do it because the white man won't let me. Do you guys have that chip on your shoulder?
Oh, me? No, no,
No,
I
you
don't think
can't
that
afford.
way. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
it's
just
not a
gonna
Ghanaian
look.
thing. You can't afford to.
When I was in Ghana,
You
like
can't
all I
afford to
just
because
wanted.
what's happening now is
Go on, Zongo. You said
yeah.
when you were in Ghana, what?
You can't afford to
I wanted like Louis to finish first. Then I'll
go.
go.
Okay. Me personally, I can't afford not to succeed because I got a family that has expected a lot from me because I had the opportunity to come here to England at a young age. I've been held back because of lack of assistance from, I would say, my dad in particular, family politics. But I'm representing my mum. I'm not going to her. I've got the profession. That but I want to succeed as a businessman making furniture and make a name for myself. Be proud. Um, um, I've got very successful. My family probably the most successful family in Ghana, and I'm not boasting by saying that from my dad's side anyway. So I've got no choice but to succeed. All my cousins have succeeded. They've had access to money. I didn't. I've had to do it the hard way. No problem. So with me, no question whether you're going to make it on. If I don't, of me even living in the system. I was thrown over here at the age of 10. And one particular privilege. Most of my other peers never get that. Never get that. Yeah. So I got no choice to succeed because people are succeed. So there's no, once you got living in independent Africa or living in independent Ghana, there's no excuse. If you have an excuse to get on a plane and come to England or America, you've got to succeed. Why wouldn't you succeed? Failure. Want to be a failure. Well, so because of that, I've got no other choice but to cassava. Minute. What the hell?
Yeah, man. I mean, like, is it my mic or was it Louis' mic?
It was brother Lewis's mic.
Man, I thought it was something wrong with my internet, man. It was just glitching. Yeah, I guess like Nakmizi. I mean, for me, when I was in Ghana, I was just looking for opportunity after graduation. I never had it, but then I didn't know like the American dynamic, but through like friends that I knew that of Ghanaian descent or like from other countries that I met that they went to pursue higher education, they got access to job opportunities. So like they were the ones that I looked up to as motivation. Oh, if they can't do it, why not me too as well, right? So I didn't come here really understanding the American society that uh that because you're black you cannot make it. I just didn't know it. In fact, I started noticing that after I had a job and started interacting a lot more with black Americans and knowing like the nuances of the society. For the most part, I just never stayed
I
in
think
Black
what
American
Django, I
community
think
until
yeah,
today. I never
Django,
did, and actually I'm learning a lot from through this channel. But I just didn't have that burden on my shoulder. Like I can't, all I saw was I mean, the same friends that I went to college after graduation, they had a job in America. So I also stand a chance of getting a job since I was equally performing well in school.
can you hear Django? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello.
can you hear me?
That's just from my experience, like me.
Nah, I appreciate that, Zongo. So you didn't have the baggage that some of my people have, and
Nope.
my people can have it, because we live it and we have a better understanding of the machine that is called America. But the point of me asking that is that you know we have to rage against that machine. We can't allow that machine to crush us and eventually live in a hell full of opportunity.
Yep.
I have some brothers that are living in the land of milk and honey in America, and they're complaining because they're not taking advantage of it. And they're like crybabies, and they're not happy. If I was to live in a place full of opportunity, I would be happy. But the thing is, I create my opportunity wherever I go because my ancestors showed me that even through slavery, they can, still survive and thrive. And
Would that apply to the white boys? They're the most angry people in America right now. They feel like they're being replaced. Like they're acting violent.
oh, absolutely, f
So,
those white boys.
so it's not.
They're crybabies.
It's not
They're
like only
crybabies.
black people who complain, right?
No, I'm not saying it's only us, but I'm only really concerned about us. But if we're gonna flip it to the white boys, um, back to the topic of the show. I watched a video about something. I don't know if it was it was matter of fact. I was researching the Oklahoma thing, and
Right.
the comments under there. When you talk about social media
Yeah.
and the internet, bro, America's always been racist, right?
Yeah.
But now I just think that there's gas thrown on that fire of racism via the internet.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy because now these people can be racist and anonymous at the same time.
Yeah.
But I'm starting to see that people are they really testing our gangster as black people in America because they're only really effing with us. So it's Hispanics, whites, it's pretty much everybody except in real life, uh, except other black people. You got some little internet trolls, but in real life, there's no African Chud the Builders. You understand what I'm saying? There's no Caribbeans that's running up on black Americans on some bullshit. It's a lot of white people and Hispanics that's doing it. So yeah, I think we're getting to a point where somebody gonna have to handle that business.
Yeah. My thing was, like I said, the reason why I did this topic tonight was I had an argument with a white boy. Matter of fact, I just turned the video off. I just got so frustrated. I get sick of it, right? I commented. I didn't even watch the whole fucking video. He starts the video like, black folks, we got to talk. I hate when they say shit. I like you people, but y'all got to get together. First of all, when somebody black does something, what the fuck does that got to do with me? Here's the problem. White people are free to be individuals. This is what I did, Nat. 2 weeks ago, I started a trend. I'm showing people how to fight these people online, right? Every time somebody white does something, right? I'll be like, oh, the fatigue, oh, usual suspects, right? And now we're just sending them into a rage because we just got to be their victims. And all of a sudden, I was like, this is one thing where I said, man, how come nobody defeat victims? And then one guy, obviously followed me, goes, because Kala, we see this all the time. And when a couple of white people do something, that's not me. Oh, I said, well, isn't that like black people, right? One or two black people do something, that would mean we're all doing it. Why is it that the burden is on us? You know? And so, the hell?
But Kyle, if you allow me, sometimes you sound like a online white supremacist in
No, I
this own
don't.
show. When
No, I
we when you started speaking about the shooting, you was like you basically said that it was black people, right?
unfortunately, something up until
Right. Wait, but hold on.
I
And
thought
and and, and
Oakland,
give me a second, brother. And I understand it because I kind of knew it was us when it happened. So when a white people person says black fatigue, and we also know that the shit happened, it was some black men that did it. You know what I'm saying? We can fight back against that, but at a certain point we have to be introspective and say, why are our black men causing us and the rest of the population fatigue
okay,
instead of looking and trying to defend some nonsense? I
right.
will tell you this black fatigue that is launched on our community and other communities. It's overwhelmingly black men that's doing it,
All
but
right, let
yet
me,
you
let me,
blame
let
the
me get
black
that.
women.
You gotta let me
Black
get it.
men have been a cancer to the black community
I don't
and
believe
other communities.
I
It's
don't believe
our fault that
I
this
don't,
black
I don't,
fatigue
I don't,
shit is
I don't
happening.
believe I don't believe that one bit. I don't believe that one.
Yes.
You know why? Because the bottom line is this, right? Like I told this guy, and I beautifully destroyed this guy in the debate, right? I asked him, I said, sir, can you honestly tell me, right? When you talk about fatigue, usual suspects, how many incidents did you ever witness with your own eyes? The guy was like, and also that 2 days I asked him, I asked you a question, right? He can't answer me, right? He says, well, I'm talking about what I see online. I said, do you understand there's an algorithm? If you keep searching for stuff like that, that's what they're gonna keep pushing towards you. You know? I said the reason why you see that is because that's what you're searching. That's what the algorithm, right? I said when you guys say 1350, right? 13% of the population is black. That's 45 million people, right? Less than friggin' 10%, 8% of the black male population is incarcerated, have a criminal record, anything like that. The vast majority of black men in this country are not committing crimes. Now, there's like 10% of the black population is creating 90% of the problems, right? And so, and I also say this, right? I said, you know something? What do you think about organizations like the Nation of Islam? Well, they're black racist. I said, do you understand that we were living in a racist country, and that all the stuff I've studied, right? You know, all the stuff with crime and the stuff like that we're going through right now. All our scholars back 100 years ago predicted this. If you leave people bottled up in a society where they're marginalized and they don't feel part of it or not, no matter how, you're going to have a certain amount of black people who are going to make it, whatever like that, fine, they'll be accepted. But you're going to have a large numbers of black people. And Malcolm X talked about that. He said the most dangerous thing in America is those black people that are locked in the ghetto. They're a threat to America. They're a threat to black America. They predict that. He said, we have to do something about that. And people, white America, black America elite, ignored that. Now this is what you're dealing with, the aftermath of this. So when white people look at the fact that they destroyed Black Wall Street, they destroyed groups like the Nation of Islam, the Black Peace Movement, they destroyed the Black Panther Party, they destroyed all those things that would bring a structure and order to Black America. Now they want to sit here and pass judgment on us. And I don't want to hear that shit, you know? They want to pass judgment on us when they destroyed 100 years ago. We told them, either you'll let us into this country, integrate us into this country, and give us what we want, or let us go. They didn't want to let us go, and they didn't want us to be part of their society. And this is what you're dealing with. You know?
So, if I could just ask, okay, should the integration of blacks in American society continue as it is, or should, because I think that the blacks in America should have
shit, I'm with my mic muted. Brother, let me respond to my brother Kala, please. This black American business, this is Brooklyn tribalism. Now, if you were to ask me that same question of have you ever seen it with your own eyes, you could ask a white boy that don't live in the hood or doesn't have access to the hood like we do, and I'll tell you, yeah, I've seen it.
I don't see it.
Well, that.
I never saw that
Well,
shit.
hold on, brother. Let me finish. Because when you say stuff like that, I can use your own words.
What?
You said some black men, assaulted you in IHOP or
That was
something to
30
that
years
effect.
ago. That was
Wait,
30 years
but
ago.
that's happening right now. But that's happening. Brother, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm gonna cook you slowly. I'm not gonna fry you today. I'm gonna roast you. Hold on, brother. I'm putting out the salt and pepper.
Does anything to me
Allow me to just season you correctly, brother, without
you're
cutting me
not
off.
seasoning my neck. You cannot cook me.
By the end of it, you're gonna be a pig on a stick with apple in your mouth. Just allow me to speak.
I already told you. Look, I said I don't go through that, right? I said the only time I see it is online, right? You turn off the internet.
No. You constantly talk about all the shootings in Virginia, brother. You talk about that, man, and I say that you have white supremacist talking points, but you're talking about what you actually see. Oh, where is he?
I think he's knocked himself off by accident.
Those were the gods. That was God
we can hear you,
smiling
man.
down
Go
on
ahead.
him.
Go ahead, like music. Go ahead.
Yeah,
we can
that
hear
was
you.
God smiling down on him, saving him from getting cooked again. Now, Kala a lot of times uses white supremacist talking points, and I call him on that, right? But the reality is that a lot of the stuff that he's calling out white people for calling out is stuff that he himself calls out. But the only thing is, he tries to give black men a pass and dump it all at the feet of black women. When we see all these gangs being arrested, you don't see pictures of women. And a lot of time when you see women that are in these gangs, they've been molested in,
Realistic. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Trafficked in
Yeah.
at the hands of the black man. So we really want to change society. It has to start from within. We have to have an honest conversation about our behavior. So fatigue is real. But you know who they've been fatiguing? Us.
Hmm.
When I gotta coach my son on how to walk home.
Yeah. That's
When I gotta say
the
now,
man shouldn't have to be
we're not
doing
taking
that.
you back
Yeah.
to America now for vacation because
Hmm.
last time I went to New York, it was crazy
Yeah.
because it's us. So when we have an honest conversation,
Look, I don't know what this fuss is.
yo, let me finish,
Hold
brother.
on, hold on, hold on.
Let me
One
finish.
is, please
Let me
don't come
finish.
in here like
I
you're gonna
don't call
talk
her. I
over
don't
me.
call her.
It's not gonna
Let
Let
fucking
me
me
Oh,
work.
Knock Music,
finish,
go ahead.
brother.
Nobody
You know,
interjecting.
don't
Go
talk
ahead.
over me,
You're
man.
showing that
You know, no,
why my points are
hold on, you
valid because you're
hold
trying
on,
to
hold
cut
on,
me
Carla.
off,
Hold on,
brother.
Carla.
you made an assertion. I'm gonna answer the goddamn assertion, and then you can talk back. You know,
No, brother,
I know it's my
it's your own
prerogative. I
words.
get rid of you right now. You know, let me say
Wait,
what I
wait,
gotta
wait.
say.
But then
And then
if you wanna kick me, that's fine.
get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, all
I'm
right.
sick
Come
of dealing
on,
with this nigga, man. You know? Come on here and
Carla.
just
Carla, come on,
out of nowhere,
come on.
having a peaceful night. This clown comes up here trying to fucking
No, you
bogart me
haven't.
and whatnot. I'm not the fucking one.
Yeah, Carla.
You
That
know?
was a good conversation between both of you. I
The
don't
good
think he was
conversation, oh,
personally
you
digging at
said
you.
this. You know I hate when a bitch ass motherfucker say, you gonna tell another man what he said. I'll tell you what the fuck I said. You
No,
know,
no,
I
Carla. I don't think.
don't mess around. I'll tell you what I said. I'll tell you what I meant. Don't tell me what I said. You know, well, you said this, and he runs off and he wants me to friggin' go let him run his own. Let me finish. No, you ain't gonna fucking finish. Go to fucking hell. If I
Cool
say what
down,
I gotta
Carla.
say,
I don't think he meant it
then you
in
can finish what I'm saying.
Yo,
I gotta clarify.
Kyla, you gotta let Knock Music talk
You
too,
gotta
Oh,
Kyla.
let him
fuck
back
you.
up and
You
let him
know?
explain himself. I don't think that's a good way to do it, Carla. I
You
get a
called
point
him
you're
out
making. Let the
yesterday,
man
and he
explain.
came
I
on
don't
your
think he
show
was
today,
being
Kyla.
vicious to you. You know, let him come up and let him explain himself. I don't think he was saying
He
anything
come up here
malicious.
with this, like he got some fucking fire for me. Nigga, you cannot out
No,
debate.
fully joking. I don't think he means it in a
No, fuck
thing.
that. I don't look. Everybody you come on my platform every night talking shit. You ain't joking. You know?
Yo, Kyla, but didn't you call him out yesterday to come on your show?
Yeah, he didn't come up the other night. I didn't come up.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
he
You
pulled
know,
up today for the
You know what I'm
smoke, though.
saying?
A lot.
You come up when I call you to come up and I wanted to talk about something, you come up. You don't come up here and I'm happy to talk about one thing, and then you turn the conversation about me. All I asked for what happened in Oklahoma. You know, I didn't know what happened, black, white, whatever. I'm just finding out all this. He gonna put it on me. Oh, you said black people. Look, I don't believe that about black people. You know, there's a few black people that's causing a lot of problems and giving us a bad image. I said it's because of social media. That's the name of the title. Majority of black people out there doing fine in this country. I don't believe that. It's about we do other
Yeah,
problems.
but Kyla,
I am not
actually,
the
I
damn
really
problem.
wanted to hear Knock's point, though. If you can bring it back.
No, he's going we the problem. No, don't get that
No,
we
but
out
he
your
said
mouth.
black man, though. He never
yeah,
said you.
he's
He
not.
said
No,
black
no,
man.
look. I'm a black man, and I
He's a black man too,
represent black
Kyla.
men.
He's a black man too, Kyla.
What? Yeah, but hold up. He lives in the Netherlands, right? I'm
Dude,
living
like
here in
he got
America.
a black man. He
Look,
got a
I got to
black
walk
kid
around in
too.
America, and I don't buy that nonsense that there's something wrong with us.
Kyla, look, Nakmizi also got a black male child. Come
Well,
on,
I don't
Kyla.
care about that. You know, don't care. You know, use that as beautiful and everything like that, but don't use that to try to attack me with it. You know, the bottom line, there's nothing wrong with black men. There's some black men who need guidance. And I said, I laid it out 100 years ago. Our black militant leaders said, if we don't have a nation, if we don't have control over our destiny, if you guys don't have this, we're going to lose the authority of our community. And exactly what happened. It used to be a time where black men were patriarchs. In every community across the country, strong black men were the breadwinners. They said, if you don't help us out building up industries, building jobs, all stuff like that, this is what's going to happen. They knew the thugs and everything like that were going to take over Black America. It was going to be chaos. And all the stuff they predicted 100 years ago, now we're living with. Give me that nonsense about this, that, and the other. There ain't nothing wrong with us. There's something wrong with the system we are in.
Well,
You know,
Carl, if you let him back up, he'll explain himself. I don't think you
I
might
don't
not
mind
like.
people talking about it, but don't come at me. Don't come at me fucking sideways.
I don't think. I
I am
don't
not
think
gonna
he
let
was
nobody
meant
come
it
up on
personally.
my
Because,
platform and talk to me
Mhm.
sideways. Too
I
many
hear you.
people
I hear you.
listen to
But
me,
you
and
can.
too many people respect me, and too many people are looking for me for leadership. I got to be fucking strong. I can't never let nobody like this come up here and talk to me any kind of way. No, it's not gonna
No,
happen.
no, Carla, hear me out. I don't think he was being. He obviously he's trying to make a point, right? I know
Well,
you
he's
might not
being
like. Why
disrespectful.
don't you
I'll let him
listen to
back
the
up.
point and
Well,
then
no, I'll
come
let him back
in?
up, but
Yeah,
but the bottom line,
just be cool. Just be cool. I don't think he means it viciously at all.
All right, I'm back on the mic. Um, you don't understand that I don't attack you as a man, Kyla. I'm attacking your talking
you're
points.
attacking my character.
But wait. But listen, why are you getting emotional, brother?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not getting emotional. I'm getting pissed the fuck off.
You call me the N word again today. You
I said,
realize
no, I
that,
did
right?
not. No, I did not.
You did.
No, I did not.
You absolutely did before
I
you
did not.
kicked me off.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, I'm telling you,
You know?
call me the N word. Are
I
you
did
gonna
not. No,
rectify that?
No,
I don't. I do not
Matt,
remember
Matt,
calling you that.
go easy.
Not
Or,
he's emotional.
A bit
I
upset
don't
at the
think
moment.
he
Just
has
make
to.
a point that.
Let's just
No,
move on.
look. I'm not gonna let that bother me. I've said worse to him, and he's forgiven me. So it's
Yeah, I've
whatever.
seen you both go at it,
Yeah,
so there's no
exactly.
need
So now
to.
here's my point about the black fatigue and stuff is that we have to take an introspective look at ourselves as
Mm-hmm,
black men. Not
mm-hmm,
only a look, but we have to do stuff. People that know
mm-hmm,
me know that I do stuff. And
mm-hmm,
it's frustrating. It's very frustrating, but I don't give up. But
mm-hmm.
one thing that I don't do is lay it at the foot of our women because it's the men that's doing the
who
nonsense.
mentioned women tonight?
It doesn't matter about tonight. But brother, did you call me out for the
Why
smoke or something
why you
yesterday?
we're having a conversation, whatever like that. Now you decide to bring this is a whole different argument.
No,
The
but yeah,
topic is
these are
social
your
media
talking points because they go to what
anti-black
I said,
sentiment, not
which was that
anti-black women sentiment. I didn't
white
mention women.
supremacist talking points.
Right,
That's
But
right.
then,
not
That,
white supremacist
can I
talking
just
point.
interject 1 minute? Right, just 1 minute.
wait,
Listen.
hold on. Let me and my brother let me and my brother hash this out because Kyle, they're saying that you called me out to come up here. I wasn't even.
I said the other night, right? I just
Uh-huh.
want to ask you. Hold on. I just want to ask you about the topic I did the other night. I talked about the Atlanta child murders, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then
Right.
I broke it down, right? There are over 70 unsolved suspected hangings in 7 states in the South. You know,
I
all
was on that stream.
all freaking thing, and that's more than that. Actually, that's just suspected. Other ones just completely ruled as suicide. There's hundreds of them. Black bodies dying, right? So
Right.
all I was saying from the night before that, right? That I have a right to be a little apprehensive when somebody tells me I got to sing Yankee Doodle Dandy and be proud to be an American like that. That's all I was saying.
And I wouldn't give you any pushback on that.
That's what I want to hear you say. You know, I'm
But I
saying
wouldn't give you any pushback on that. That's the easy
the
one.
reason why because before that you would make it seem like I'm being ungrateful and also like that. I say, look, I know what I got in America. I'm about to. I just got this new contract today. I'm about to really start doing it, right? Really, really, even more than that. I'm grateful for what I got, but at the same time, I can't forget my ancestors. I can't forget those kids in Atlanta, those 30 black children that murdered in Atlanta. I can't forget Trayvon Martin. I can't forget all the stuff that this country did. My uncle was killed by the Klan. Broke my family down. My uncle was killed by the Klan. I had an uncle that was burned alive and killed by the Klan. And all that pain we had to live with. Couldn't do nothing about it. Being powerless. Yeah, there's a lot America offered you and that, There's a lot America took away from us. And the bottom line, as a black man, I never go to any black man and tell them, you got to think a certain way, be grateful or not. Because everybody deals with that pain and anger differently because we're all human beings and we're all individuals. I have no right to tell a black man how to feel. Some black people who have no problem with America. Some black people love America like apple pie. I have no right to tell them anything different. I don't.
But
Anybody knows me.
you do.
I got a
You
lot
make
of
fun
friends
of
that
them.
love me. What?
You make fun of patriotic black Americans.
Hold up. But I got a lot of black conservative friends. They know me, because we have the same value. A lot of our values are the same. Like Mufasa, right? He's a Pan African, but he's also a Republican. I ain't gonna get on him for being a
Well,
Republican.
I'm independent, but
Well, you
I
are a
vote
Republican.
I vote more Republican.
Yeah, you're a Republican. So but I'm not gonna be like, oh, Mufasa, why you voting Republican? No, because I have faith in him. I've known him since he was a young man. I know Mufasa more than anybody I've known online. He's the first person I ever knew online. So the bottom line, I have faith that that's what you is. I'll respect that. But people will come up here and disrespect me, and I'm like, no. If I say this is the way I feel, that's it. That's the way I feel. Live with it and
Yeah.
respect it.
But Nat,
So, but
listen.
look, that's the whole point of conversations. They're point versus counterpoint, right? So I don't come at you personally ever unless you say something disrespectful to me. I like to keep it on
Hold
the
on. If
issues.
you come at me,
Hold on, let me
you
finish,
came at
brother.
me tonight
Please,
first.
let me finish. And when I address you, I always address you as brother. I say, yo, let me and my brother. So I always handle you
Yeah, but you got to
with
act
respect.
brotherly, Dak.
No, but and I do.
Yeah,
And the best thing you can do with your
it's
brother is
nice
keep
about
it
that,
real.
yo.
The best
Homie
thing you can
brothers,
do with your brother is keep it real. If you're gonna crash out on me every single
it's
time
not
because I have
crashing
a
out. It's
different,
about the
because
fact
I
of the
have
matter is,
a
don't
point
be,
of view, and
don't
now you're talking over
misrepresent,
me,
don't
and you're talking
misrepresent
over me.
who
You're
I
the
am.
same. You're almost the same age as me. We don't do that to each other.
Yeah,
Mhm.
all I'm saying is you never misread. If I say no, you got it wrong. That's not what I said. That's not what I meant. Let me reinterpret that. Let me clear that up. Then you can go on with. Once I clear that up, say whatever you want to say.
Right, and I'll give you that, but I don't ever misquote you. I use your same words.
No, no, no. You misquote me.
Brother, you've been on here saying
No.
how you've seen X amount of shootings in Virginia, that you yourself went through certain things, that black men were not receptive to your message, right?
Like
This
what?
is what you've said, but I haven't seen
Yeah,
you do
but that's
a
like
lot.
anything else.
Wait,
That
hold
don't
on,
mean
brother. But let
that
me
don't mean I
finish.
hate black
Let me
men.
finish. Let me finish. I never misquote you. I use your own words, which is why I'm such a good debater, because I use people's
No,
own
you twist
words.
my words. Well, go ahead.
I'm not. I don't need to twist it. I don't need to twist
Okay.
it, and I don't
Nat,
want to twist it to
Okay.
make
I'm
it
gonna
bad.
look.
To
right.
get to the ultimate
I'm
Nat,
gonna
point
put the
of
stop.
what I
Look,
tell you, the
stopwatch on.
ultimate point of what I tell you is if
Hold on.
you don't like America, you can leave or you can change.
I'm not changing.
No,
Nat,
not yourself, but change the problem. Work on the
I'm not
problem.
changing. I'm not
But if you're
changing.
not gonna work on the problem, then you just
Ain't
complain.
nobody changing me one bit.
I didn't see, now you're misunderstanding me. Not change yourself, change the issue. Attack the issue. If the
Well,
issue is our black men are not getting supported, then support the
no.
black man.
All right. All right, Now what I'm gonna do is this. I got a stopwatch. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes. Go ahead, cook. Give you 3 minutes to cook. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, well then after you're gonna kick me off again. But
No, no, I'm gonna take 3 minutes. Everybody can look at the watch.
look, cooking has to be organic. It has to be natural, right? I
Whatever.
don't
Yeah,
wait. All right,
or
so let me get my 3 minutes. Let me get my 3 minutes. So for me to have gotten a stage just now for 3 minutes and to say now cook, right? I don't dance if there's no music. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not just going to come on here and randomly attack you. But if the conversation goes to a point where we're talking about accountability in our community, I'm going to bring up a lot of points that you push. And one of the biggest points that I have an issue with is laying the problems of the black community on the black man or on the black woman while ignoring the fact that the black man is the bane of a lot of our societies, our own societies. So we don't see black women running out there doing tutorials on how to pop a switch or how to run down on an op. And when they do, 50% of the time they've been coached and groomed by a black man. These men will jump a woman into a gang, will have a woman hold their guns and their drugs. Will have a woman put all their ill-gotten gains in the woman's name. Will use a woman's house with her black babies as a stash house. So that
mhm.
comes from the black man. And if we're going to talk about changing the black man and reducing this so-called fatigue, then we got to start at home, because it's not peaches and cream, just like it's not peaches and cream in America. When I say I'm proud to be American, obviously I'm proud to be a black American first because I'm black first. So I don't give a F about white America, but I do understand that we live in proximity, or at least we work with each other sometimes. So when I speak to my people specifically. And what I don't do because I'm a man, I got two balls and the meat, no diddy. I don't put the problems that we can fix at the feet of our women. And I don't make general statements that have to be explained. Because what is understood doesn't need to explain. So if you put up a title and then say, well, what I really meant was this, or you should understand that I don't mean all. No, we're in a society that words matter. So if you want to say some black women do this, that's cool. But I would also say that's a weak ass title because I want to see the live stream that's holding us accountable. And I would definitely give some fire to brothers that ain't holding themselves accountable. And yes, and I'm gonna cook with this, leave with this. I am in the Netherlands because wherever I lay my hat is my home. You could put me in North Korea. I'm gonna get it.
About 3 minutes. All right.
Wait. But you see how you just did?
Hold on,
Nah,
3 minutes. I
nah.
said 3
You're
minutes.
an emotional bitch, my nigga.
I said 3
You an
minutes.
emotional bitch.
Oh,
I
no,
said
come
3
on, man.
minutes, right? You got 3 minutes, right?
You did
No,
3 minutes.
but the way you stop it, just but okay, time's up. But nah. What's that?
I don't have a buzzer.
He
Nah,
doesn't like your
nah.
he
Come
doesn't
on,
like your
bro.
argument that easy,
Come on,
man.
man.
You know what he's doing, Kyla. Bro. I guarantee you,
All right,
me and
I should
Kyla's
say that.
family was on the same
I should.
plantation
All
in
right.
North Carolina.
I
He's
should.
probably my fucking cousin. I swear to God.
I never said. I should have never did the buzzer. Okay. Now let me cook. Right. Let me cook. Right. First of all, right. Uh, one of the points was you said us black men. If you understood what I was saying about the other night, right? There's a difference between being a black man and a black male. Mufasa is a black man. I'm a black man, right? The dudes who do all that stuff like that and causing problems with black people are males, right? It's a totally different thing, right? I'm a black man, right? Every black man I know, right, was my brother, well, like that, are handling his business. You know, kids going off to college, do like this. You know, every black man that I know is handling their stuff. I don't deal with black males. The stuff you talking about, people holding switches and stuff like that, that's not my world. I don't live in that world. So you got those people, although we're similar in race, they don't represent me. We might as well be from two different planets, two different continents, a different matrix. They don't represent the majority of black men in this country. So I don't feel like I got to take responsibility for a goddamn thing. That's between, like Malcolm X said, between society, white society, and them. White society is the one that produced this. They're the ones who create the welfare system. They're the ones that create the criminal justice system. They're the ones that took away the jobs, the opportunities, and all stuff like that. We have no power over it. We wanted power over it. That's why we had the Garvey movement. That's why we had the Nation of Islam. When those things were taken from us, Black Wall Street, and everything like that, this is what you're dealing with. When the black man was taken, man, not males, when the black man was taken out of these communities in the household, that's when the problems started. My good brother Mufasa here is a young man, takes care of his daughter, raises her as a single father. Those are the men I talk to. You know, I look at the positive side of black males in this country, right? The other side of black people, black men in this country, the other people I don't know anything about. You know, so when I talk about those people who do all stuff like that, you say I sound like the Ku Klux Klan or white supremacists. No, I'm just talking about people that are not who I am. If you're doing all that nonsense, everything, you don't come from me. You don't come from my culture. You know, I didn't come from that. I did not come from the gutters and the garbage and all stuff like that. That's not normal to me. You know, so what I'm saying is this: because that exists in the title right there, that's all creating, because we share the same race, a reflection on all of us. That's all I'm saying. You know, we
That
can't.
makes
I
sense to
can't
me.
stop the bliggity, the bling bling, and whatever the YNs, all that stuff like that. That's not my job to stop that. We didn't create it. We did not ask to be brought here. You know, we're not asked to be brought to this country. We're not asked for any of this shit. You know, we did not do any of this to cause all this, create all this conflict and confusion and whatnot. So, what the hell am I freaking gonna say? We gotta take responsibility. What the hell I gotta take responsibility for? I want responsibility for myself. That's all I'm responsible for is myself.
Yeah, but Carla,
What I
don't
can
you
do.
think?
Hold on. What I can do is
Wait,
this.
let him finish, and then I gotta rebut him.
Hold on. What I can do is this, right? What I do, right? I decided to do was I try to be a role model, an example. When young people see me, right? They see me and they're like, sir, they call these young men, same YNs they call me, they say yes, sir, no, sir. They straighten out when they talk to them. They talk slang with their friends. When they talk to me, they talk with respect. I carry myself a certain way. That's what I do. I show them what a man is. I can't do nothing else but be an example. That's all. By living my life, having a successful business, staying out of trouble, doing the right thing in life. That's all I could do. Because I did not create the situation. But if I could be an example of somebody and inspire somebody, I talk to young guys all the time. I tell them, get in school. I tell them, go in the military. What do you do? I'm always an inspiration to young people when I meet them. That's what I can do. I tell them to stay out of trouble, stay out of drugs, stay out of the streets and whatnot, And the bottom line, they say, look at me and say, yo, he's pretty cool. He ain't in the streets. He ain't one of the street dudes, but he's cool. He ain't no punk. And it's like this. So I live the example. That's all I can do. I'm not going to come in with a cape, savior, like I'm going to save somebody. I'm not going to lie to people, tell you I got the ability to save somebody. All I can do is save myself and be a role model and example. That's all. So try to put that on me, like we got to get out there and do this. No, the fuck we don't. You straighten yourself out. You're a leader for the black people and whatnot. You're a leader, everything like that. Then make your money. I go to Africa. Nobody gives me money. Nobody pays for this platform. I show people what to do. If you believe in something, you'll pay for it. You want to go to the continent, you save for it. You work hard for it. Nobody's sending me damn donations. I'm an example of what I want to see other people be. But so Mike come up here and talk to me the way you do. That's so fucking disrespectful.
See, now you're going to the bullshit again.
Oh, come on,
You
man.
passed 3 minutes, and I didn't go man, right? I'm listening to you now. You sabotage yourself by cursing at me again.
I didn't curse.
You just said talking to me the effing way you do. You don't remember what you say, brother. When you get mad, you just start.
I said the way you effing do. Yeah, but I wasn't cursing at you. I cursed, but I didn't curse at you. All I'm saying is that I live my life, right? I'm not out here running. There's nobody could ever say Kala did this. Nobody could ever say a woman could say I inboxed them, said anything inappropriate. Nobody could ever say I solicited money from them. Nobody could say that I did anything wrong in what I'm doing, my public persona. And for somebody like me who come up here and give knowledge every night, I give history lessons every night, to be disrespected like this, it's just too much.
Wait, but when you say be disrespected, show me how I disrespected you.
Your very tone, talking about cooking me, that's disrespectful.
Bro, you constantly get cooked in debates. Don't take that personally. Don't take it personally, brother.
Come up here and talk about watch me.
Don't take it personally. But
That's not personal, bro.
You can't be an African nation if you can't have a debate without
nothing, right? If somebody want to talk to me about an Afghanistan, I got hours to sit here and ask me Q&A. You can ask me, do people do that? No. All they want to do is take personal shots at me, insult me, and all this kind of stuff like that.
Well, if you take personal shots at black women, I'm going to shoot back. Sorry.
Personal shots back, and I'm not talking about any black women personally.
No, because you're taking shots at black women as a whole. And you mentioned black women. You make a distinction between black men and black males. I don't see a distinction. I don't see a distinction.
Listen, everybody been listening to this. Let me start with Lewis. Lewis,
no, don't ask them. Don't look for a life jacket.
I want to go around there before I get back to you. I want to see where everybody's.
Okay, well, watch them agree with me. Go on.
Okay, whatever. I don't care. They can do that.
Yeah, now you don't care.
I
Right.
don't care.
Listen, I think on both sides, you're both making really good points. I mean, I've understood where Carla is coming from. Okay, that he's not part of the ratchet lifestyle that goes on, and then that means he's got he knows the reality that whether we like it or not, those ratchet people are attached to us. We can't really cut them off. So you're both making good points, but I think we've got to be careful that we don't allow any little thing that someone might say that's not personal to be personal. And Carla, if you're the host of the show, okay, the onus is on you, okay, not to get to take things too personal sometimes, Carla, because you make good.
When
That's
people
why
come
we're
up
on
here
here.
and they take personal shots and what my
Oh,
character, my reputation is
listen,
all I got.
Carla, I don't think I haven't heard anything that he said
Yeah, well,
that
okay,
that
I
is,
do.
is gonna.
I do.
Okay.
I know when people are taking shots. They try to look. People come at me all the time, right?
No,
And
no,
they
but hear
come
me
at me.
out.
I
Carla, I
look.
don't
Oh, look.
think.
You ever listen to the chat rooms? I let people come at me all the time. You know,
mm,
whatever like that. There's certain way you come
I
at
don't
me.
think he meant it.
You know,
He meant it personally like that. I don't think you should, as a host, you shouldn't take things like that too personal. Because I don't think he's personally jabbing at you. I've seen him go at you personally, and this he hasn't done that really heavy tonight at all.
well,
So
let me go down the list.
you know,
Zongo, what's your take? You on Zongo?
we're probably gonna grab a sandwich or something.
Zongo probably win it. Mufasa, what's your take, bro?
Oh, I think I disagree with Knack on the black women point. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of the like the I don't feel like he was attacking you in the beginning. I felt like when he called you a bitch, I don't think he should do that. Like how you got pissed off, it would have been acceptable after he called you a bitch, more so than
Yeah, but
the heated discussion in the beginning. You feel what I'm saying?
he's saying the big in terms of being girly. Like he's not saying it like man, fuck you. But he's not saying
No,
it like
I
that.
feel that, but that's to me, that's just out of pocket. I feel like I don't feel like we should be doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear
That's my
you. I
opinion.
hear you. All right, fair
Yeah.
enough. But
And then yeah, in terms of the back and forth on that, I don't agree on the women thing because I feel like I feel like if Kala talks about everybody, you see what I'm saying? So one day he's gonna talk about how Africans ain't shit, then he's gonna say Black Americans. So
Exactly.
once we get to the women, we can't we can't make it so where the women don't get a turn. You know what I'm saying? Because even in Not Measy, you was talking about how it's street dudes that use women to hold their drugs, to do this and that, to you do straw purchases and all that for them. Those women need to be held accountable for the crime that they're doing with that man.
yeah,
You
but
feel
he's
me?
talking about the ones that's been coerced into that lifestyle.
You know, I get that, but what I'm
I'm
saying they're
nowhere
still living
near
a
that
lifestyle
lifestyle.
though.
I'm nowhere
I
near
want
that
him to
lifestyle.
finish his point so we could go down the line, but I appreciate his points. Continue, brother.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, they I feel like they still living a lifestyle. So, and a lot of men who are in that lifestyle are followers, who are following another strong man. You feel what I'm saying? But everybody got to get their accountability. So, yeah, I just I felt like that. I didn't feel like I felt like in the beginning it was just a spicy debate.
And let me ask you a question, Mufasa.
Good.
My point I was making was 100 years ago, right? Marcus Garvey stood at Madison Square Garden. Years later, Elijah Muhammad, they basically said the same thing. Something has to be done because we're going to get eaten up by America. They knew this was coming. You know, you have a black people that are in a civilization that they're being rejected by, oppressed by. Either the civilization has to change. And a lot of us fought for that. Sidney Poitier, or tried to change America, right? For the last 80, 90 years. Tried to change America, right? They said, look, that's why we had affirmative action. Let's speed everything up. Let's make black people a part of it. Let's bring black people into the major leagues. We have to do this. White America agreed. We cannot have a group of people in the country that don't have opportunity, don't not part of the American dream, you know? But somewhere
Right.
along the line, right? That all stopped, right? In the 70s, right? We had heroin epidemic. We had super movie the movie Superfly. The culture changed, right? Back in the days, Malcolm X and all these people didn't have to deal with drill rap. They didn't have to deal with a thing right now where you walk down the street, you tell a kid one thing, he turns on his drill rapper and he's talking about his ops. That wasn't like that. That's what we're dealing with right now. This is what we default to. 20 years from now, it's going to be even worse. So what do we
How
go
does
from
that
here?
relate to what Nakmeezy was saying?
But
I don't
what
think
the
you
point I'm
disagree
trying to
with
say
that.
is this: we don't
It
control the
doesn't.
movie industry. We don't control the movie industry. We don't control none of that.
Well, I can get it to relate. Hey, Kyla, I'm back.
Right, what's going on?
It's black men who's leading the charge in the media's perspective of degenerates, or
It's both black
they're
men.
leading the charge. They're
If you,
leading the charge.
yeah,
They're
you got all these people,
they're
right?
creating the image.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say. I would say it's white people that are
No,
producing
it's
those.
yes, it's white people
it's
producing it,
white
but it's
people
black
sitting
men
back.
participating,
Hold
and
up,
they're giving them
let me tell you
the
something. Afro theory.
something to produce.
Hold up, check this out. I watched, or when I was growing up, rappers that were real conscious, real good rappers that had good messages, every like talent and whatnot, go by the wayside, right? Because white people decided, right? Back then there was like a battle between black people talk gangster stuff and black people talk conscious 5% stuff, wisdom, God, earth, whatnot. I was on that side, right? And then I
Yeah.
saw that white people put their finger on the scale and gave money to Snoop Dogg, Suge Knights, and all these other people like that because they wanted it to go that way. And the conscious rappers died off. White people did that, particularly.
Yes, but if it wasn't a culture for gangster rap to exist
I
on the
don't know.
large
You know what?
scale.
Yeah,
I'm
they
gonna say this.
promote
Let her
it.
finish, brother. Let her finish.
Hold on, I will say this like this: the culture, right? Ice Cube and all them. Ice Cube said
Hmm.
one time, he says, "Well, most of our records, right, gangster are sold to suburbia." He said, "Little Billy in Kansas." When I was in New York, most hip hop in New York, conscious rap, was sold to black people. The gangster rap was sold on MTV to a white audience. So, uh,
But it was a reflection of what was going on in the
No,
black culture
it
in
was
our
crazy.
neighborhoods, as
It was
well
crazy.
as
It was
influencing the generation that was growing
I
up.
don't know. I
And
don't
that's
remember
how
going.
we
it was
that's
I
how
don't
we
crazy.
remember
got to
going
the
through all
point
that.
where we're at right
I
now
don't remember going
with
through all that.
Hold on,
drill.
hold on. Let her finish.
I don't
Yeah.
remember going
That
through all
that's
If I can
how
just say,
well
if I can just say,
But
it's
can
on
she
record.
finish?
Wait,
Can
but
she
let
finish
let
the
the
thought?
sister finish though. Don't cut her off. Let her finish. Continue, sis, please.
gangster rap music magnified the violence that occurred in black communities, and it inspired you to adopt that type of mindset. And that's where we're at today.
that.
That's where it's come
I
to.
never adopted a mindset.
Well, you're
Okay, can I
taking things
just quickly
personal.
say something
Hold
in
on.
reply
Before
to
you
that?
no, hold on. Let me say something. Kyla, I can't believe you. You have the audacity to get upset because Nakmeezy mentioned that it's black men as a collective, not
There
specifically
is
you,
no.
but
Well,
you
I think
come
that's
on the
bullshit
panel and
because
you discuss
there is
black
no.
women
No,
in
there's no
general, and
collective
you
of black
generalize
women.
us, but then you can't
Hold on.
take it
There's
and
no
you take it
collective of
personal.
black women. There's no collective of black men. It's all individuals.
It is a collective.
So in other words, we're sitting around
Okay,
talking about how can we fuck up today. We're all get meeting.
No,
And how can
no,
we
it's
fuck up
not
today?
that. It's when people, for instance, when people say Black America, Black
Yeah,
America,
but
there's no
there's
country
no
called Black
maybe there's no
America.
such thing as Black America.
But
We
you know
all.
what they're talking about. You know they're talking about Black Americans, the descendants of enslaved people here in
They're talking about
America.
that. That don't mean we exist.
I think you're
Yeah,
being
yeah, but
disingenuous
kind of when you
because
constantly bash when you
when
constantly
you
bash black women, I mean, Afro is not part of it too. She doesn't have
yeah,
kids.
exactly. And
She doesn't
I
promote
know not to
child
take it
In
personal.
other words,
social.
Apple theory. If I say something um, like the woman who just got indicted in Louisiana because they said she was a sheriff and she was sleeping with the inmates and she allowed them to escape. And I say, that's not unfortunate. So, that's an individual. That's not you, but that's an individual.
Okay, okay, maybe your perspective changed within the last few days, but I could have sworn a couple days ago you had a segment about how black women, you didn't say specific black women,
theory.
individual black women,
Yeah.
black women protect pookies.
Yeah, they do.
Is
They
that not a
do.
general?
They
Yes,
do.
Okay,
yes,
No, they
so
do.
yes. I'll
They
say
do.
that
That's
right
a
now.
fact.
Yes.
so then why don't you
Yeah,
understand when
yes, I will. I
Nakmeezy is
will.
saying that
Yes,
black
I do
men
care
Yeah,
about
I
are
that
know
the
that
because
reason?
I
music says
know.
that.
Look, I know for a fact of the matter is real black women don't, right? But there's pookies basically only exist because they got not just the wives, they got their mother, their aunties, and whatnot. They
And
give
they,
them refuge and sanctuary. That's how they operate.
Yes,
yeah, and
yes,
they
we
also go for the
understand that.
cookies too much. They go for the bad boys too much. And if I can just
Okay,
say,
we're talking about
Wait,
in
let
America.
the
You're not
sister
in America.
finish
she's
because I
been
want to jump
speaking,
in when
brother.
she's done.
We're gonna lose our thought if we
Kyle,
don't put our 2 cents in. Yeah, I
no,
just want to make a
hold
quick
on.
No,
point,
but I'm
brother.
saying
Yeah, but
Lewis,
Listen,
they
Luis, we want
almost
to,
Yo,
hear a
they
Lewis,
perspective
almost
I've
from
trying to
been
the
do
waiting
brother.
quietly, man. I've been
no,
waiting
let me
quietly.
just.
This is
I've
my
been waiting
fight.
10 minutes to make my point. She's got
No,
far.
but
Get it?
Lewis,
They
But Luis, we
brother,
want to
almost
brother
hear.
trying
Lewis,
Let her land,
brother
please.
Lewis.
You know, let her
Stop
land.
acting like you from the Zongo community, brother Lewis. Be in a
Hey,
shut.
hey, Nagmeezy, don't do that. Don't do that, Nagmeezy.
Tyler,
Lewis,
all I'm saying is that just like how you're saying that it's not all black women, of course, when you make those type of statements. What Nakmizi is saying is it's not all black men, of course. That means he will have to include himself. He's just acknowledging that he's part of the overall collective, and black men in general are part of that
Okay,
collective.
let me answer this
But
one thing, right?
it may not be you
Let
doing
me
it.
ask you
We
this one thing,
understand
right?
that.
Hold on, wait, ask you one thing. I put it out there, right? I said, you know something, things are really fucked up in Black America. Maybe we just if this is the way it's going to be forever, right? Shouldn't there be an alternative?
there should be an alternative, Kala, but okay, the point she said that hip hop.
Oh, okay, now hold up.
I
What's the
know, but
alternative?
you're avoiding the original point. The point
I
she
know,
was
but what's
making.
the alternative?
The point she was making was that black men had a culture within America that they broadcast to the world and had negative impacts on the community.
Exactly,
Your
right.
response was, and she said that it also influenced black people, and you said it didn't influence me, but that's not
Yeah.
an answer
Right,
because
right,
we're
right.
talking about the general
And I'm
situation.
asking the question, Mufasa. I said, okay, let's say we're fucked in America. That's the way it is, right? But remember something. In order for that culture to get out there, are we the ones broadcasting it in satellite and stuff like that?
No,
It's like that. Who's doing that?
right? That's the point I was gonna make.
And so that's the point I'm trying to say.
Good.
So, so hold up.
Can I,
Say,
can,
hold,
wait,
say,
I'm waiting for him to come back to me because that's what this whole
hold on.
roundabout was
Let
about.
me say my last point, right? When I'm in Liberia, right, and I noticed something, right? Said there's like a calm there, right? Because even though they listen to some of the same songs we do, whatever like that, right? They listen to Afro beats. So many times they even have country music radio and gospel on the radio, right? And then when I first went there, it dawned on me why the country is so safe and peaceful. I have never in all the years I've been going there see anybody even get into a fist fight. And I said to myself, I said, because when they turn on the radio, 9 times out of 10, they're playing some peaceful Afrobeat song or gospel and stuff like that, right? And then I said, you know something, I'm gonna get back to America. As soon as I did, go back there, I turn on Hot 97 and somebody's talking about his chopper. My
Okay,
eyes.
so Kala, you just said
No, hold on, I'm saying like this.
okay.
So therefore, I'm saying, the reason why you don't have gangster stuff like that, like in Africa, is because they control the medium,
perfect.
in their countries. They control the medium.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I asked the question, what is the solution? And when people tell me under no circumstances can we leave America, well, this is going to continue forever. Because the white man's not.
Tyler, I have one question. What do you believe is the role of the black man within his community
There is no
and
first of all, okay.
and just now, like right now, what he can do for his community and
Well,
for
first
his
of all,
family and for
before we
himself?
have a community, before we talk about a community, we got to have one. We have
Okay, so
neighborhoods in areas. We don't have communities.
what
Communities
is the
are people.
role? So
Hold
then
on.
what is the role? What is
That's the
the
problem.
responsibility of the
Hold on, hold on,
black man?
hold on.
Hmm.
You cannot have a society where the men have no authority. He has to be the
Okay.
ultimate breadwinner. He has to be the protector. He has to have authority. People have to respect him. That's the sort of
Yes.
community I grew up in. I've
Yeah.
had black men that we respected. Mr. Such,
Yes.
Mr. Such was like
Yeah.
the breadwinners of every family was a black man. You know,
Mhm.
But I'm
so
saying
Could I
now, the
just say
black man
quickly?
today.
so I don't know what to do now. It's
Right.
just
Could
so
I
far
just
gone.
say quickly, please? Could I just say quickly in answer to the lady, so I don't forget? You asked the question about the gangster thing. The manager and the founder of NWA is on record, right, as well as Ice Cube. They're on record to say that they created NWA to get rid of Public Enemy. This is facts. You can look it up on YouTube everywhere. Okay, so what Carla is talking about ain't no accident. This is something that they do. They use subliminal.
I am well aware of how gangster rap came
No,
about
hear
and
me
the
out.
reasons why.
And what I'm saying, listen, someone with a flag like that in a fist, you should know exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about the most significant group that black people had, politically charged worldwide, the most lethal weapon that Black America had for years. And these people sat down and decided, how do we get rid of this? And they don't joke about it. They say they specifically created NWA to get rid of Public Enemy. That goes to show
Now
you
let
how
me say,
effective.
okay, I understand that.
Right.
Now let
So
me
then
say
you can't
something.
ignore
Let me,
Carla's point, sister. That is
this
significant.
That's not my point. My point is, for instance, the rapper YG, he came out with a song, and the song was in a music video, and the song was about how to rob an Asian household or rob Asians. And the Asians, they got
I
together,
remember that.
and of course, naturally, they were against it. They got
Mhm,
together and they got the song banned, and it was off of YouTube
mhm,
and off of Apple. Why aren't
mhm.
Black people, are we not knowledgeable enough or aware enough or care enough to do certain things like that if we
Well,
don't
we
want
We
that
have
are, but
image to
more
be
power,
portrayed
and black
for
people
we
us?
have
are,
more
but
power
Hey,
unfortunately,
can I get back into this because I got to go make a great salary because I'm right before I go to work. So now look, we had the round table and I respect everyone's point, right? But I'm about this money, right? So Kala, I'll give you an opportunity. I will Western Union you because we don't have Zelle here.
Hey, Nat,
Wait, hold on, brother. Let me finish.
I
You
don't,
didn't even
I
listen
don't,
to the
I don't, take, I
proposal.
don't take
You
people's
didn't listen to the proposal.
I don't take money.
Okay, well, okay, so then hustle smart and you weren't trying
Yeah,
to
but
get
Kala,
paid
you're
Oh
supporting your
yeah,
show
to
though.
because
buy,
Why are you
to
acting
buy
that way, Kala?
equipment.
I
Okay,
don't take any money in that
but
spirit. In
listen,
that spirit. I don't take
if
money in
I
that
got
spirit.
money, that's fine. I was gonna offer you 1,000, not even a bet. But if
What,
you could
what do I need
make
with
your
$1,000?
point, if you
a
can make your
thousand a
point,
thousand dollars can fight the battle.
What do I
You
need
hear
but
a
the
thousand
revolution.
dollars for?
let me make my point. You don't want the money, fine. More money for me. I would be willing to go um act for act as it relates to acts on black men or black women that had a negative impact on the community. I'm not
Well, that's
finished.
not my
I'm not,
point.
I'm not finished, brother. When you talked about the nation of gods and earths, at that point, it was a 5% nation. A lot of us in New York grew up in that. I was one as well. Do you know the 5% nation ran concurrently to civil rights and the crack era? So it didn't really change shit.
Well,
Wait,
all I know is
Let me finish, brother. I
for me.
waited patiently and I didn't say anything when everybody was talking except to say, let people finish. Allow me to finish, please. Because right now, the way I'm acting is how a real black man should be acting. Okay? Letting other
Yes.
people speak. Letting them get their point across, not misunderstanding them on purpose. But now, the black men, if we're going to talk about we're men and not males, right? We have to act like that. We have to do something. It's not enough to just complain. It's about doing something. Those that know me know that I've done stuff in America, to the Netherlands, and also in Ghana. Okay? So I do. But what I don't do is I don't allow my brothers to scapegoat women. Okay? And that's the issue that we're having here is
Yeah,
using women
yeah,
as a scapegoat.
with
And
all
I'm
the
gonna keep it
respect,
on
yeah,
music. I'm gonna
yeah,
keep it on music for a second, brother. I'm gonna keep it on music. When we talk about the conscious hip hop, right? You heard of X Clan, right?
what
Yeah.
about him?
Yeah, X Clan was running trains on the light skinned one. I think her name was Isis.
But what is it? Hold
Wait. But I'm making a point.
on. What I'm
X
talking
Clan was running trains on her. Diddy was making Cassie do stuff that she probably wanted to do. Ike was beating on Tina Turner.
But what
The
is Nat?
black man has been a plague.
What does that
The
got to
black
do
man
with?
has been a plague, and the black woman has been a
What
victim
is that?
to white supremacy and
Hold
the
on,
black man at
hold on.
the same time.
What does that got to do with what I'm saying?
No, because you're trying to put it out at their feet.
I never
And
said you
that's
keep
weak.
mentioning that.
That's weak.
I look. You keep saying that. I look. Let me put it to you like this. Let me run it back to you again. I did a show title. I said, "Are black women enabling right? Elevating?" And I wasn't even talking about the black women. I was talking about the Pookie in charge, right? How did they get that like that, right? They can only get like that unless they got a support system. I wasn't even talking bad about black women. I was talking about these guys that use them. You know,
No, you said they enable. So an enabler is a negative person
yes,
in
yes,
that
yes,
context. But
yes,
now look,
yes.
watch.
That
The
was the
Pookie is
title. That was
created
the
in the image
title.
of his father.
If you
The
hold on, if
Pookie is
you
created in the
if
image
you
of
read
his
the title,
father.
that's what
When
the
y'all
title
say
said.
black women need to choose better, we need to give them better options.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the whole fact. Because
So,
when the Caribbean man, and shout out to him, the Caribbean man, when I was working in produce at Food City on 153rd and Broadway in Washington Heights, told me, put a little money in your pocket for the stick up man when you're walking home from the train station. He wasn't talking about black women. He was talking about that big black nigger that was robbing niggas in the hood, not
Matt,
the black woman.
you're going
That's
on
what he was
a
talking
tangent, right? I don't know where you're going with all this.
about. You know, because you don't want to know.
No, I'm not saying you're not making any sense.
But you don't want to know, Kyla.
No,
You
you're
get up
not
on
making
here and
any
talk
sense,
about
right?
how you're
Hold
big, you're
look,
bad, you're
man.
mean, and you're violent. But
Hold up.
you're not lifting a
Hold
finger
up.
to no white man. You
If
got on here and said that the white man
hold up.
gave you better advice than your own father. You
Matt,
fucking coon. You
yo,
said the
Come
white
on,
man
man. Come
gave
on,
you
Hey,
come
better
hey,
on.
P.
advice than
Collar,
your
sit
own
down.
Collar,
father.
You're gonna
Nat.
Come
bust
on,
We
you up.
man.
all heard that, nigga.
You know,
We
hold on.
all heard you big up the white man and shit on your father, nigga. You's a coon.
Nah,
Now kick me, nigga.
you're not making any sense, bro.
No, you said it. Did you not say
Shut the fuck up, you know? Get out of here. Please, you
How,
know? That's what
I
I'm
think
talking
he
about.
was
You can't
straight
say
until the name call
I
him,
did
man.
not
He
give
was
him a
good.
chance.
you were
Huh?
talking about black women though.
Yeah, I look, at least put it to you like this. Yes, I was.
So, but why'd you say you?
Oh, but he's going off on stuff I did not say in the meme. You know?
No, he's talking
I was
about overall in your
look, I was
videos and
very
your.
clear. Look, I was very clear. I'll be honest with you, I'm very clear, and you can be angry with me. And I'm cool with
Oh,
it,
I'm
right?
not angry. I'm not angry.
Look, I said like this, and I'm gonna say it the day I die, right? I watched too many kids instances, right, where I'm seeing good black men, good brothers who stepped in and became stepdads and some of everything and were shitted on. You know,
Right, but but what he's getting at is that it it's also black men do the same. Some black men do the same thing to good black women too. And you're
my
always
point,
pinpointing
my
black
point
women.
on the show was right. That's fine, right? But
But
when
the thing,
me,
the th-
hold up. When it affects me, is this right? If I'm building a movement, right, and I'm looking around and I'm saying, how is it that I'm fucking competing with people that got all time to be on YouTube for 12 hours a day, like Red Supreme and all these people, Angry Man. They're on YouTube for 12, 13 hours a day. And the only way I said was there's black women enabling them. These guys are pookies, and black women are enabling them. That was the premise of
there's
my
black
show.
men. There's black men on
Oh,
their
hold up.
panels.
If
It's
anybody,
black
look,
men who's
hold up. If
donating to
anybody,
them.
hold up. If anybody had an IQ above 60, they wouldn't be arguing me right now. That's
Okay,
all I'm
bye.
saying. People think anytime you even
Damn, I
mention
wanted to
black
talk
women,
to Afro Theory because my thing my question to Afro Theory, I don't know if she jumped off, but my question is if you're enabling a pookie, or if like, to use the example Nat Neezy gave, if you're with a drug dealer and you're buying things for him in your name, you're holding his drugs, you're holding his gun, you're doing all of this stuff, are you just are you just a zombie, or do you have some accountability for the wrong that you're assisting him in doing?
she dropped off because the bottom line is this. That's all they want is somebody like Nakneezy to chill it. No, it's not going to happen with me. You know, I stand up for freaking real black men. You know, we're the ones getting shit on. We have no political voice. We have nothing. We're shitting on the media, the culture, all this shit like that. They come at good black men. I know too many good black men went to their grave not broken. Somebody sit up here and talk this nonsense. You
Yeah,
know,
but Kyle, look, a lot of times, right? It's just the pookies that many people describe. I don't know the
it's a
stat, but
lot of it. Look,
I don't know
Zongo,
the.
Zongo.
Kind of,
It's like this. It'd be surprised. Look,
I was
Pookie
quiet
is not
enough
just
to let
somebody
you
with
guys
his.
talk.
Look, Zongo. Pookie is not just somebody with his pants sagging down. You got Pookies out there with degrees, but they choose women. You know, you got
Yeah,
Pookies out there and they got education. You
yeah.
know,
Listen,
and for
if
that,
they're
so
wrong, they're wrong. Carl, you remember a couple of months ago that Russian man was tearing through them Ghanaian
Yeah,
women,
you just
disgracing
went
them
out. But yeah,
on.
shout out to Mary Shy in the
Uh,
chat. She said, "I
there
am
Can
was a
not."
I?
couple.
Yeah,
She said,
I
"I'm not
guess the
moving
point.
no damn drugs for no man."
I
And
guess
you
the.
and,
I
and
guess
you
the.
damn well shouldn't. I got a
I guess the
17
point I'm
year
trying to
old. I
say is
got a
that.
17-year-old daughter. If she
Yeah.
don't, if she get this 89 in this calculus AP calculus class instead of getting a 91 and getting this A and getting a 5 on the AP exam, if she don't pass the AP exam, I'm not gonna tell her it's black men's fault. I'm gonna say it's your damn fault. We got to stop
Yeah.
just making it like women don't have no accountability. That's not
Yep.
the truth.
This is a
Go ahead,
problem. This
Zongo.
is one problem.
And we
However,
live
Yeah.
in a
I guess
country.
the.
Well, hold on. And we love our black women
we got to
enough
hold
to
them
tell them the truth.
accountable.
Black men who don't tell black women the truth don't really love them. You know, I love my sisters, right? I'm gonna tell you what's wrong. I'm gonna tell you what's wrong, where you act and everything like that. Our community's going down. We're looking really bad. I hate where it's like hearing Asian women and white women sit there giggling on black women like they're fools, or even seeing African women talk about black American women. So I feel some sort of way, you know. I like those are my sisters, right? But the bottom line, most black women in America don't think anything's wrong. They don't know the whole world's laughing at them, you know. The whole world's laughing at
Yeah,
our women,
but Carla, you can't just blame the black woman and forget about the black man. The
Hey,
Pookies themselves
Hold
too are
on. I
also black
said that.
men
Look.
themselves.
Zongo,
The black women
Zongo.
are not with black
Look,
men.
look,
They're with the
Louis.
friggin' males,
I'm also in America too. I live in America. Look,
Yeah,
I
but
do hear.
you saw
I
those
do.
Well,
black
I don't
Can
think
I?
you're
women.
Can
talking about culture,
Louis?
so you don't know what
I've
I'm
been
talking
waiting,
about.
Louis. I've been waiting for a long time listening to people. Look, I do hear a lot of the argument from the red pill, from black men, and everything. And when I walk day to day,
Well,
I
I'm not
also
talking about the red pill clowns,
no. I'm just giving an example. And when I walk day to day, I also observe. It's not just the problem. Just doesn't lies only within black women. The black man
I
also
know,
also involved.
Zongo.
Let me. I
I
want to
never
make
said,
this. I want to
look,
make this
hold on,
point.
hold on. When you say that, you're acting like I said that. I never said that.
No. I'm
I
not
said
saying
we
you.
got
I'm
a
not saying
whole
you.
bunch
I'm
of
not saying you,
problems.
Carla. I'm just
And
making a point.
Hold up, Mufasa will tell you. Mufasa, is there anybody that I let off the hook?
No.
Yeah, I mean
Okay.
they know that though. If y'all watch
Yeah,
the show,
Carla,
So
man.
this is what I'm getting frustrated
you
with.
should already know that.
Yeah, Carla. I'm not even blaming you, man.
Anybody that
I'm
listens to the
making
show
my point.
knows
I'm not even
I be
blaming you.
talking about black men mostly, right? I be talking about my brothers mostly. I talk about Africans, right? I talk about everybody on this platform.
Yeah.
But bottom line, if I talk about mention black women, so the fuck be it.
Yep.
No, but that's in our community.
They
You
want
can't
to be
talk
the
about black
sacred
women.
cows.
That's why they have so
Black
many
women want to
problems.
be
I
sacred
will.
cows.
No
I will.
accountability. There's no.
I
If you say
will. I
one thing
will.
about one peep about black women, it's
Oh,
a
that's it.
problem. Knock Measy gonna come out the woodworks and
Everybody,
wherever.
oh, I
That's the
love my
problem.
black women. Nigga,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
sit your simple ass down, man. You
No,
know?
not no
Yeah,
one
but
push
what,
cows.
Carla. So if the so-called guys that you live with them Pookies, they're black men themselves. Like, okay, they
Bro, he's a
also
black male, right?
Hey,
Look,
Zongo.
Zongo. You ever heard the term arrested development?
yeah, Carla. I mean, I heard your definition about black men and black males. I get what you're saying.
Hold up. Do you understand the term arrested development?
Go ahead, explain. What does that mean?
Arrested development means sometimes men like me, I grew into manhood, right? Because I did everything right. When I was 8 years old, I thought of as an 8-year-old. I was 9 years old, I was a 9, 10 years old, 10 years old. Well, 13, I entered puberty. It was a different thing, right? When I turned 15, okay, I'm ready to the stage where I'm on the eve of manhood, right? 18, I'm a man, right? And then when I turned 21, I'm a little older young man, right? Then 25, I'm a little older than that. 27, I'm really a man. I felt like a really man when I turned 27, 28. I was like, man, I got 28 years behind me, man. I'm a man. You couldn't tell me nothing. You stopped listening to people's advice, everything. You got your own mind. You figured it out.
Yeah, definitely.
It's
Yeah.
like that till you get older. When
Mm-hmm.
somebody's development is arrested, what happens is this: they get to like 15 years old, and they stay that way for until they're maybe 60 years old. That's
I
called
know, but
arrested.
Kala,
A
can't
lot
you
of
say
my
that
men in
about
my
everybody?
community are like that.
Yeah.
You can
They
say that
turn
about
Zongo.
everybody.
years old.
No.
And these are the ones that always sipping for black women. You
Yeah, but
know?
Kyle, look, that's not the point I'm trying to make. Kyle, look, the point that I'm saying is that look, sometimes like the black man, look, you're a black man for instance, why? You know, you see a black woman, she's married, she got a wedding ring on, but sometimes you see black men still want to pursue, like they don't have that how do you call it,
Man,
like
stop making excuses,
the
bro.
honor. Oh no, look, I'm not trying to
Yeah.
I'm not trying to give the black woman a pass, but I'm just saying the black men are also complex, man. Like okay, they
We
also
understand
I'm
that,
like,
but
you
we're
know,
not.
every lesson.
they
Let me
are the
say
ones
something,
also creating
Shango.
a
We're
lot of
making
like
If you
the
excuses.
don't believe, yo, if
look.
you don't believe anything I say, right? There's not a woman in America, right? If they want to, they can have a man, a good man. But a lot of black women, but women in general,
They want
particularly black
pookies.
women, right? They're like, oh, he's boring, he's lame, oh, he's this. You got. They're like, oh, he's not. And I had this one girl, right?
Yeah, but kind of black men are like that too. They say,
Oh
"Oh,
no,
she's a
no, no, no.
five.
Men
Oh,
are
she's a
always going
four.
to
Oh,
pursue.
she's mid."
Oh, men are always going to pursue. Women pick and choose, right? And a lot of times, women are like my pickers off, right? They look, Donald, this is how it works. A man's desire for a woman is his yang energy. A woman's desire for a man is a yin energy. All she needs is that one man to fill that tiny void, right? And so, therefore, it could be that one man who just makes her laugh, right? That one man, she'd be like, "Oh, I like the way he ties the shoe. I'm gonna marry him." Women marry men for all kinds of weird shit.
Yeah, but the
Well, he
same
had a
black
nice
man. Look,
smile.
Kyla,
Look, hold
look,
on. The point I'm
Kyla,
trying to
look.
make is this:
Let me give you an
black,
example,
hold on,
Kyla.
a lot of black women, for the most part, right? They're trying to be like men. Men go out there and see how many people they can get and something like that. Well, women are supposed to let men come to them, and they're supposed to pick and choose. A lot of black women don't want to. They think that's oppressive. They think
Yep.
they want to go
They
out
want
there.
to. They want to do what they like.
Kyla,
But
look. I personally, I've went outside. Black man, black American man. I mean, he met his fellow black American man that he was dating a girl, like childless woman, nice, you know. But then after the conversation, he told me like, man, he was surprised like that. That black man who choose like a mid girl like that, man. I mean, if that was him, man, he's not gonna date that girl. I'm like, damn.
well,
At least he
I
got
don't,
someone,
I don't
but
know.
they're still
I
gonna
don't know because
clown you for dating
I don't
someone.
know. Like it could be just that maybe black men and black women are just not attracted to each other. I don't know.
They're
Whatever
still
it
gonna
is.
clown you for just dating a woman that have the same qualities that a lot of people
Okay,
are
Zongo,
talking
can I
about.
ask you a question, Zongo? Have
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
have you not heard Kala criticize men on this platform?
Yeah, no, of course. Look, I'm not
I'm
even.
just saying,
All
if
the
he's
time.
making 10 criticisms, would you say about 8 are about men?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. A lot of times you criticize
Okay,
men.
so then how
Definitely.
come like he says one show, and then all of a sudden it's just everything goes
Oh no
like
no 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 no
he
no no
can't
no
say
no.
one thing about the black woman, and it's
Look,
just a problem.
I'm not even attacking Kala. I'm just trying to make comment too. You know, I think
Well, no, you're saying that there's men as well, but I'm saying we mostly hold men accountable.
We
But
heard
you got to
black
talk
men.
about the
One thing
women
black
too.
men do is we do hold each other accountable. We're always coming at each other. You know.
Right.
So the bottom line is the problem is the people that's supposed to hold black women accountable, other black women, they do such a poor job. I mean, you got that one girl, Shabazz, whatever her name is, and you got Six the Goddess and everything.
Mhm.
She's kind of cute, whatever like that. But they don't. You don't have nobody really getting down with some of
Yep.
these black women that are destructive. The black woman that's promoting swirling and
Yep.
divester.
so if majority of the black women are just dating just 15% of the black men, and according to, I mean, I
I
don't know
look,
the
look,
stats
I look,
currently.
I look. I don't know. Zongo, right?
Kala,
Hold on, look. I took my hands off it, right? I took my hands off it, right? All I said was my conclusion was when I do build a movement, right? One of the things I like this, like that. I don't want no single mothers in my group, right? And I want none of that stuff like that. You know, I want nothing to do with that. Anybody that has pookies, single mothers, or women that sleep around, stuff like that. I want nothing to do with them.
of course, man, you gotta have
That's who I
standards.
am, right? People give me flack for that. Oh, where you gonna get single mother? I don't know, but
Yeah.
my thing is no, you can't have that, around
No,
me.
but the thing is, somebody has to do that. Like, see, when I'm talking to my daughter, it's a personal conversation, and I tell her all this stuff. You feel what I'm saying? But there's some people that don't have that, and they never heard that. So you need somebody to tell you that being a single mother puts you at a disadvantage out here. Because if they just, a lot of these women, if they don't have a father or uncles to keep it
And
real
that's
with,
what
they're
Zongo
not gonna think it's a
and
problem.
Zongo, and that's what I am. See, Nakmeezy is like your mother. I'm your father.
Oh man,
Yeah.
come on, man.
No,
Like
I'm
please,
serious.
man.
He acts like an emotional woman, right?
No, he's not,
That's what he
man. Like
yells.
he knows
We're
what.
not, I'm your father. I took
That's
this
it.
role because I never had children of my own. So I decided I want to be a father to my people. I want to be a role model, a big brother,
Look, I think black
uncle.
man, the ones that you call them the pookies, they themselves are
And
also
those,
men as well,
and those
right?
guys,
Yeah, but
hold
who
on,
they been picked by the black women?
hold on. You know
You
me,
know
hold
that.
on,
And they go ahead.
Zongo, you know how many Pookies that I changed and came Collar Nation Warriors? They saw something in me in my message.
Carla, well,
They said,
well, guess what?
I
Carla,
want to
in
ride with
other
you, Collar.
countries, Carla, in other countries, let's say, in
Like
other
in Ghana,
countries, let's say,
how many women were just laying up with that white man
yeah,
from
let's
West
say in the case of that, let's say
Ghana?
the Islamic countries, the maximum they can allow you is just to have 4 women, man. You can't, but
Africa,
Pookie,
I was
but let me
on the
finish,
verge of
Carla,
crying.
but a
I'm
Pookie in
on the
America,
verge of crying. I got the massive thing, the platform, I
yeah,
don't need
Carla, but
to get
A
rid of it,
Pookie can have even 20 women, have babies with 20 women, and there's no even discipline against that Pookie, man. You get what I'm saying? But in other cultures, those men, even the most desirable men, they also have their limits with in terms of the access of girls they can have.
Well, hold on.
In
And
America,
that's
there's no
why
limit.
when you go to these countries, there's so much fucking poverty and orphanages. I don't want that.
That's
So,
excuses.
Really. Africa got the most number. You see, I see this one guy that no work, no nothing in Uganda. He had like 50 kids. No, we don't want that shit.
Hey, what
Nah,
about
I'm
I
gonna
said
tell you the
you
other
have
issue too
500
with
kids?
what Knack and Afro Theory is doing is we'll talk about the men. So Knack will bring up the men that's terrorizing the community. But then when we say, look, bro, it's because they got single mothers that's running men off because they don't want to hear no man tell them what to do, but
That's
they
what the
need to
Exactly.
soccer
listen
women
to
is.
us.
They don't want
look,
no
Right.
look,
And
Afro
the women. They
Afro
don't want no
Theory,
that
fucking real men in
situation
their life.
creates pookies.
Afro Theory herself, she just has no kid, so I understand where she's coming from.
About what?
I mean, she's not coming to support like women with babies or something. Like she's just speaking from the side of women
What is
in
he? Well,
general.
I don't even know what her point is. To tell you the
Yeah.
truth.
Well, no,
One
no,
is
her
that
point is
women
not
live.
to criticize black women and
Yeah.
blame
Don't
everything on the men.
don't
That's
even
a big
mention
point.
black women
It's a
altogether.
problem.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
She
I'm
does.
sorry. If somebody got to do it, I'll do it. You know,
No, no, no. I'm saying
I'm not gonna
everybody
do
should
that.
get it. You feel what I'm saying? It shouldn't be just one thing. Everybody should get it. I mean, I'm a man, so I'm 98% going to be more against the men. But certain things got to be spoke about. Like you
Or
gotta say things so
And
women
they
know it like
and they
it's
using
some girl out there right now that's listening to Cardi B and whoever else is on the radio, and they don't know that stuff is wrong. They don't have no
Yeah,
father telling
oh
them.
they
bottom
know
line,
My
they know
daughter
it's
know
wrong.
damn well she shouldn't do it, but that's because it's my daughter. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I'm in her ear all
They
the
know
time.
it's
So,
wrong.
but it's people who don't know that shit, so we got to speak about it.
also, okay,
Listen,
so
I gotta go, guys. I'll catch you
Shabazz,
guys next time, right? I
but
gotta go.
Shabazz, if you
yeah.
teaching your daughter, are you insinuating like other men are not teaching their daughters what you teaching your daughter?
Absolutely. I mean, if they was there, they would, and they should. They absolutely should.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me, Kala?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear
he
you
he
guys.
can't hear me. Kala,
So
see if he can hear you.
you hear me, Zongo? Zongo, you gotta get yourself a better phone. Drop off and come back on, Zongo.
Yeah, it'd be something. It's something up with Streamyard too, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what his question was, but yeah, I'm just like, yeah, it because
Y'all
I've
can hear
seen
My
me?
this stuff.
whole point is this, right?
I hear you, Zongo.
Hold on. This is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I can hear you
Before
guys.
I agree with this, right? If we're actually going to like I said, I believe the situation in Black America is dire, right? And when things are dire, you cannot worry about people's fucking feelings.
Afro Theory, am I your leader? That's my question to you. Am I your leader? Can I tell you to do something and you'll do it? That's my question to you. And after you finish saying no, I can't, then no, I'm not the leader. If black women don't accept us as leaders, then no, we're not the leaders. I'm
We're
a
not
leader
the
of the
leaders,
women.
you
I'm the
know.
leader of the
And
women
you know
who
what it is? The problem
accept
is
that.
you
I'm, a,
got
I'm
these people out here, these people like Afro Theory who live in a fantasy world. The reality, you're talking about reality. The reality is black men have been removed systemically from Black America for the last 100 years, you know, deliberately. Economic starvation, you know. So the bottom line is this: don't get say, "Well, y'all lead what? We're not the
No,
breadwinner.
I'm a leader, but I'm saying I could tell you what I'm the leader of. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
leading your family
Yeah, I'm leader of the company. I'm leader in my family. You know what I'm
in your
saying?
business. Right? I'm a leader in my business.
For my
My
daughter,
family.
you know what I'm
You
saying?
know,
My family members. I got female cousins that could call me right now. You know what I'm saying?
right?
I'm the
Same thing
leader
with
of
me.
that. But
Same thing
you
with me.
want to
I
give
got
me
women
some
in my
grand
family.
society? No.
I cannot. I'm not a leader of a so-called community out there that don't give a fuck about me and whatnot. That will elevate the thug and the goons and everybody else. That's who their leaders are. And we started playing a game. You know what I'm sick and tired of? I am sick and tired of women coming around. Right? They want us to be conscious, Kevin. Sit up and take their bullshit. Right? Same ones. They'll go to Pookie and a thug and whatnot, and he'll beat their ass, and she'll get in there and make him a goddamn sandwich. But they want to come to me acting like they're gonna tell me what to get the fuck out of here. You know, I tell it like it is. They
Yeah,
go out
that's what I'm
there.
saying. I mean, I'm like, man, the average black woman is not accepting,
They don't have
having
no
men as their
respect for
leader.
black men. They
Yeah,
have
so I'm
respect for the
like, man,
goon, the thugs, the pookies, whatnot. But a real black man, they look down. I see this one video where this chick was like, I love messing with a good dude when he likes me and everything. Oh, but I'm like, she goes, he buys me stuff and whatnot. He bring me some dinner. But I just can't wait till he goes and I'm gonna fuck this no good nigga. There was a chick on some light skinned chick on fucking TikTok. I was like, my God, man, it's that bad. She was like, I want to get with that no good nigga. Give me that no good. That he gonna break my blow my back out, some shit like that. They say, you
yeah.
know.
Josh said if men are considered the head or leaders, then we should be expected to carry a heavier burden of responsibility when things in our community go wrong. Look,
Yeah.
I agree with that, but I'm saying you got to be realistic about who's accepting and who's buying into that. We can't just put that on people. You feel what I'm saying? They
White
act
women,
like yeah,
yes, sir. You cannot have a situation where you got black women who believe in nowadays calling 911 on black men, knowing that they say things like, "I'm gonna turn you into a body bag, or full of bullets, a body bag,"
yeah. That's what
or
I'm saying.
how many black women love Chud the Builder. They say, "Oh, we like the way you be doing that to black men," and what. It's ugly out there. Black
No,
women.
Afro theory is not understanding. She's not understanding that you can't put that on all women. Feel me? Like all women don't accept that. Like I'll give you an example. I'm a part of a religious, I practice African religion, and we got a temple. Like when we have our little our events and we there together, the men support the women support the men. You know what I'm saying? Like if
So you
somebody
said,
asks me to do something,
black
that's what we
men
do.
black men are weak. Then why is it that they're always getting with dudes? I see this one TikTok going around, right, where this girl was like, "Oh, we just got to know this. We're 7 months behind on rent." He on the phone like, "What we gonna do?" Well, you the man. You the man. Or not, And some clown, young guy clown, and other guys like, "Well, I didn't want dude kill the woman because he killed the baby because I wasn't ready for a child."
Mm.
This stuff happens
Hold
all.
on, who said that? What are you talking about? Somebody killed who killed a baby?
It was a dude. He was like 19 years old, right? His girlfriend had a kid when he killed the baby. He said,
Oh, well,
"Hold up."
what's the difference between all these abortions?
That's what I'm saying. He killed the baby because he didn't want to have a child. But yeah, Afro theory talk about we're weak. No, they get him with weak men, and that's their perception of black men. The dudes can't pay bills, but they ain't got no ambition and whatnot. That's their perception of
I
black
mean, my thing is if you're talking about women supporting Pookies, right? And then if you're a woman and you don't support Pookies, I don't like what's the problem? I don't you know what I'm saying? If it ain't talking about you and you know that it's
Well,
only
yeah, I think what it is a lot of them they get on here and talk that stuff, but they're really into that Pookie life. They're really about that. But they want to get on here and pretend like they're content because they want to feel good about themselves. But I make them feel guilty because I know a lot of them ain't shit.
nah, like I said, I think it's both sides definitely got issues, you know what I mean? And
We
everybody
do, but we but the thing
as
about
men
black men is
we take
hold up,
more
hold up.
way more responsibility.
We acknowledge we're fucked up. We acknowledge that shit.
That's
We
true.
talk about it all the time. We talk about how fucked up our shit is. We
Yep.
do.
Yeah, I mean everybody know that. Everybody can go around saying black men ain't shit. That's nothing.
And we be
Nobody will say
saying it,
anything.
And so
Yep.
why do we need Magnesium come up here reminding us we ain't shit? You know? Well, black men like we know that, nigga. You know? The bottom line is this. Now it's time to say, hey, look, somebody else got to share some of the responsibility in this shit. You know?
Well, the thing is too is we live in a different time, bro. So like this isn't the 1300s where women can't own property or land and they can't get money unless they marry a man. You feel what I'm saying? They got full rights in this current society.
Let's see what Afro Theory has to say. She wants to come back up. Step right up. Step right up. All right, Afro Theory, you're back up.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had the video playing in the background. Um, I was calling back in because I agree with y'all about the ratchets and all that stuff and the craziness that Black women also perpetuate and support. What I'm saying, and so no, I'm not some person who lives a double life and just talk like I'm aware of things and go for pookies. That's never been me. But what I'm talking about is that when you talk about Black women, Kala, it seems like it's one-sided. You don't, or not one-sided. It's like you don't consider the causes of why Black women may act a certain way. And what I'm trying to get at is that if men are to be you're the leaders, at least that's how I see it, that men should be the leaders. You,
We're not
you know what
leaders.
I mean? But
We're
but
not, hold
but
on.
the
We decided
Am I your leader, Afro Theory?
we decided our committee decided a long time ago that everybody's going to go their own way and do their own thing.
Mufasa, I don't know why you asked me such a silly question. So I'm not even
Because
gonna answer it.
I'm asking because you're saying men are the leaders, right? But then if I
I'm talking
tell
about
black
in
women
their
what
household, of their households, of their own individual households. So if everyone did their part as a collective, as a part of the black race, a Black American demographic, then the culture wouldn't be as bad as it is today. That's what I mean. But I'm not saying that you're the leader of me, of your neighbor, and all that. There's also an aspect of it where there's no sense of community within the Black community, and it looks like, well, yeah, the Black community, and therefore the culture, there's no culture of accountability or holding the next person, your neighbor, accountable for things. There was a time where, I'm sure, Kala, you remember this time, I've heard about it, I've researched it, I've learned about it, where Black people would correct each other
Yeah, well,
it
bottom
within
line,
their.
we used to have in the community where it wasn't even so. It's just the fact of the matter is, people. There's an old saying called "do the right thing," and a thing called black love. Right? Let me explain to you what black love is. You ain't gonna learn this from Nat Beasy. You know, black. You know what black love was? Black love was, brother. You know, you see your brother on the street, he may have a nickel in his pocket, right? But he is somebody. That's my brother. You know, he may be a whiner, right? And you know what that whiner would do, right? When you see the church man walking down the street, he put a brown paper bag on it because he knows that offends the church folks. You know,
Mhm. Yeah.
and what I'm saying is we learned to love ourselves and black love. That was the most and black joy. That was the most
Hmm.
powerful thing keeping Black America together. When we had nothing, when we were poor, we were happy because we had black love and joy, right? We don't have black love and joy no more, right? Because what we have now is greed, selfishness, individuality and whatnot, arrogance and whatnot, piety, all stuff like that. All these vices are destroying the fabric of Black America. We have people that are materialistic now, instead of
Hmm.
going out there and just living a normal life and everything. Like Muhammad Ali once said, and Teddy Pendergrass said, he goes, Teddy Pendergrass, singer Teddy Pendergrass said, he told this one person, he goes, we shouldn't be sipping champagne. They said, why? Although we made it, our people haven't made it, right? We have to let the people know we're still with them in their struggle. So we're gonna sip champagne. Let's do this away from the thing. We shouldn't. Now, what you have in a culture? What do? You have a culture of people who put a rap video on and say, "Look, I got Cristal."
Yeah,
They mock
it's
you because you drive a Honda Excel and they drive a Bentley.
right. And
I So I watched all this unfold in my lifetime. I know what I'm talking about. And then, the sad part about it was, at one time, black men had a chance. Most black women back in the days when I was coming up, they didn't care how much money you had in your pocket. They didn't care what kind of job you had. As long as you was a good man and whatnot, that man would give you his daughter made. Well, I love such and such. I'm gonna get a good man and whatnot. And okay, you can have my daughter's hand in marriage. But now women saying I can do bad by myself. And while they're doing
I
bad
just
by themselves, they're basically getting their little boy toys and whatnot. I'm watching what I'm watching. I know what I'm saying. It's not all their fault, right? I get that, right? But we as a community have fell apart over the last 30 years.
Also, I want to say one more thing, and it may have came off like I'm just blaming black men, but because I'm not. I understand it's both black women and black men have participated in the craziness amongst each other. But
don't listen to somebody like Nack Beezy. He's
oh
disingenuous.
no, I agree, but I still agree with Nack Measy. I also believe that
good, but he's not. He's being disingenuous.
Hold on, let her finish, Skylar.
But I also believe that we accuse each other, black men and black American men and women. We accuse each other of things, and we don't consider the external elements that impact our relationship and how we relate to each other and our attitude towards each other. You know what I mean? And so I think that also gets lost
but back
as
in the
well.
days, we had all those. But like I said, black love, black joy, black togetherness, insulated from all that. We didn't care. We had the clan. We had all this hatred of us. But among ourselves, we were a people.
I mean, Kyler, we had issues back in the day too.
What?
Let's not paint it like it was all great. And then
No, but compared to what's now, men were in the home. Men were in the community. Men used to walk around back in the days in shirts. I'll show you pictures of Harlem in the 1930s. You want to see that? You want to see how people look?
Not really, but you could show it.
Okay, well, let me get it for you to make my point. Let me make my point right with this video. Go ahead and keep talking. Go ahead, y'all. Keep talking.
Yeah, I mean, my point to what she was saying earlier was we put the whole issues of the whole community. Now, if you're saying a man only needs to be a leader in the home, all right, I hear what you're saying. But I heard you talking about holding other people accountable in the community. You know what I mean? That's taking the man's role beyond just the home.
Well, I also believe that men should be active in the community. You guys men are the natural protectors. So you would naturally protect your communities. For instance, when I lived in Los Angeles, the men in whatever city, there was a lot of gang activity, right? And so the Armenian men, they will be protecting their community against black men who they suspected would be degenerate and in their community. So it would be a lot of racial tension. But I'm just saying that you guys, there was a time where black men did protect the community and did come together as the protectors of our community.
No, I mean, there's many of us are still protecting.
Yeah, but okay, so what I'm saying shouldn't be a surprise or offensive. Be found offensive.
No, it's not an offense. But the point I make, generally, what I'm saying is that, say for instance, I'm a police officer. I come in the building. There's a tense situation, and I say, "Hey, everybody, get down." Someone may be shooting outside. I say, "Hey, everybody, get down." The person that says, "Nigga, you can't tell me what to do. You ain't nobody." That person's gonna get shot, and I can't protect them because they don't listen to me. And our women don't make the decision to say, "Hey, these men are our leaders." They don't make that overall decision. So I can only lead the women who make that agreement.
Yes, and who you could work with, who are agreeable with you. I'm not saying protect the community as in like become the police officers. You know what I mean? If that's not what you want to do. But I just mean like being mindful of what's going on in the community, setting what are the value, not the value system, but the what is the law of the land? For instance, the gangbangers, they believe they're protecting the community with their distorted view of their values, right? With their value system. Well, why don't the good black men come together and protect the community?
I mean, ain't no gangbangers doing nothing to nobody I know of. But And if they do, I'll be right there in between them. But my question
Right.
to you, Afro
That-
Theory, how do you feel?
Mhm.
How do you feel when Khaled says that we don't have a community? How do you feel about that? Do you agree
Oh,
with
I
that?
agree with I agree with him.
Okay. So
I
yeah,
agree with
I
him
was
most
making sure because
definitely.
we holding each other to a standard of a community, and there is no community. Like we saying,
Yeah.
oh well, we should be doing this and that, but ain't no community. Everybody just think like individuals.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great
I mean, but
point.
I feel what you're saying. You're saying I think you're saying that it should be a community, and that's what we should do. But it's complicated. I feel
Well,
like
the
shit, we
communities
got to have
exist.
families first,
The
huh?
communities exist. It's just fragmented. Like, in Boston there may be there's a few black communities, and it's Texas. It's just wherever you're at.
I mean,
The
like
communities is different.
where I live is black people all over. Like when I walk my neighborhood, I see black people all over the place. But I don't know these people. Like we don't do anything really together. So it's just like
Right.
just because we here, we don't do anything together. So it's just not a lot of communities left. I'm sure
Yeah.
they're out there, but do you live in a black community? Are you involved in your community?
No, I don't live in a predominantly black community. It's a multicultural mixed community where I live, and I live
I
out
mean,
in
but you
the
could still get with like I'm from
suburbs.
San Diego, and I used
But
to
I
be in
get
the streets all the
involved.
time.
I'm getting involved more with the black community where I'm at.
Yeah, and even that is limited. It's just like it's a
Yeah,
tough
but
situation.
that's where we're at now. But when I
And
was talking about,
now
like,
that, check this out. What's been happening over the last 5 years since we had Juneteenth celebration, almost every major black gathering has been a shooting. So sooner or
yeah,
later, the very fabric of black America, what's left, is going to be completely gone. You
yeah,
know,
and
so
that's
we don't have
unfortunate.
anything left. This is what I'm talking about. So when people get up here and attack me, they don't understand. I see the warning. I watched all this, right? It used to be a time, like I said, black joy and black love. We used to get together, do the electric slide and whatnot. People have a good time, whatnot. Now, the bliggities are coming out, the what you call the guns are coming out and whatnot. I never forget that first year Juneteenth, and this is Harlem, 1930, Um, you had this old lady, right? Out there celebrating Juneteenth, like she was 80 years old. She's running for her life or whatnot. That looked
Wow,
ridiculous. Like she got
wow,
trampled on.
Mary Shy,
wow.
why did Mary Shy said maybe Black American women should go our own ways? I'm tired of this. Tired of what? What do we say that we
Because we were talking about, we were going back and forth about black men, black women, relationships, and it was like the misunderstandings we have between each other. I believe that may be what she was speaking to, but she would have to explain herself. That's what I got from that statement. But I don't
But
believe that we should go our
you
separate
know,
ways. I think that
80% of black people live in suburbia or mixed race communities. We don't live. Majority of black people don't live in majority black areas anymore.
I don't know about
yeah,
that. Most black people still live in the South.
No, yeah, I know, but they mostly live in new subdivisions. You
I mean,
know.
but around like most of us are concentrated in like big cities, Jackson, Atlanta,
Yeah, I
stuff
know,
like
not
that.
really. You'd be surprised. You think so, right? But there's a lot of black people live in small towns and whatnot, new subdivisions and whatnot. That's over the last 20 years. We're not gathered in large cities anymore. Yeah, you got people, and the people that are in the cities live there. They're the ones that with the crime and everything. The majority of black middle class, the people that you could actually build a community with are not in the
mhm.
area where they can build a community. They're part of a white community or an
I
Asian
mean, like I
community.
told you, I build community with the people who's on the same thing as me. You know what I'm saying? I volunteer at my temple. I do the thing. We work with each other.
Right,
We
you're in San
come
Diego.
together. We work with
That's
each
a
other's
different
kids.
because you got
Nah,
an
but look,
outflow of
no,
Los
no, no, no,
Angeles.
no. My temple is we're digital, but we come together once a month in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So it's a digital, but sometimes you
Yeah,
just gotta
Atlanta.
find
Yeah,
your tribe.
yeah. Digital.
You gotta find your tribe
Oh yeah,
wherever you can.
there's plenty of digital. And maybe
Mufasa.
that's the future right there. Maybe all the black community is going to be all digital and cyberspace.
I don't know about all that, Colin. You know what I'm saying?
That's all.
But
That's
I'll
all
say
that's
this:
left, man.
the point I'm making, kind of responding to what Afro Theory is saying is, like she mentioned, it's a lot of external issues. You know what I mean? Our people are being social engineered, and like how you were saying earlier about black men participating in gangster rap and gangster culture and promoting it. You know what I mean? And influencing people. That has
And
happened,
it's
but
because,
it's the
and
but
it's
just really quick.
okay.
The
Okay.
overall thing, you have to look at the big picture. You feel what I'm saying? So if I only seen you personally at your worst moments, I would judge you accordingly. Like you got Africa.
Mm.
It's a billion people, over a billion people on there. But they're, because of National Geographic going past all these people and only portraying a certain thing, we think they're just a bunch of old hunter gatherer. You feel me? Because the white man has this big megaphone, and he shows you 90% bullshit, and if you're lucky, a little bit comes through. So we have no idea what an African is like. All we know is like tribes in the jungle letting cows piss on them and shit like that, because
You
they
know, Mufa,
control that. Go
yes,
ahead.
you know, you just made a beautiful point about how we see ourselves and each other at our worst, and the world seeing us at our worst. Because I truly believe, like, this, how we are right now is not who we are inherently, who what God made us to be. It's because of the conditions that's been placed on us, like those external factors that I was telling you about, that impacts how we view the world and how we respond and live within the world right now at this current moment. And so Black people at a certain time were more dignified and more successful, more ambitious. And then over time, because of the sophisticated schemes and plots put against us as a people, it's gotten us to where we're at right now. And so currently the black person today, Black American person today, is a concentration of all those things up until this point.
Yeah, but we don't see it that way no more. So the way we see it now, everything is every individual person's fault. We're not looking at the
Ah.
things a
Mhm.
specific group is doing to intentionally stoke all of this nonsense that we got in our community. We don't look at them. You see what I'm saying? We
Okay,
should be
I get
looking. We
what you're
should be
saying.
joining together, but we don't think like that. We be like, nah. Let me just point the finger at the black woman. Let me point the finger at the black man. See what I'm saying?
Right. And you know what? That's goes back to your point about the individualism. Like we've become individualism. I mean, excuse me, individuals. We focus on individualism. And so therefore that's our perspective. And instead of looking outside of ourselves like we should
But
be.
that was a tactic of the enemy. Like College just broke it down a second ago.
Hmm.
How they've done this strategically over time. See, when we read about the civil rights movement and all the many different leaders that we had come up, we look at it and we cheer them on and we do hero worship. The white man looks at that, breaks it down, and says, "How can I make it to where this will never be a problem again?" Right? They looked at
Mm.
how Marcus Garvey was communicating with so many people through the papers. They looked at how the Nation of Islam had their newspapers and how we would communicate through the churches, how we communicate these different ways. So they said, okay, we're going to come with faith-based initiatives and buy out the biggest pastors. They said we're going to pass the Telecom Act and buy out all the small radio stations, and iHeartMedia and a few other companies are going to own every single
Clear
radio
Channel.
station. So
I remember the days
every single time
I
you
was
hear a
quick
black
with
voice, that black
iHeart and
voice is
Clear Channel taking
owned.
over all the radio stations. I saw the culture shift right then, 20 years ago. So I
Yeah,
came up
Hmm.
with this.
but see, our people, but Colin, me and you, we know about that Telecom Act. We know about all the black companies that were forced to be bought out just
Yeah.
because the corporate pressure was too heavy. But we don't have the capital to fight that type of thing. So we really had
Wow.
no choice. But they'll say the black man
And
folded,
you
but
know
they
what?
just
You
don't
know what?
understand what
And
happened.
then people look at, check us out. We've been had the last 20 years a diet of toxic iHeart, Clear Channel, and all that. And people think this shit is fucking normal.
No, but
Hmm.
Colin, they don't even know it's happening. So I
And they
was
don't know what
listening
happened.
to
And when I try, hold on, when I
Sergeant Willie
try to
Pete the other
sound,
day.
when I
Go
try
ahead.
to sound the alarm, I got people like Nagmeezy up my ass, Like, goddamn, man.
No, I feel that. But what I'm saying is, Afro Theory. Do you know what what we're talking about? The act we're talking about.
No, I
So
don't.
so
I'm listening.
basically,
The Telecommunications Act.
yeah, what was
Yeah.
it,
Is that what
94
is
color?
was that what dissolved
It, see,
Comcast?
basically what it did was deregulated the thing. Before big corporations couldn't own that many stations, but not, then after that they began buying up radio stations nationwide. Small urban radio stations were bought up, and what they did was they brought people in like Angie Martinez and all those other people.
No,
That's
no,
what
no. Talk about the Breakfast Club because everybody thinks
the
that's a black
Breakfast
club.
Club and all stuff like
They
that.
don't know that if the Breakfast Club is owned by iHeart and every single black voice you hear on there is owned.
Yeah.
You
So
understand? They're all owned.
yeah.
They
So
all sign the contracts that dictate what they can and can't say. None of them are free, but they make it seem like it's black media, and our people don't know that. You see what I'm saying?
and that makes me even Revolt TV that ain't black owned. It's partially black owned. Like
Right. So there's a difference between black owned and black targeted.
yeah.
So they make things look as if they're black owned, but they're really black targeted and owned by white people, which means that white people are dictating
And they making
how
sure and they
our people's
gatekeeping certain
voices,
things that
right?
they
But
get
black
out
people
there.
don't understand these things, right? They don't know that before when they talk about the good old days, they don't know that we had black owned radio stations. Black people lived
Right.
closer to one another. We had black
So
newspapers and the church
so
was
what you got
stronger and faith-based initiatives didn't buy out all of our biggest preachers.
so what you guys are saying is like how we were talking or how I was mentioning how black men, you need to so black men need to do this and that, right? But what you guys are saying, like it was happening, but there was plans that went against it that kind of dissolved all that.
Right,
Is
but
that
still,
It
what
was
you're
but
saying?
plans.
yeah,
It
that's
was
absolutely that's
plans
what
to
I'm
take
saying.
the black man out the home.
Yeah, but real quick, what I'm saying is there was plans to do that, but while we were doing things, they were planning. They made changes, they made chess moves, and we just sat in the same spot,
Yeah.
and we don't see what happened, and now we're just blaming each other and not even seeing
Yeah.
it's all a part of the plan.
And that's the external factors that I was mentioning, but I was vague about because I don't
No,
know
but
all the external
and
factors. But like you're
and
saying,
it's
that's
not an
one of them.
excuse though. It's not an
Right.
excuse, but the point I'm saying is we wasting time on dumb shit instead of finding ways to counter the points that the moves that they making.
And you know what? And the issue, a major issue is that when we do have these discussions, because these discussions are needed, even though they may be hurtful or you know what I mean, or offensive, but they're needed in order for us to move on and to understand like what the issue is in the first place.
But
Once you
how is it offensive, Afro theory? How is it offensive?
No, I'm not saying I'm offended by it. I'm just
No, no, no,
saying
no.
that
You said no. I didn't say you because I'm. See, I understand what you said about Collar too. Now, me and Collar had this conversation about always taking things personal. I never mean anything personal. You said that it's offensive. I know you
oh
didn't
yeah,
mean you, but
to
how is it
yeah, to
offensive to how is it offensive to women? Tell me how it's offensive to women.
because like how we thought Kala was taking it personal. Some women take it personal,
Yeah,
so they get offended by it.
but what I'm saying, if Collar takes it personal, then he's wrong. You get what I'm saying? The same
Okay,
way, if a
so
woman take it personal,
I
she's wrong.
listen. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we need to start looking beyond the individual and look at the bigger picture.
The problem is that we're just not. And the first thing, shout out to Dark Migo in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I didn't holler at you before I came up, bro, but I want to do it live so everybody can hear you. Shout out to Dark Migo in the chat. But this effort theory, listen. The thing about it is, me and you we can have a conversation. I'm not an emotional guy. Now, Collar got emotional a little earlier. You get what I'm saying? So it makes his point. It makes his point be a little less because he got emotion. He brought it down and brought it back in. But at the end of the day, we just got to stop being emotional about the situation. Get what I'm saying? And just
Wait,
stick with the
wait, wait.
facts.
Right. We're moved on past that. Hustle
Right.
smart.
So now
Yeah.
let's
So
get
I'm
to the
not. I'm
basics.
not.
I
Yeah.
got you. I
I'm getting.
understand. Can I finish
Okay.
my point? Can I please
Yeah.
finish?
Yes.
Thank you. So a little early, you just started talking about Armenian dudes in California. See, when you bring up things like that, you brought up a community that has a pecking order. You get what I'm saying? Like if that
Mm-hmm.
Armenian man is in the neighborhood, you get what I'm saying, and he tell not only that he's uh protecting the neighborhood against black men, he has the pecking order to tell his own Armenian community boys in there what to do. It ain't
Mm-hmm.
now one of them little boys gonna run to their mama and they mama gonna come out there and tell them they don't pay no bills and they don't rent nothing. See, the problem is in our community is that black women only support black men if black men doing what they tell them to do. As soon as a black man tell them something that they do, the first thing black women start talking about is God and Jesus and who pay their bills. No other group of women talk like that. So
What
we
I'm trying
talk.
to, I'm trying
Hold
to
on,
understand.
can I finish Afro theory? I mean, come on, let me finish my statement. So what I'm saying is that we in every group of people, because we always like to bring up different communities, and different communities have a pecking order. We don't have a pecking order. And then you said that black men are the leaders that are provided. No, that's a vague statement, because in our community, black women are in charge. Black men are not in charge. I'm telling you, as a man that rents his household, I know when my daughter steps out the house, she knows there's no type of black man authority. She knows that women run the community. She knows that women have the loudest voice. She knows that women are supported by the Democratic Party. They talk to black women, then they talk to black men separate. They don't do that when they talk to the Latino community. They don't talk like that when they talk about the Armenian community. They don't talk like that when they talk to the Chinese community. They only do that to black people because
Mhm.
the black woman wants to be separate from the black man. That was the only community that. This is the thing. I was born in the 70s, so that same rule that put the man out the house and you can get a free apartment.
Mhm.
Believe me, it wasn't just only black women in those projects. It was white women, it was Latino, all other group of women. But only black women took that. It's the same way when you was talking about the rap, with all the rap shit. And you was right on that. Even though it's white people pushing the button, it's still black dudes running in the studio. Hey man, I got a strap, I got 6 felonies, I got a warrant, I got 8 baby mamas. Let me produce a track. It's still black people producing. Black men are participating in it. So what I'm saying is that the black woman was quick to sign up and be like, no, sign me up, sign us up. We'll let them. We want the free apartment. We don't want no covenant. We don't want no covenant at all. Black women chose that. So it's
Mhm.
when you want to put something at somebody's feet, you put it at the feet who's in charge. So you can't say that black men are the protecting and the providers, and then everybody knows that black women are in charge. So what black men are in charge of? Just to protect and lay their life, give their
Okay, I get
resources, but they have no authority over the black community? That makes no sense. Go ahead, my
right.
sister.
Right. I understand where you're coming from. So what is it what is it that you black men feel like that you guys can do or want to do? What is it that you guys want?
It's nothing. It's nothing that, see, one thing about black men are practical. We know that it's
Mhm.
nothing we can do because the system has chosen the black woman. The black woman
Mhm.
is the guard dog for white supremacy, directly or indirectly, whether it be Democrat Party or Republican. It's black
Mhm.
women. You see it right now that you have black women. You got black senators. I mean, not black senators, black women in the House. They going out there fighting for other group of people,
Mhm.
going to prisons, going to prison for Latinos, out there fighting, getting arrested for all these other group of people. Name me one time you seen a black woman that's a House member or a junior senator, a junior House go to the jail about black men. But they go out there and do that for these other group of men because that's what the Democrat Party told them. Now, I'm not gonna say that black women just initially did that because they don't even. How would they even know that these Latinos is in this prison? How would they know that these Latinos is in this prison in New Jersey? These Latinos is in this prison in Texas. So that means somebody had to tell them. But they know that the black men are in these jails, living in bad conditions, sleeping on the floor. They ain't on the news talking about that, but they on the news talking about a group of people because the Democrat Party give them their marching orders, and they willing to take it. So when you have a group of women that's willing to jump the forefront, to jump in front of a bullet for a party, and let me tell you something, Africa, I don't really blame black women for it because at the end of the day, black men ain't doing nothing but being perpetual employees. Black men are not providing no type of jobs or no type. Only thing black men provide to black women is death, dick, and disaster. You can always find a black man that will beat up somebody for you, that will kill. So you call a black man crying. He'll go out there and risk his life. He'll have 12 kids by 62 baby mamas, but he'll go out there and risk his life.
Mm-hmm.
Because he don't offer anything, but call that black man and say you want to open up a business, Afro Theory. Say, hey, I got this business idea. He gonna start, he gonna have a Scooby-Doo. But tell him somebody mess with you and you want him to go beat up somebody. He'll go do that. That's the problem with both of us. That's why I say we're doomed as a people, because the black man has nothing to give to the black woman, and the black woman is asking for things they watching white women.
Well, let me ask you, Hustle Smart, the men that's actually got something going on, that's trying to get something done in the community, do you see black women lining up to go after those?
No, they're not. Because they already took the bait. It's not enough, Mufasa, it's not enough black men to go around for these women.
Mm-hmm.
Black women are hypersexual. They demand. Think about it. They you know the thing, Afro Theory, that black women sit up there and act like white women want to be that. No, black women want to be them. Black women want to copy. Black women want the same Birkin bags that rich white women have. Black women didn't know that about no Birkin bag till they saw white women wearing them. When I was growing up, black women had Gucci, Louis, MCM, maybe that's it. Then white women took it to the next level, buying 15,000, 20,000 bags. And what the black women started doing? That same thing.
I mean, but black women got caught up listening to all these rappers, all this nonsense.
That's true. But what I'm saying is that
Jay-Z and all these people.
I got you. What I'm saying, Mufasa, is that the same music that black women listen to is the same music that Latino women and all the other women listen to too.
I'm saying they don't identify with it though. You know what I'm saying?
But that's my whole point though. So if you identify with the worst, then what does that say about the community? And Colin's right. It's no community. So hear me out. If you got the women listen to the music and then they're following the words, like you said, Mufasa. So you got the black men listen to the music, then they going out looking for the ops and want to kill everybody. Then what does logic dictate? That means that we're doomed. That means that the black women is crashing out. They listen to pussy rap, pussy squirting rap, and then you got the young guys listen to kill, rob, whatever.
And Hustle Smart, that's the point I was trying to make earlier, about the culture. Like we have a culture of this where it's become that, to the point where we identify with these types of things, and it's a bad thing. It's unhealthy for both black men and black women. But it's good that we having this type of conversation.
I disagree with Hustle Smart on that, because if you look at
what part you disagree with, Mufasa?
Well, the part where the it's not necessarily like where you saying the issue is that if they want to find a black man to make negative music and negative images, it's the fault of black men that's happening, right? Or I'm sorry, you're faulting the fact that they're finding people to do it, right? But I'm saying, like, if you look at mafia movies, for example, they got enough other images out there to where everybody don't have to just look at mafia movies. But when you look at the black images, our shit is always limited to some bullshit. Is 90% of it.
Right.
We don't got the variety that other communities
get. But what I'm saying is, whose fault is that though? What I'm saying is that
control the images that go.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is the lion is always going to write the story of the deer. The lion is never going to write the story that talk about the deer or the antelope that got away. But what I'm saying is that black people have so much money. You get what I'm saying? White people, Jewish people, Italian people put that money together and say, we're going to make some movies. Black people get their money and give it to white people, Jewish people, and Italian people every week. That is a choice that we make. We're the ones that go in the strip club and drop in 75, 80,000, 100,000. Magic City makes over $8 million a year. Black people don't want to come together and build anything. We're rugged individualists. It's sad. It's sad that we're like that. I wish that I had 10 other brothers that was like me. We could open up a multi-million dollar transportation corporation that I can hire 100 black dudes.
Oh, you can find 10.
Yeah, no, I can't. Because I've been trying for the last 20 years, bro. I be on Bankhead every Saturday, Mufasa. Every Saturday to get brothers to try to become entrepreneurs. They last for about 3 months. See, I still get my check because I'm able to at least coerce them to make enough money so I get my referral bonus. Black men don't want to do that.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? It's a rugged individualist. But what I'm saying is that all the money that we have, all the millionaires we have, and we only got one dude that owns his own movie studio, and he a fucking faggot. And he hate black men.
That's so smart. It goes down to, do you think it goes down to our values and our priorities and what our interests are?
Yeah, that's our interest. Our interest is based on what white people do, and we're envious of what white people do. We want to do everything that they do. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the thing about it, we're not accepted. Like black people going to goddamn up there in the Alps and the skis up there. You get what I'm saying? Like, where the fuck we get that from? We ain't get that shit from black people.
Doing that, Hustle Smart.
Or like the Hamptons.
What now?
I say nobody. It's black people doing that shit.
Hell yeah!
I mean, it's a 1 out of a million black people.
No, it's not no 1 in a million. But I can show you pictures of my. Anyway, Mufasa, come on, bro. It's the whole thing now. And you got black women up there with MCM, Louis Vuitton all over, with cat suits all up in their pussy, up there in the Alps now. In wintertime.
I ain't never seen it, bro.
Yeah,
I can't tell you that.
But this is what's going on. You want to copy it. You're gonna same thing with the rodeo shit. We want to copy them shit.
Nah, we've been having a rodeo for years though.
Yeah, not the way that white people do it. To have bulls and shit out there knocking people over and shit. We ain't do that shit like that. The shit that black people do was more like a celebration. It was more line dancing and having events. No, they trying to do like the real fucking rodeo where they out there mutton busting. You know what mutton busting is?
Hell no.
Mutton busting where you jumping off horses, grabbing a sheep and tying it up and all that shit. Out there roping.
We used to do that. I don't know. I can't speak to the rodeo. I ain't never been to one.
What I'm saying is, but the thing about it is, when we get together and try to do that shit, we can't celebrate with each other because we don't like each other. We're just like the Africans in Africa where they don't get along. We try to act like we get along in America, Afro theory, but we don't. Because we just like the Africans. See, in America, we just called each other black. See, in Africa, they separate. We don't separate. Like I can look at some black, because I don't been to 2 countries in Africa, and I can look at certain black people and be like, oh, that person right here is from this tribe. They're amalgamate. You can see it in them. Black people, we don't look alike. You get what I'm saying? But in Africa, they're separated by their phenotype for the most part. Not all of them. You get what I'm saying? But you can tell the difference. So, but in America, we think that everybody's black and we all get together. No, we don't. We don't like each other. You get what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with women. Like Afro theory, I got more women in my family. And you know who told me not to trust women? It was women. It wasn't not one man told me, it was men telling me, happy wife, happy life, man. I can't wait to give away my paycheck. Black men was talking about tricking, buying pussy. It was the women telling me not to trust women. It was women telling me that they hate women. It was women telling me that women are conniving. It was women that telling me how catty they is. It was women that was telling me how fake they was. It wasn't a man telling me that.
No, I'm saying, but they supposed to tell you that though. That's good.
But this is what the point is that they don't even like each other. A black man can come to a place and don't even know each other and sit up there and dap each other up or say what's up. You get what I'm saying? We ain't gonna look at each other like we want to fight and kill each other unless you're in that element. And most black men, if they're not in that thug ghetto element, if we see that shit popping out, Mufasa, we getting the fuck out of there.
Mm-hmm.
We gonna be like, these young niggas in here crazy. I got work today. I can't miss work. We ain't trying to see that shit. Black women will sit right there when all that shit pop off. Look at any of them videos. You'll see the black men leaving, the black women standing around that shit.
Mm.
It's something about us, Afro Theory. You get what I'm saying? Because the Latinos is similar to us. But
Yeah.
you don't see the Latinos chasing the white woman's persona the way black women do.
You know, Hustle, I really believe that we're very traumatized people.
You think
And
you
that's
think
not to give that's not to give us an excuse, but I'm saying like we have so much that we haven't even unpacked within ourselves, like us chasing white people or white validation, because that's what that is, and not feeling secure within ourselves. Like you mentioned about black people going to the skiing resorts, we only
Yeah.
doing it because we see white people doing it, like the
Right.
Hamptons. They're like what
Right.
is it, Martha's Vineyard, like all that
Right.
stuff, be equating, trying to equate to that, but there's always a black version of what white people are doing.
Right. Well,
But hold on, if it's a
see, no,
black version,
let me tell you the difference of that. See, that's the thing that would be true with the rodeo, but not with the Aspen thing, because there's nowhere that they're gonna let black people just. It's not. It's they trying to
Yeah.
commingle with the white people. So they look out of place. And BB Rodriguez, I didn't say they out there with booty shorts. I'm saying if you go to Aspen, you'll see the body, the little ski suits they wear, that you can tell the black people out there because they got on the MCM one with the Louis Vuitton stitched on the white people. You can't even tell if they got money or not because they're looking regular. It's black people going out there with extra, with the goddamn stripper boots with the fur on it and shit.
Boots with the fur.
Boots with the fur. Yeah, they out there
what's
looking
wrong with
ratchet.
that? What's
Out
wrong
there
with that?
twerking in the snow.
Got the whole
Like it,
mountain looking at her.
like
I'm
she
sorry.
hit the floor, she hit the snow. She hit the snow. You know what I'm saying? Out there geeked up on them mileage, selling that butt. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And the thing about it is, Afro Theory, with the sexual revolution, the hypersexual with black women have made it easy for black men because they don't basically just turn into some executive glorified prostitutes.
So you know that it's this very same issue that black men are having with black women is the same issue that black women are having with black men. Like we haven't, the good ones, the modest conservative ones have not found, or having a hard time finding each other if they haven't found each other already.
Well, the thing about it is that the black women only search for those black women, those black men, when they got them a size 42 in the waist and they got the Ashley Stewart goddamn credit card. When they big as a goddamn refrigerator.
And it's a lot of
Well,
them. Even if that's not the case, they're looking for dudes that's beneath them because they don't want no dude that's gonna like tell them what to do, hold them
Yeah, they
accountable, or
want a
nothing.
simp. See,
They
this
want a
this
dude
is
beneath them,
this
so
is
they always
this,
got that ace in the hole.
see, this is the thing. See, you know what I'm saying? Like, my brother Not Me's in college. I don't think Not Me's is a simp. You get what I'm saying? Because he has
yeah.
his own. He has his own family. You get what I'm saying? A simp is a person that glorifies and never sees anything wrong with a black woman. And on top of that, he will risk his life or do stupid shit or won't say anything. Not Me's will stand up for himself if a black woman say something wrong to him. A simp will not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My whole
A
thing is
simp will just
Right.
sit up there and let a woman do him any type of way. It's just like this. It's like, let me tell you something that don't happen, that's now happening now, Afro Theory, with black men. It's black men that don't have game, don't have a good talk game like me. Some of these dudes out here marrying chicks that just getting out of jail. They marrying ex-porn stars just to get some regular sex. These dudes up here
Wow.
wifing chicks that got 6 kids and shit. Talking about it's an honor to be a stepdaddy. It is nothing cool about being a stepdaddy. Not to a chick that got, now if a chick got one kid, I can understand that. If a chick got 2 kids by 2 different men and both of those men are still alive and out of jail, I'll tell them, don't sign up for that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a good deal. And if you got a brother, you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't tell your brother, hey, yeah, oh, because I'm down with the woman shit. Yeah, take on responsibility. Especially if a man ain't got no kids and he want kids, why would the fuck would he want to deal with a chick that got 2 kids by two different dudes? And they're still in the picture.
Yeah, that's that right.
Why would he sign up for that? How does he win in that situation? And then now he wants a child by her. And then some of these chicks don't even want another child. And then if she do give him a child, now when he does for his child, he got to buy for all three of his kids, the other 2 kids. But the 2 guys that's on the outside, they only have to do something for their kids.
You know what? When I remember when I was a little girl in my apartment complex, it was this couple, and the woman, she had a child from another man, but she was in a new relationship. And I remember the man yelling like, "That's not my child. That's not my child." That's all. It just what you saying.
Oh
It
yeah, you
reminded me
talking
of
about the
that.
guy he was in the car?
No, I'm
Was in,
saying like in my real life when I was a young girl, I remember
okay,
overhearing a couple argue about that, and the man was
right.
saying, "But that's not my child. That's not my child."
But
So,
see, that's black men fault too, because you know what I'm saying. I remember I was dating this girl. She had a son, and she was sitting up there. She was like, you know, the son calling me dad or whatever. And I said, no, don't. No, I said, no, don't call me that. Yes, you have a father. She's like, no, it's okay. I'm like, no, it's not okay. I don't let another woman. I don't let another man's child call me dad if the dad is still. Some dudes out there, and this is how black men are, because black men are conniving too. They like that shit. That, you know what I'm saying? They want that because they want that confrontation.
Yeah.
I'm not finna be confrontation with that man. Like the thing about it, I won't even let a woman, if she's dealing with me, she's not gonna have that her baby daddy on child support. She's gonna have to take him off child support to deal with me. You get what I'm saying? Because you're not finna be living up under a guy that makes it. I'm only talking about me, Afro Theory, because I make average between 175 to 200 on a good year, 250,000. It's no reason for you to be chasing this man down about $200 or $100 a week when you're not paying any bills here. So that level of that, you need to release that guy. You get what I'm saying? You can't be goddamn arguing with the courts, going to court, chasing this man. That's trauma. You get what I'm saying? Especially if he's living up under my roof, living up under this good fiber optic internet. You get what I'm saying? Ain't paying no bills. I don't allow women to pay bills in my house.
No, but Hustle, this is my question, bro. So
Go ahead.
if a chick gets with a dude and tell the kids to start calling this dude dad, even though the other dad's still in the picture, still whatever, right? Um, and the dude go along with it. I wouldn't go along with that. You wouldn't go along with that.
Right.
But she went and intentionally found the dude that was weak enough to go along with that.
Right.
You see where I'm saying, Afro Theory, that the women have accountability in that?
They go look for those type of dudes.
You see what I'm saying? And then now that's gonna be on me and you. That's gonna be our fault. But we wouldn't do that. They did that.
Do you get it, Afro Theory? They would if she say to me, she was like, oh, okay. He ain't gonna be the one that want to fight the baby daddy. He ain't gonna be the one that be on my side about, putting the dad, you know what I'm saying? Because we do that. Afro Theory, we're the type of people, black women are the type of people that'll put a man in jail because he was short $42 on the child support. Like it's black women that will tell their sons, yeah, I had your daddy locked up. Like, let me tell you something. If I had both of my kids and their mom was paying, ain't nowhere in the world I would want to tell my kids, yeah, like I had your mama locked up because she didn't give me a certain amount of money. Yeah, you can't see your mom this weekend because she in jail and she need to pay me. I would never do that. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing, but let me tell you one thing I don't do, Afro Theory, that a lot of black men do wrong. After they break up with their baby mamas or wife, they still be trying to mess with them, still be flirting with them. You get what I'm saying? You can't play with women like that. And I know that. You can't sit up there and play with them like that and y'all ain't together because if the woman think y'all really still mess around, she'll be a little lenient on the child support. She might let you skip a month but then, if you playing that role, you get what I'm saying? Then you try to play her, then she gonna put the clamps on you. Let me tell you something. I got one of my kids is 24 that stays with me, my daughter. And my son is 17. Well, he'll be 17 this year. And when men, both of them broke up, me and them have never messed with. I've never messed with them a day in their life. Both of them, get them both on the phone. They'll tell you. My daughter's 24, and her mom broke up when she was like 6 months. She'll tell you, I don't even play the radio. I don't do that joking. No, hey baby, I ain't big head. I don't play none of that shit. We are strictly business. This is now our family is a business. It ain't no plan. You can't come over here. You can't come in my house and use the bathroom. I don't want to come in your house. None of that shit. I don't go and I drop my daughter off and I don't walk inside her house. She don't walk inside my house. None of that shit. You get what I'm saying? With both of my kids.
I never went back. That was because of child support, though. I was on crazy child support, and then when I got off, I was like, "Look, I ain't gonna do nothing and mess around." She get mad at me, and I end up back on child support.
But a lot of guys do that because not only are black women hypersexual and emotional, Afro theory, black men are like that too. Why you think the music, our music, Jamaican music, all of it is about is fucking.
And that was my point of earlier, was that it's both. It's not just black women. That was all my point was.
But you got to think about it like this, though. At the end of the day, the black woman still makes the decision for who brings in the life.
Most definitely.
So what I'm saying is you got to put the response. Let me say it like this. Black men will goddamn fuck a Gatorade bottle. Do you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Black men will have sex with a woman and don't even know her name. Don't even remember her name. So a guy can mess with a guy can be married and see a girl at the bus stop, have sex with her at the hotel, and don't even think about it. It's no type of physical connection. Guys are just hypersexual like that. They'll mess with it. It's no type of physical emotional connection. But it is like that with women. So you have to put that onus is when a woman, especially mess with a guy and there's a one night stand and they don't broke up, and then the woman calling him 3 months later talking about she pregnant. There's nowhere in the world that woman should have that baby. Do you get what I'm saying, Afro theory? If you meet a guy this week, y'all date for a week and you have sex with him in some type of way, y'all fall out, and 3 months later you're pregnant, you ain't talked to that man in 3 months, it is no way you should have that baby by that man.
She should have took the after pill.
But what I'm saying is that this is what I'm saying, the decision that women make. See, then a woman sit up there and decide to have that baby and then start talking about where the good man at, and my baby dad ain't shit. What you mean? He showed you who he was. Y'all ain't talked for 3 months. So what you think gonna be when you tell him you got the baby? Some type of way that shit changed. And let me tell you something, that a folk tale that we lie to each other in the black community. Talking about when the woman is pregnant, the man go through it too. Let me tell you something. I get a DNA test on my mama. Let me tell you something. When both of my baby mamas was pregnant, I didn't feel a goddamn thing. I wasn't sick with them. I ain't gained no weight with them. It was nothing. That's stupid.
Did you live with them?
Yeah, I was married.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? I've been married twice. Let me tell you something. I believe in marriage and I believe in divorce too. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about it is that I don't wait till things get bad to get a divorce. Each one of my wives, we still cool. Because I let them know this is going towards divorce. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead and just make our way. I'm not going to change the way I see it. This is the way it's going. There's no red. I ain't talking to no preacher. I ain't talking to no rich nigga reading scriptures. I ain't praying. I ain't doing none of that shit. This is the route it's going. So let's go ahead and make this split, and we ain't got to be enemies. You get what I'm saying?
African goddess said, what evidence do you have that black women are hypersexual?
Oh my God. To the
Oh,
point that every time you turn around, they bent over having their ass in the air. Like a
No,
goddamn a
I mean,
dog in heat.
what percentage of them is
no,
doing that?
no. I would say like this.
Like what
I would
percentage
say
would
like
y'all
no,
say?
this.
it's not just black women. That's a racist talking point. Not saying that
Look,
that's what she's saying, but I mean the white racists have always said that black men was hypersexual, that you guys didn't have any sexual
hold up,
discipline,
hold up,
and you were rapists, and
hold
that
up,
you were
hold up.
dangerous to be
Okay.
around.
Really. Oh, let me
I
say
don't know
this.
about the
I lost
rapists,
my
but
Now I
voice.
don't know about the rapists, but definitely no sexual
Hold up.
discipline.
No, but I
You
don't
got,
believe
to
that.
that.
I'm just saying that
you
that's
got to give me a
also
second. Yeah, I lost my voice, but you got to give me a second.
Okay, so then let's ask.
But check this
All
out.
right, do you feel
The
like
problem
this
is
is
this.
Hold on,
acceptable
Women,
with black
Mufasa.
women?
Caller trying to talk, but his voice is I don't know.
Oh
but
no, I was
what I'm
saying,
trying
do you feel like I
Mufasa, I
can?
said caller trying to talk. His voice
Oh,
is
I can't
bad. He
hear
keep
him. I can't hear him. I'm gonna have to come back out.
oh yeah, go
Go ahead,
back.
caller.
Now, my whole thing is this. Even though men and women hypersexualize, remember something. Just because a woman's hypersexualized, that
caller, man. He can't hear you, bro. I'm being honest with you. It sound like you got something stuck in your throat, bro.
that's yelling at magnesium, you got
Yeah, that sounds bad, bro. But go ahead, try to say it, caller. So we can
well,
understand you.
what I'm trying to make is, yeah, women hypersexualized, but women make the decision if you got to have intercourse. Two different things.
Mhm.
Now, women have always been alluring. Where you got belly dancers, strippers. That's sexual hypersexualized. OnlyFans, but women's hypersexual is different than a man's. Man
Okay.
is hypersexualized when he scores the deal. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Women does the arousal like that. They set the of all that one out. So it's both men and women that are hypersexualized. But let me tell you something, Afro Theory. If a woman goes and sits in a room and she's demure and like quiet when that men are not gonna sexualize her.
Right.
She has to give off signals.
Hmm.
You know, that's what always happens. She gives up signals, a wink, a way she shakes her hips, whatever like that, or say something. Or women do this nothing. They'll say something really sexually explicit, something like that. They know that arouses men,
Hmm.
you know. So that's what women do. But my point I'm trying to make earlier was I'm not blaming black women like that. I blame both black men and black women. But like Hustle Smart said, women are in charge of the community. Women make the decision about who they laid it with, who they're gonna have children with, and everything. That's completely on them. Now, my point I'm trying to make is this: in our culture, we don't have a survival mode Afro theory. See, when I go to Liberia, one thing I see is women are very, very careful about who they get with because the wrong decision could mean life and death.
Hmm.
You know, women don't have that responsibility in America. They got the county, they got the city, they got the state, they got aunties and everybody that have to pitch in and whatnot. They got child support, so they tend to be reckless. So, so therefore, yes, there's no incentive for a woman to be like, and I realized this right when there was an article, Essence Magazine, that came out, right? This was right around the time I turned 30 years old. This is like, I think it was 98, 99, right? And it was like a year after I turned 30 years old. And it was an article was called, look it up, called, I don't know why, as a magazine for women, this argument, see, like I felt like I was being targeted, right? When men turn 30, what that means. That's
Hmm.
odd. Essence Magazine talking about men turning 30, right? And I was like, when I read that article, it crushed me, you know, because the article was like, we live in the first time where women feel like men are at their mercy. They can pick and choose what they want to. There's no pressure because the young black men don't have no pressure to marry. They have nothing to offer them. That literally crushed me when I read that.
Hmm.
Really, that crushed me because I always thought, oh, I just haven't found Mrs. Right. Then it dawned on me. I read that I may never find Mrs. Right. You know, and so then I was wondering why all these females I see, why they running around, why they choosing these bad dudes? Because there's nothing you could offer them. It ain't like the generation before that, where women had to choose a breadwinner. So you have like two generations, Gen Xers coming of age and millennials, where women do not have to need a man as a breadwinner if she don't want to.
Yeah, but it's something you could offer, Kyla, but they don't value it.
Like what?
No, I'm saying they need man as a head. Women are too
Well,
emotional.
I know that,
You know
but
what
the
I'm saying?
thing
Men and
is,
women need to be
yo,
together, and
look,
women
you
need
know,
leadership.
Mufasa, I'll tell
What's
you
that,
what, right?
Mufasa?
Hold
Say
up,
that
hold up,
again.
hold up.
That's what I was saying earlier, Mufasa. And you kept saying, "Am I your leader? Am I your leader?" And I'm like,
Well,
No, no,
"No."
no, no. I
hold up.
was because
I
we were
would say
talking
like this.
community.
Hold up,
We were talking
Mufasa.
community.
When I
Yeah,
was
go ahead.
like
Oh,
in my 20s, I dated women that were older, right? They let me play the man role and whatnot, but I knew, and they knew, I didn't have no real power. You know what I'm saying? They let me play the man role, and my man this or not, not. They let me pop off and whatnot. But I know, and they know, and whatnot. Who's paying the bills? Who's paying the car note? And it wasn't me.
Yeah, but it ain't just about bills, though, Kyla.
Yeah, but what else is there, Professor?
I'm telling you, it's guidance, wisdom. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
oh Lord. Yeah, they let you have all that. But when they get tired of your guidance wisdom, then what?
Then when they get in, then they're gonna get rid of you. But that's the issue with what they value.
But
For
that's
me, if you got a wise man in your
the
house
whole
providing
thing.
guidance,
That
you
happens
should
all
value
the
that.
time though. They
But
get
but
tired
that's
of
what
you.
that's the point. That's the point that I'm making. That's why I say we're doomed as a community because black women will accept something until they don't because they know that they have a safety. What I'm saying is that no other group of women play the government safety net like black women. It's no other group of women. You get what I'm saying? That plays that.
And I was a victim of that. I was a victim of that. Yeah, so
So they're there till they don't need you. It's the same way if you fuck around and get a chick pregnant and then she whatever she'll sit up there and be cool with you till she don't, and then you can be like, hey, let's work out a deal and let me say so much. She'll be like, no, I'm gonna let the white folks deal with you. You get what I'm saying? Like it's
No,
happened like that. I
yeah,
know
he's
plenty
saying
of
what I'm
guys,
saying.
Afro theory. I know plenty of guys that have tried to make deals with their kids' mom about, hey, let's keep the government out. And they was like, no. If they got that hateful envy in their heart, they know that they got the system. That's the one thing about the system and the defects is that they talk to these black women and say, you ain't got to listen to none of what he say. If you think he's trying to game you, whatever, just come down here and give us his name. So they don't talk to white women like that. They don't talk to Latinos like that. They have these conversations with black women like this. I still remember the day that my daughter, my first white baby mama, she took me off child support when we got divorced because she was like, well, he pays it, whatever. I only had no problem with it. And she didn't know that when the divorce that they automatically do it. You get us so when she went down there and do it, they was like, is he threatening you? Is he threatening you? You can leave him on for 6 months, 12 months just to see. And if you take him off, you can't start it back up for 6 months. Like they was talking to her like that. And she was like, wow. She's like, I ain't know. I was like, yeah, this is like that. So even if you have a guy that,
They're not even supposed to be doing that, bro.
yeah, they
That's
don't,
why
but
they
they
got black
only
people
do
pissed
that
off.
to black women. They
Yeah.
don't do that to nobody else. And even when me and her had to come in there and sign an affidavit, and she was like, wait, I want y'all to be cool. And I'm like, what the hell you talk about? Like we sitting here laughing and joking. You get what I'm saying? Like because they expect the worst out of us because we give the worst.
yes, that is true. That is true. And
They
that's not
expect
to like beat you
they
up.
even though they saw me and my ex-wife talking to have a good time, she just like, oh, this is not gonna last. Eventually, they're gonna turn up. It's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? So they sit up
Yeah.
there thinking that I got to protect black women. You get what I'm saying? That weird ass thing that we say as black. I can hear black men saying it all the time. I got to protect black. How are you protecting them? By saying some words on the internet? By saying
No,
some words?
I
Like,
I think. I think some of them think that they believe they're protecting black women by giving the information or putting them up on whatever game they believe, is relevant. But I get what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying.
So what
I
I'm
mean, but
saying
it's
is,
not
Afro theory,
protecting
that
nobody.
it's directed at a group of people. They didn't. What I'm saying, there was a whole lot of us out there standing in that
Mhm.
hallway with Latino people, everybody. They all them they was talking to the black women of certain. They group huddled up with the black women, start getting the lawyers and coming because they have their own lawyer. They don't have to get a lawyer. The state provide the women with a lawyer. The only people that took those lawyers was the black women. The
Well,
Latino.
do you think that there's a a trend for black men to just not show up?
No, they
For
have to
their
show up for court. If they don't show up for court, they get a warrant.
I mean, there's a trope that black men are not they're always absent. They're the
Well,
single family.
you only can be absent if you can only be absent if she don't want you there. See, the one thing about black women play this game to where they'll give you stress and then be like, well, that ain't no excuse. I should be able to be a bitch. I should be able to act however I want to. Ain't nobody will stop me from being around Ken. That's just not true. If somebody sit up there and make your life a living hell, and then every time you come around, you'll stop coming around. You'll
But
just be like,
100%.
you'll
that's
just
100%.
not
be like, I'm
fully
just gonna
true.
send my money so I can not deal with this situation.
But that's not all the way true. A lot of it goes to the fact that a lot of black men are not dependable.
Why
And
was you with them?
But that's
some
that's
black
but
fathers
but
and
that's
some black
all
fathers
men. That's all
left.
men across the board.
Yeah.
That's not specific to black men. But what I'm
Yeah, but
saying is, that when you want to, it's just the same way when we talk about cracking jokes. It's nobody like me. I don't know. Maybe Tariq and maybe Tariq Nasheed. When I really want to go in at Jonas, I don't know if you ever heard me, Afro Theory. When I go in, I really go in. You get what I'm saying? Like when black men go in, we're naturally funny, we're naturally conniving when we talking shit. And black women are the same way. Other group of women are just not like that. You get what I'm saying? Like you get what I'm saying? You don't catch other women just being that openly disrespectful to their men like that. Even Latino women. Let me tell you, Afro Theory, Latino men can be out there standing out there Home Depot begging for daily labor. Ain't the women ain't telling them that, hey, you know what I'm saying? You ain't shit. You know what I'm
but
saying?
No,
You
but
can't
but but look,
provide
but look, hustle smart.
black
It's
women, a
because
lot of black women,
they actually value men. See,
that's what
not
I'm
just
Afro
that.
saying.
theory, the
No,
part
it's
that you leaving out or not understanding is there's women they'll see a dude they like, his features, whatever they like him, have a baby by him,
Mhm.
and then run him off because they don't want no man around
Yeah,
telling
I
them what
said
to
that
do.
earlier. That's what I said
but
earlier.
Yeah,
that's not the, that
but what I'm
isn't the
saying, what
case.
never makes it into the conversation is women who do this on purpose. They'll get with a dude, had a baby, and then
Uh-huh.
get rid of the dude, and then bring another dude in, say this is your dad, and then when that dude try to tell them something about their kid, she's gonna say, "Nigga, this ain't your baby." So they
Okay,
don't have
well,
no man with power over them.
but what
See what I'm
about
saying?
what we're just talking, well, also in general with women who don't have children. The thing is that a lot of black women just don't have respect or lost respect for black men.
There
I've
you
lost
go.
respect for a lot of black men
Right.
There you go. That's the issue.
because I
And
a
that,
lot
and
of
actions
because we
come
need
with
to
that
trust.
though. Actions
We
come
need
with
to,
that
But
mentality.
why? Tell me why did you
but
lose
it's not
respect?
all
Don't just say what you did. Tell us why.
because
Uh-huh.
black men don't stand up for themselves. They don't stand up for against racism and like how other groups or how black women usually come together against it. We don't. You got a
How do
lot of
black
black
women?
men. A lot of black men. We organize.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
be out there protesting, even if you don't agree with it. But at least we're present. We show up.
You don't see black men out
It's
there?
just not in the large amount that I see other races of men and black women.
Okay.
But
Because black
I
men
know
ain't
it's
gonna
not
be used
all.
by a political party.
I
No.
know
But
that
the
it's
hustle
not
smart. I'm gonna let her
all.
finish because I have an example because that happened in my
I
city.
think black men have become weak and afraid to fight. for themselves and for their families, for the overall community, the Black community.
It's no black community though. I'm just
And so
lost
I
on how
think you
y'all
have to
keep
keep
saying
But
that, and
Hustle
it's no
Smart,
you.
black
don't
community.
before we debate against what she's saying, I'm saying so you're not alone in that thinking. So if you feel like that way, but you still have sexual urges, you get with a dude, you have a baby by him, and then
Mhm.
this dude says, "Yo, I don't think we need to go left. We need to go right." You be like, "Man, nigga, you weak. You're not standing up for the community." Da da da
That
da.
is so
And
that
that's
is
how
so
it
far
happens, bro. That
fetched.
the
That
mentality
is
of
so
black
far
women
fetched
is the reason
because
these
that's
dudes
not my
ain't there.
life. So I don't
But
know
see,
what
No,
I
but
okay,
see,
can't
but
now
attest
you
to
I'm
taking
that.
it
trying to
back to
explain the.
now you taking it back to some personal shit.
No,
Afro theory.
he just said if you have a baby, he said you if you have a baby.
No, no, no. But
So
I'm explaining how the mentality. So you may have
He
oh
was
sexual
okay.
speaking in
discipline,
general. He
or
wasn't
use
talking
the
Okay.
about you.
pills, or whatever, or have abortions, whatever reason you don't got no babies, right? I'm
Right.
saying most women that hold this mentality with human beings, you're gonna have sex, you're gonna get pregnant. They gonna have a baby, and then they don't respect men. They don't find them important.
Hold up.
They see
I
them as
did
weak.
have MacBeezy up. You know, look where I had you up. You were on the screen. You were on the board.
I've heard other Black men say that Black men have become weak. So I mean,
I did.
there's nothing
I have never
as
heard a
as
black man say that before.
overall, yeah,
For the
a
record,
lot of
I
strong
only heard
Black
black
men,
women say that.
strong Black men have said it. So that's why I trust with their judgment because they are Black
Yeah,
men,
that's
so they would
amazing
know
because I
more.
know a lot of black men, you know what I'm saying, that make high level money. I ain't never heard them say that. So it's shocking that you have heard them say that, and I've never heard of black. And I'm
It's on
older
you,
than you. I just
and
never
it's
heard of.
also on YouTube.
I've
It's
never
also
heard of
I've
black.
seen men on
But that's what I'm
YouTube
saying.
talk
I
about
don't.
it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't
It
pay
depends on
attention
the
to YouTube.
perspective, though.
I know
Hey yo,
black men in real
Kamaki,
life. I just never heard of. No, never heard black men that say that black men are weak. I just never heard that before.
I
no,
would say it from a certain
Black
perspective.
men have become weak. Not all Black men, of course, but a lot of Black men, for the most part, have become weak. So the whole world, no, the world doesn't
So what do
respect
you
Black
mean by
men
weak
at
though?
large.
That what is weak about them? Just be
Not
detailed
present,
about it.
not
Stop
present,
giving
not.
vague. Stop just being vague. Just get the point. Because I'm very detailed when I say what the problem is. So what's weak about black men?
Defending degeneracy, not all of them, but defending BS, not showing up, not being present, not taking accountability, blaming
Hold
Black
on,
women for
hold on.
everything.
Let's go with the first one. Defending BS. What does that mean?
Um, degeneracy. That's what I mean by
What and
BS.
what type of degenerate are you talking about? Degeneracy is vague. You know, Afro theory. I see that you give vague things. You don't
Well,
be
because I'm not.
specific.
Well, I'm
Just,
not.
I mean,
Okay,
if you told me what
I'll say it.
degenerate is, I'll give you an example what degenerate. So I'm asking you, maybe your definition of degenerate might be different from mine. So I want to say what degenerate activity that black men don't stand up for. Because I might agree with you. I just want to see what your definition is.
What I'm saying is Black men have become weak because Black men fail to take accountability for their failures and blame Black women for everything. And a lot of Black men don't show up like they
Preach,
should be. Y'all should
preach.
be the leaders. Y'all should be the leaders in your households
What
and
do
in the
black men
community.
blame
But
women for everything?
instead you guys absolve yourselves of responsibility by blaming it on everyone else.
So you say black men blame everything on black women?
A lot of Black men, for the most part, blame everything on Black
Where do you
women.
see these black men that do this at?
There's a whole red pill movement of
The
Black men.
red pill ain't all men. Most men don't even
I know
most red
that. I know
hold
that.
on, Afro theory. Hold on, Afro theory. Most red pill men are incels. That
That's
just
a
like
fact.
saying that the FBA shit is real. That's just some internet shit.
And it's
It's
the
like
pure
incels that's mad
denial.
at women
Yo,
because they don't
I'm
like
at
women.
work. Let me get on here, man.
Go ahead.
All right. Salute to Hustle Smart. Here now with the kings of the super chats, the best super chat reader in the history of YouTube.
They have no idea. I told Carla about it. We had the baddest show on Friday night, man.
Son, we was raking in the bread, 600 euro in super
Yeah,
chats consistently.
yeah.
But like, so Hustle Smart, me and you need to step in the ring, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Anytime.
All right, so let's get it, bro, and pay attention to how two black men get into it respectfully. So now, when we talk about the failure of the black man,
Mhm.
right?
and how the black man has become the bitch in the eyes of society. You got
Mhm.
Chud the Builder walking around pulling up on black men, and these dudes is for the most part not crashing out as they shouldn't. But the fact that they would do that says that black men have lost that that image of being strong and holding down their community. So that's just a very small thing. And to put it on women, we say like, well, the women are the one that are enabling, right? We give the black men the benefit of the doubt of separation, men from males. But when we mention black women, we say in black women as a whole. We don't say
No,
black
no,
women.
no. That's just how.
Women
That's how you direct it. It's one of those things to where you see if you hear it the way you hear it. Because if a woman say that black men are weak, I don't take offense to that.
okay. But do you realize? Can you say that there's a lot of weak black men out there?
It's weak. It's weak. Black man is weak. White man is weak. It's weak men in every group of people. Weak as fuck. Weak as
Yeah, but
well
look,
water.
our community can't. We're the least equipped to have weak ass men.
I got
Like
you,
at the end
but
of
this is
the
the
day.
problem though, not Measy. It's no black community. It's just sections of where black people live at. Because black people don't socialize in the community in the change that. Not in the community, in the neighborhoods that they live in.
So
So
whose fault is that? It's supposed to be the black man that's creating a sense of community.
well, but the thing about it is the way that we are is the same way that how the white women, how the black women glorify the white women, chase after whatever they do, want to look like them, want to dress like them, everything. Black men are chasing that too. Let me
Right.
tell you something, not Measy. Every year around tax season, what do guess what the cars that black men buy from the auction when they get their tax and they tax money. Just take it's no gotcha question. So just take a wild guess what type of cars that they buy when they get their
A
tax money
Hellcat.
every year.
Hellcat.
Not a Hellcat, close,
Crown Vic
but
from an
they
auction.
brought a car. They buy the police cars, the
Yeah.
Crown Vics, because because some of the police cars still have the lights on them and the grills on them. So black men want some type of power. They want the power, the same power that white men have, and they will never see. This is the thing where Colin he represents it. You know the way he talk. I get that part. But the thing about it is black men will never have the power that white men have in America, but they chase it. So even though they claim they hate the police, I'm talking about black men now, even though they claim they hate the police, when they get their tax money, they all ride around Atlanta in old Crown Vic with the tinted windows with the
Can
black
I jump in?
hubcaps, acting like they the police, getting behind fucking with people.
Can I can
Because
I can I jump in, brother? Because I'm about
go
to
ahead.
put this money again. All right. So first, let me bust open this box of Kleenex tissues for my brother. Hustle smart, crying about the big old white man. He won't let us. He won't let us build our community, y'all. The white man controls everything. You making the white man beat Thanos. The
He
white man
is
has taken over
Thanos.
Earth. No, he's not Thanos.
He is
Just
Thanos. Why is he not? He
the
he
Black
he
Wall
provides
Street.
all the jobs. He provides all the jobs. He give out all the loans, and he patrols the neighborhood. He patrols the neighborhood. He don't serve. He don't
Everything
serve
black.
our neighborhoods. He patrols our neighborhoods. Go ahead.
Everything that white men do, black men can do as well. That's how we have Black Wall Street. The problem is we didn't protect that shit like we should have, or we
Black
couldn't.
Wall
So,
Street. What is Black
hold
Wall
on, brother.
Street?
Hold on.
No,
Hold
no.
on.
I'm just asking. What are you talking about? The new one or the old one?
With the old one. You know what I'm saying?
What year was that?
Wait, but hold on, brother. Let me finish. Damn,
Okay.
you just like college
No,
Genesis.
no,
I'm
no, no.
college
I just
Genesis.
didn't know
Let me
which one you
talk.
were talking about because they got a new Black Wall Street now, means maybe you
Okay,
didn't
now
know about it. Go ahead.
you know I'm out here with the white bitches in Holland. I don't know about
Gotcha.
that new Black
My
Wall
fault.
Street.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So yeah, so we can't make the white man the fucking Thanos, and we can't do nothing because white man, yo, like I keep telling people, Cameron said, um, what he say on moving weight? He said, if you can't get paid on an earth this big, you worthless kid. That nigga don't deserve to live. If you
Right.
can't get money, if you can't run your community, if you can't get your woman in your house to respect you, nigga, jump off the Brooklyn Bridge without a fucking life vest. We don't need these weak niggas like that speaking for us. Real black men like you, like me,
We get it, regardless of whatever situation. So the point is, what are we doing to create more knock measles and more hustle smarts? We can't be crying about the white man not allowing us to get shit when the fucking Asians, the Indians, the Lebanese, they get their shit. They have their heaven on earth. So when
No,
when a woman says, "Yo, the black man is looking like a bitch out here," I have to confess and concur that a lot of us look like bitches. We'll shoot each other for a look, but when a white man come through, we skinning and grinning like, "Yes, a boss."
right.
And when you know what I'm saying, and that's why we looking like bitches to our women. Holla back.
All of that is true. But the one thing that's not true is that saying that black men can't take control of the neighborhood. It's just they don't want to because there's no such thing as a neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? Because for the simple reason that a black man cannot patrol his neighborhood when 77% of women are single. And they ain't listening to nobody. They ain't talking to nobody. So you can't say nothing to their kids. You can't say nothing. You can't tell them to get out the street. You can't tell them to go hang out because what black women will do, they will call the police on you. They will call the police on you. It's no type of togetherness. They don't talk. You know what I'm saying? That means I'd never forget when I lived in a black neighborhood. I saw it for myself. I saw black men going out there trying to goddamn walk through the neighborhoods and try to get these black boys start hanging out on the street and smoking weed. It was black women sitting up there calling the police on them. Black women, what can you say to that? You get what I'm saying? If they're 77 to 85% single, they don't want a man because they're using the government subsidies. Black women will tell you that they don't need nobody, but they got the whole government system behind them. You know what I'm saying? For as healthcare, for as babysitter, especially in Atlanta, we got peach care. You get what I'm saying? So the thing about it is not that the white man is Thanos. He is Thanos. He's the end all be all because it's only 45 million black people. It's 45 million. It's 45 million white men that's in corporate. You get what I'm saying? We don't have that many black men in corporate. So black men are I think it's what it is. 92% are employees. It's only 8% of black men that run their own business. And we're talking about for the duration of their life. Do you get what I'm saying? But in the black women, it's 12%. They're opening up business, but a lot of their business are failing. It's like kind of trendy business. So you got the black men that's employee, and the black women is right behind them because even if they're 12% entrepreneurs, it's still more black women than it is black men. So the black race, not Neezy, we are professional employees. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, when they go to work, they see the black woman see how he treats white women. Black women want that too. You get what I'm saying? But the problem is not Measy. Only black women think like that. Only black women is chasing that. They say before you came on, they say that white women want to be like them, but that's not the case. It's black women trying to be like white women. It's black men want they ain't sitting up there asking for Pukanisha hair. White women don't go into the beauty salon and say, give me the hair like hers. They might get their hair braided or something like that. But for the most part, black women go and try to look like white women. You get what I'm saying? They're the only group of women that does that. No, Latinos don't do it. Asian women don't do it. It's only black women that do it. Black women will sit up there and tie their hair like goddamn all the chicks from Set It Off and then put some and think they look better. I had to drill my daughter for 4 years and told her anytime she tried to make up an excuse about her hair and how she couldn't do it, I said, I'll pay for it. To the point that she just told me, Dad, hey, when I ain't around you, I just like to wear weave. She's like, I know I can't wear it around you. My daughter will tell you right now, she's not allowed to wear weave in the house. And if she's around me and she got on weave, she got to cover that shit up like one of them goddamn African chicks walking down the street with a goddamn five-pound jerry can on top of her head. She can't openly wear that out around me because I don't promote you thinking that you look good, and you look good only when you got the colonizer 28-inch yaki in your hair. You get what I'm saying? So the black community, I'm gonna give it back to you, pause. What I'm saying is that it's the black women and the black men that are weak. The black women are weak as shit. You get what I'm saying? So we got the black women and the black men is weak as shit, but we both want to be like white people. We're doomed as a race of people. I give it Mike back to you, bro.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. And that 8% versus 12% that you mentioned, 12% of black men, women being business owners. The two
Mhm.
millionaires in my family are both black women.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's adds fuel to the fire, and it lays a credence to an argument from a woman saying that black men ain't shit because we're not building, we're not
Right.
creating, we're not employing our people. So that's what I'm saying. We need to attack that. And for the black women that are appealing to authority, because a woman will appeal to authority. And sorry to sound like a sexist, but a woman is going to get behind the provider. A woman's going to get behind
And
the authority.
that means
They're not appearing as an authority. They're going to start appealing to the authority figure. Now,
Mhm.
the hairpiece, the hair color, the hair weave, right? It's black men that set that standard of we went from putting black women in our videos to now if it ain't light bright and damn near white, we don't fuck with them. That's why you got a bunch of passport bros going to buy third world, dusty foot, dirty foot coochie because they
Mhm.
don't have black features. You know what I'm saying? So it goes back to us.
easy.
And
Easy. Let
I
me ask
appreciate
you,
you for keeping it
Knack, let me ask
respectful.
you a question.
Here we go.
Who's
Here we go.
who's the richest black business person in America?
Well, that the richest. Well, I mean, look, I don't know who the richest in
Like,
America.
you
I,
said
I believe,
women got
I
business.
believe it's the brother who is doing education and stuff like that. That's
No,
cool, as we should,
hold up.
as we should.
If you're in the
But that's
business world,
neither here nor there. We're talking about
who's the top?
the percentage of black
Who's the
women
top
running
three?
shit.
The top three black billionaires in America.
Can I name you off the top? No, I can't.
All right, I'll tell you. All right, but you got
But
David
that's
Stewart.
a that's a different topic.
Hold up.
And I don't
David
want to cut you,
Stewart.
brother, but I got to get to work. Thank
Hold
you,
up.
Hustle, for the respectful dialogue.
Hold
I'll
up.
keep you
Hold up.
another
Let me
time.
cook you for a second. David Stewart, Worldwide Technologies, $13 billion a year company. Robert Smith, $10 billion company. And then you got Act One Group, $8 billion company. All like Coke, Florida, black man, DeVoe Industries, right? Bridgman Steel, all black men. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, and I think that means is at work.
What are you,
The thing about it is that you can't build in a society to where everything is already laid out. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna build something, you got to build something where it's compatible to what somebody almost wants. So like the entrepreneurs that college talking about, some of these people are in steel. That market is already there. Like the dude that doing the stuff with the auto parts. That means that business already there from a conglomerate, GMC, Ford, Chrysler, all of that stuff with the oil. These oil places, these service stations already there. It's just like black people going to get these federal contracts with the government that's already exists. And that's one thing about white people. White people is not gonna let black people build. You can come in there and be a subsidy. You can build a subsidized company. You get what I'm saying? But it's not one company that they're gonna let you build from the ground up. You get what I'm saying? That black people gonna be able to hire 500. They're gonna be able to have locations in every major city. You get what I'm saying? Like most of the business that Colin's talking about, those people that got that certain business in certain states where they're making their money at. They're, you know what I'm saying? Not a conglomerate. You get what I'm saying? What white people do, they open up conglomerates, like just like P&G, Procter and Gamble. You know what I'm saying? They got over 150 warehouses. You get what I'm saying? They're working together. They got banks that's bankroll. If the profits are low, they got the banks that's bankrolling them, keeping them afloat. They're not gonna do that with black people. You get what I'm saying? So the black people literally have to get it out the mud. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
but we're being held to a standard as if they would.
I got you, but see that's
And
but that's
and if you look at white men, the overwhelming majority of them are not entrepreneurs either. Let's be real.
Well,
Most
I
people
got
can't
you. But
afford
what
it.
I'm saying is, but they're put in a position of more management. You get what I'm saying? Like they're taught. Let me explain something to you, Mufasa. White people teach their kids to manage black people. Black people, we raise our kids up to work for white people. You get what I'm saying? So only thing that white person got to do is don't call you a nigga. And most black people work at that job for 30 or 40 fucking years, bragging about how many microwaves in the break room. You know what I'm saying? Speed and going to work. You get what I'm saying? That white person be in a management position forever. Then when that management go, we talking about high level management. It's another white person coming in there. You get what I'm saying? So even if they're not ownership, they still running the business. When people that own these business, corporate don't come around that often. Whoever is the head manager of that company running the show. Just like I go to Kellogg's, I pick up from Kellogg's all the time. It's this white dude and this other white dude. They the co-managers of this place. I ain't never see the people that own the place there. These two white boys been running this shit for the last 20 years. You get
No,
what they don't.
I hear
They
that,
don't own it, but when they rented it. So they're looked at when people go in there, work, but who's working in the warehouse? It's 95% black people.
no, but this is what I'm saying though,
Go
Hustle
ahead.
Smart. You could choose to see what you want to see. Colleges listed you these major black companies.
Mhm.
College has this insurance business. You work in transportation. I work in video production, my own business. Before this, I sold a business. I was partnered with my uncle. We had dispensaries in South Carolina, Southern California, servicing many different areas. My pops had a major business with a government contract with General Atomics, hiring black men doing that. I mean, this is just in my little circle right here. It's
Mhm.
plenty of black men that's building every single day.
Yeah, but
But
see,
if
that's
you don't
but
want to see that, like, what
But
am I
that's being,
supposed to
but
say?
you being disingenuous though. What I'm saying is that it's plenty of black men that's running. What we're talking about is what the conversation was with not me was talking about. Well, you probably fell off, so I ain't gonna say you were disingenuous. So you might didn't hear the conversation. The conversation was about hiring black women. A lot of these jobs where they work at, they ain't got the space to hire that type of people. What
No,
I'm
no, no. I
saying is
feel
the
that,
place.
but do you feel that that's a reasonable expectation that we're gonna have
No,
Procter and
it
Gamble?
should.
Are we gonna ignore like the history and everything that
No,
happened?
no, that's what I'm saying. You can't ignore it. It's up to you to sit. It's up to you to let what black women say to say like, okay, since y'all don't hire us, then you weak. It's up to you if you fall for that. I don't even pay no
Yeah,
attention
I
to
don't.
it
I don't.
when they
Can't no
talk.
black
When
woman
they
tell
when
me nothing about it.
exactly when they talk like that. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't offend me. So if that's what they think, that shows you how naive and immature that black women are to think like, oh, okay, y'all ain't hiring us. Oh yeah, we ain't hiring us. We don't run. We don't. We,
Right,
we
right.
can't open up conglomerate. They won't let us do that. And on top of that, it's only 25. It's only 25 million. I mean, it's changed. There's only 20 million black men. You get what I'm saying? And out of 20 million, it's only what it is. I think it's 12. I mean, 12, 20 million. I think it's like 15 to 16 million is in the workforce. You get what I'm saying? Now, the workforce is only probably like it's only a few 100,000 black men that are in high level management positions. You get what I'm saying? But you take those same numbers, you got 20 million black men, right? You got 20 million white men are in high level management. You got at least 20 million.
You
You
got
got, you get what I'm saying? So for the number that we have as black men as the whole, we talking about our totality. We talking about the dudes in prison. We talking about the dudes ain't got no job. We talking about it's for our numbers as black men. They have that many white men in high level positions. Do you get what I'm saying? So
No, no,
therefore,
I'm with you. I agree with
it's no,
everything you
it's
just
no
said.
defeating that. So that's why you don't listen. That's why you don't listen to black women when they talk, and that's why Latino women don't. Even though Latino outnumber us, they know that the women. They know Latino men is out here cutting grass and all that. They don't call their men weak for out here cutting grass. The Latino men ain't providing no jobs for their women. You get what I'm saying? But their women
But
ain't
see,
calling them
they
weak.
got wisdom that our women don't have.
But
They'll make some tortillas because they understand that as weak as he is down there cutting that grass or
right.
whatever he's doing, that's as weak as they are. So
That
if she could give him a one plus boost, they will both be stronger. But
But
our
this
women
is
think they're separate
my
from us.
point, Mufasa, and you making it right now. That's why I tell you it's a separation. See, the Latino women don't see a separation. If they see their man out there, out there cutting grass, just like you say, they gonna go out there and park their car out there and sell some goddamn burritos into what those little things that the little corn wraps,
Tamales.
tamale. They gonna come out there and sell that. They ain't gonna come out there and say that y'all weak because y'all can't do this and y'all can't do this.